Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent podcast, and we are coming to you not live from the 10 by 10 by 10 tangent cube of science, where we are nestled amongst the dusty bones of an ancient seabed high atop the Edwards Plateau in the midst of harvest. We're actually going to process grapes tomorrow. They're picking them tonight.
Yep.
But we're still podcasting. And I've been talking, we've been working on this for a while. So we have Peter joining us from across the pond over in UK.
Oh, yes. Howdy.
How you going, Peter?
Yeah, good.
Welcome.
Great. Yeah, I mean, I wish I was from the Lone Star State, but I'm from jolly old England. You know, we can't all be that cool, can we, really?
So Peter is in the Discord, and if you guys remember, we had Trevor on, who wrote the book God's Eye View, and Trevor and Peter have been talking. They've been working together on some stuff, and I've had a bunch of people in the Discord telling me for a while, including Martin was also like, you got to get this guy on, and I'm like, okay, because if we're gonna talk Arthur, they were like, this is the guy we got to talk to, and I'm like, I'm all about the Arthurian legends, you know that. So
well,
welcome,
I don't think
buddy.
How anyone interested in the things that we're all interested in can't be not interested
Right.
in. You know,
You should be.
Yeah, should be interested in
Yeah,
that.
if you aren't, hopefully this episode will change that.
Yeah. So,
how did you give people a brief explanation? Like, how did you get into this? You know, what sparked your interest? And where are we going?
I mean, in terms of how I think about things, all my further education was in cinema, and film. When it comes to film theory, film criticism, stuff like that, there weren't people studying film 30, 40 years ago, but they studied English, and they did it with a emphasis in film. So all of my lecturers were basically English doctors. And what you do in literature is study texts. And that's basically how we worked with film, is you treat it like a text. You know, what is it trying to say? How is it doing it? What's the style? What's the author's intention? What's the author's context? What other influences, like, for instance, the money, the economics, they drive how the film looks, what the film says. So when it came to history, looking at text was just already something that my brain did, and I don't think I fell into certain traps that other people might do. It used to really wind me up sometimes, where you'd be looking at a medieval text that says something about Arthur, and someone will say, well, be careful of the propaganda. There's propaganda in that. And I'm thinking, yeah, it's a text. All texts are imbued with the ideology of the author. I mean, it's inescapable. Yeah. Like, nothing that anything that claims to be objective is maybe lists of data is objective, but even then, someone selected what data you're looking at.
Right.
And,
what do they leave out?
When people say, "Oh, be careful of that mention," I just think, "Fuck off," let me.
Oh, yes, Goose. Yes. Yes, Goose. Yes.
Especially when you look at text all the time. But really, it started with Egypt and megaliths. With a lot of stuff like this. I loved Egypt. Everyone, when you're a little kid, Egypt is fascinating, and I think probably. Talking of people's roots, I think I did Ben to Randall to you or something like that. But I think I started out with Ben, and I think one of the first things I wanted was I just wanted to see beautiful Steadicam photography of pyramids and things like that, which you just
you went to the wrong place. Ben can't do Steadicam. He's terrible at it.
He has a Steadicam. Or he had some technology which is meant.
We're always ragging each other on how terrible we are at taking video.
But I mean,
That's exactly right, Goose. That's exactly what I should do.
I mean, before 2020 especially, if you wanted to look at photos of an ancient site and you Googled it, you'd get the same 5 photos taken at different times a day, but all, maybe slightly a bit further out or slightly closer in, but it would just be the same thing. all the time.
That's right.
So
It was all tourist photos. Nothing of anybody who was there with the purpose of researching. Kyle and I discussed this like long before we started the podcast. I had this idea of like, can we go to these places and get good footage for people who want to do research, not just, oh, look at this pretty place.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, that was the first thing that blew me away with Ben's stuff, and Hugh Newman's a good one for that as well, is just like really good quality images of the interesting things that we want to see at the site, not just
totally agree with that.
Terrible.
And that really, you know, that it just got me really excited, especially because, I mean, as I've said to you guys before, I come from an area where there's granite everywhere, and there's 5,000 years of granite working history that you can go and look at. And I think the first thing that got me was Yusuf saying you can't make a Serapeum box out of surface granite. And I was like, oh yeah, whatever. And then I started looking around, and even the biggest chunks of granite lying on the surface, you would probably just maybe fit a box in there. But then, of course, it's surface granite. It's going to flake away. You're going to lose bits. It's going to crack. You know, you need that solid granite. And I remember just walking around some of the outcrops and thinking, God, he's right.
So laggy.
This, you know, okay, straight away, this is something interesting. And then it just went from there, really. And then
Yusuf, I also thought of Yusuf when you were talking about propaganda and text. Like he often reminds us when we're looking at the stuff in the temples and everything. He's like, it's propaganda.
Yeah.
You know, you're looking at this massive relief with the pharaohs and
It's
all
fucking
the
guy, man.
the battle and all the gods and everything. And Yusuf is like, this is remember, it's all propaganda.
Yeah. Which is why I think that the general populace in Egypt could read hieroglyphs.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think
What?
it was the language of the scribes, because else you just have
What's he even talking about?
propaganda and gibberish. Doesn't make sense to me.
True.
But I don't know, maybe. You know.
Good point.
Fucking guy, man.
So yeah, and then I was, you know, I thought, well, I want to look at, you know, what's around me, you know, because I can't go to Egypt or Peru or something like that. So what we've got around us, there should be some good stuff to see. And then I came across a video, and I think it got to that point in lockdowns where I was just watching stuff on YouTube because it had a funny title. You know, like, oh, well, this will take up 30 minutes of me sitting down doing nothing. And I watched one that was called The King Arthur Conspiracy, and I thought, that just sounds hilarious. Like, you know, come on. And I watched it, and I started listening to what these guys were saying, and I started sort of doing a bit of Googling, and, you know, some of it kind of checked out in a way. And
They got you.
they got me, yeah. And they were talking about texts and characters and places from this British tradition, which I'd never heard of. Like, I just didn't get it. And so when I talk to Trevor, I call King Arthur like a cherry on the icing on the cake. Like, everyone goes in for Arthur, but then you find the beautiful cake beneath it, right? My friend Adam, who I do some recording with, he says it much clever, and he calls him a psychopomp, a demon that leads you to greater knowledge, right?
Yeah.
And
Wow.
and that's what we have in Britain, is we have
So many grenades. I didn't get hit once there.
a culture which is kind of split east-west rather than north-south or by our modern borders. And the western side of Britain, which we call the Celtic fringe today, this was inhabited by people we call the Britons. So you've heard of Arthur, King of the Britons.
Yeah.
But it's kind of a meaningless phrase today because the whole island is called Britain. But if you go back to, say, the 1600s, you wouldn't call an English person a Briton. You wouldn't call a Scottish person a Briton. Like, they would say, no, I'm not. Welsh people are British. Wales is that bulge on the left-hand side of Britain with its own separate language and separate history. One very famous Welshman made the word Britain applicable to the whole nation, should we say?
So
the whole island.
laggy.
And that man's name was John Dee. You may have heard of him.
Yeah.
Huh.
In fact, he's an incredibly brilliant piece of propaganda. He is. At once they were calling England Britain. At the same time, they were trying to ban the Welsh language and bring English laws into Wales. And you get this over and over again, because essentially, Britain is ruled from London today, and the British Empire started as England and its powerhouse as it slowly took over the various nations of the island and then
Come on,
spread
man.
out from there. So the propaganda of that nation has been very important for a very long time. I mean, it became the most powerful empire in the world. So how these people styled themselves and how they claimed their history was very important. So when John Dee claimed Britain for England, he was then claiming all of the other prophecy that went
Come on,
alongside,
man.
all the history, all the right to rule. So, for instance, Arthur is the king who's meant to return, who's sleeping in Avalon, and then he is said to come back and rule the Britons, and then lead Britain to a time where it had an empire that spanned the world. I mean, that's written 600 years before the British Empire was formed, right? But John Dee manages to capture that and then make
So
that
terrible.
English power by making the whole place Britain. So it's a brilliant piece of work. John Dee is a genius in lots of ways, and not a very nice one as well.
Yeah. An evil magician.
Yeah. And there's a lot of interesting stuff that comes out around that period, particularly to do with Joseph of Arimathea as well. There's a fantastic letter from Queen Elizabeth I to the Pope saying, you know, your religion's younger than mine. We had Joseph of Arimathea founding our Christianity in Britain. You had Peter turn up decades later. How can you tell me what to do?
Wow.
Right? So this is why it's really important for people over the time in this country to assume this history, to make it theirs, to buy into it in some way, because it's
I need to
wrapped
change
up
gears on my
with the power, the right and the power to rule.
my
in Britain.
stick.
Okay. That, as I say, that comes from the western side of Britain, the Welsh, because it was them who dominated this island for 500 years before the Romans even turned up. So that was when Britain was, they call it Brythonic now is the word. Celtic is the general term used. But Celtic can be a bit of a minefield word to use in this topic. You know, if you start going online and say, yeah, King Arthur was a king of Celts or something like that, someone might tear you a new one. Even you can go back to Tolkien. Tolkien wrote a really interesting speech for the British Celtic Association, which was in part of the University of Oxford's English department, and he did a keynote speech for them after the success of Lord of the Rings and that, and he described the word Celtic as a magic bag into which anything can be put and that anything can be taken out of. So it supports my argument that I call this Celtic, therefore it's Celtic. Doesn't support my argument that it's Celtic,
Aw,
therefore
man.
it's not Celtic anymore.
That's not.
Okay, so that's an issue with Celtic, right? This is we long called the church in the time of Arthur, the British church of that period. They used to call Celtic Christianity, associated with St Patrick in Ireland. You know, not work crosses, all that sort of stuff used to be called Celtic Christianity, but that formed hundreds of years, arguably hundreds of years after the Romans showed up, and Britain was Romanized, whatever that word means. So how can we use the word Celtics which is a prehistoric, pre-Roman term, and then apply that to something post-Roman and Christian? You know, it's a very as I say, the word was just used however they wanted it to be used. You know, they just throw it out there. This is Celtic, this isn't, blah, blah, blah. So Brythonic is a bit more of an appropriate word. But it's. Can I get a little picture up? Actually, is that all right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
just going to say, just so we can understand the geography a bit better.
While you're pulling that up, did you ever watch the show The Last Kingdom?
The Last Kingdom, is that?
It's basically about the formation, or the sort of the formation of the British Empire,
Yeah. So
where they took all the different kingdoms and made them into one.
So the formation of England, yeah. So there was a
The
period
formation of
the
England, yeah.
Saxon states were called the Heptarchy, 7 Saxon kingdoms. The Saxons sort of started arriving after the end of the Roman period in about 410
Yeah.
AD, and yeah, they formed the England, and that took about 500 years. So this is the really interesting thing. Saxon England wasn't really fully complete and set up and organized until about 900 AD, which is about 500 years after the Saxons started arriving. So we're talking about a really slow, grinding war, essentially. I mean, we can't really call it one war. It would have had vast periods of peace and cultural exchange and genetic exchange, which is a polite way of saying sex. There would have been a lot of things happen in that period. But this is the context of Arthur. Is that Arthur is a king that fights the Saxons, right? So this is why it's silly when some people say, "Oh, Arthur was a king of England," because he was fighting the English. So we can't really call him a king of England, right? Although they weren't really the English; they were Saxons. I mean, there's such a huge like a temporal issue here when people start talking about trying to claim where someone is from or who they were fighting. Is that, you know, you can't say King Arthur is Scottish because Scotland didn't exist in the time of King Arthur. Yeah. England didn't exist in the time of King Arthur. So,
but this reminds me. I mean, that's brilliant politics, really. Like what you were saying, what John Dee did is you just take control of the meaning of one word.
Yeah.
And you can totally change the way the entire population thinks about themselves, you know, or thinks about others.
Absolutely.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So, can you see this?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as you can see, the west of Britain and the north of Britain is uplands, and southeast is really the good, flatter farming land, and this is the west and the north is good for your mining, grazing, cattle, stuff like that. When the Romans came, this is the sort of area they wanted, because this is at a time. So Britain is quite far north, but you can get 2 crops in a season, and obviously now that's a great thing. But in the 1st century AD, that was a very enticing thing for Romans. You know, that's a good way of feeding a military, having 2 crops a year. And there's a massive canal system that goes through Holland and down through Germany to northern Italy, which would carry food around and various other things. Britain was a huge producer of cattle as well, as I was saying.
Come on.
But they moved into this area. And then the western uplands, they're a lot harder to control. So it took the Romans probably about 100 years, really, to make their way up to the north and to conquer Wales and Western Britain. It took them a long time, a lot of time of hiding in forts, essentially, building relationships with the southern kingdoms, and then slowly making advances and various campaigns into the north and into Wales. What's really interesting about that is then that these western uplands, although they had that Roman influence, they really, we call them sort of un-Romanized. They don't have the big Roman cities. They don't have all the Roman coins. You know, you do find the coin finds and things like that, but in lots
What the
smaller,
fuck is this nonsense?
concentrations. These, you know, to the point where archaeologists in the past would say, yeah, the Romans came here swung their dick around a bit and then left, and didn't touch Britain for the next 400. Didn't touch those parts of Britain for the next 400 years. Now the view is changing a bit, but what's curious is about when the Roman power fell in Britain, it's those Western upland, those least Romanized parts, which maintained Roman culture. So in the Saxons that came in were not Romanized at all. They weren't Christian.
What the fuck is this?
And
Fuck
they
you.
didn't maintain, this is why we don't speak a Romance language, is because the Saxons invaded Britain, essentially. That's why we have this weird bastard Germanic language that we speak. Whereas the Franks and the Goths and that, which were also on the borders of Roman territory, they started speaking Latin. They started practicing Christianity really early, which is why France and Spain and Italy all still speak that Romance language. In Britain, they maintained the use of Latin. They maintained building in Roman cities. They continued Christianity as well, which is something you don't often hear. In fact, that's actually a really good one to do, is you just go on Google and Google when did Christianity come to Britain, and it will probably give you the wrong date straight away. It'll give you a date, like, it'll probably give you 597
What
AD.
the fuck? Fuck
but,
you.
You can see
Stupid fucking you.
Christians on Roman mosaics in the 4th century.
What?
And there's a propaganda.
It's just so
element to that
fucking
we'll
dumb.
go into, but it was this, and it's this area, this sort of Roman maintained, but also least Roman part of Britain where Arthur comes from. So the archaeology is really interesting from the period. Their monuments, like their grave monuments, they use Latin lettering, they use Latin inscriptions. Some of them have Brythonic names, some of them have Latin names, but they're carved onto standing stones. Right?
Oh.
They re-inhabited Roman cities, refortified the walls. I say re-inhabited, it was probably continually inhabited, but they, renovated them and kept them going. Sometimes they built medieval style wooden halls in the center rather than the crumbling Roman buildings that would have been there. But not only did they inhabit these Roman buildings, but they also re-inhabited the Iron Age hill forts and refortified them. So you get this really interesting mix of archaeology, which is on the one hand pre-Roman and very Brythonic, and then on the other hand very Roman and more Roman than was happening in a lot of northern Europe at the time because of the Germanic invasions. This, as I say, poses an interesting problem for Rome, because at this point in European history, the Roman Church is in shambles. It's all over the place. It's been, it's been taken apart by the Germanics. They're slowly reorganizing it and incorporating themselves into it, but church buildings have been burned, documents have been burned, and yet in this edge of Britain, there's people who've been practicing Christianity continually for up to 500, 600 years.
Were they doing it openly, or was it hidden?
Oh yeah. No.
Alongside other practices?
They were building churches. The problem comes with that date, 597, where a guy called Augustine or Austin arrives in Britain, and there's a problem between Catholic practices and British practices. The ones they talk about mainly is when they celebrate Easter, so how you calculate the date. So the British Church used an old Jewish calculation for Easter, and the Roman Church used a Roman one. And the other one was how to cut the tonsure. So obviously the classic Roman one is with the bold pate, and the rest of the hair, and the Celtic one is kind of like everything cut off except for a strip right at the front.
Oh, right.
Okay.
A head mustache.
My least favorite haircuts in medieval video games.
Yeah. It's called the.
It just makes you want to punch those guys in the face.
Interestingly, they call it the tonsure
Sorry.
of Simon Magus. Simon Magus being a very influential Gnostic character. So, and is there a link
why I hate this guy.
the Gnostic Church? Yeah.
What?
I don't know. Other than that, the Britons wore their hair long. There's a lot of talking. If they went into the church, they'd have their hair cut, and then when they left the church, they'd grow their hair long again as a sign of pride. And
I'm just saying, I can see why you would fight a war with
oh yeah,
over that haircut.
So yeah, I mean, and now the things they talk about openly, you know, is you calculate Easter wrong and you do your hair wrong, but there's definitely other things undercurrents boiling.
They didn't need any other reason.
Yeah.
Didn't like their hairdos.
Yeah. Listen, there's a whole lot of political stuff going on, but the main problem, aside from Easter, is your fucking haircut.
You look ridiculous.
You need to all die because of this.
A lot of the problems also seem to come with in Britain. The
Yeah.
priests can marry, and they could also live and practice their religion with their wives.
Like, what?
Something that
What's
the
this
Catholic
side
still
boost
abhor.
bullshit?
Yeah.
So this could be in fact, recently there's been a discovery in Wales of what looks like a 6th century nunnery. They've got really fine crockery and glassware and lots of female burials, which are in really nice rock-cut graves, and they've got all quite nice goods and things like that. So, which is very, very early for nunneries. So it's pretty interesting stuff. But 597's a bit ahead of Arthur, just a little bit. It's, Arthur is seen as either a 5th or 6th century character. So the 500s, 400s, 500s, right, or the cusp in between the two, really. The problem with our Arthurian material is that it's late. So most of it dates from the 10th or 11th century onwards. So that's 500 years after our time with Arthur.
You mean
The storytelling starts at that time.
The documents that we have now that we can date the earliest
That's what I
ones
was
of
gonna say,
that period.
the
Fucking slow.
physical evidence and documents you have now are,
Now,
are 500
sometimes-
years after he was supposed to.
Like, what the
Yeah,
fuck,
and some of
yo?
that- I
The
mean,
world's
some of that
worst
you can
run.
judge by the content. You can say there's definitely, like, by the language used, you can say, oh, this is a 13th century manuscript, but because of the language used, they're probably copying from something which is a lot older than that.
Yeah.
The thing is about this Arthur, these documents though, is that they don't just talk about the time of Arthur, the 6th century, which British historians and archaeologists essentially treat as prehistoric today, because we'll get into the fact that they don't like these sources at all now.
Real quick, I was going to ask the other question I was going to ask about these, like, still Roman, non-Roman places in the uplands that you were talking about. Are there documents from there? Is it only architecture and there's no writing
The inscribed,
except for the graves and things?
the memorial stones. They are
Yeah.
the most documents we have. So the problem
Okay.
with us in Britain as well is that it's not a good place to keep paper.
Yeah.
So, or animal skins, or all the other things that they recorded on in that period.
It's too wet.
Too wet, too damp. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, it's a big problem.
What about the ice? Just stored in the ice.
Yeah, you know what? I mean,
Like, we don't have caves or dry place, but we can freeze it.
it's interesting because a lot of people will say, "Oh, there's no written sources from the period," and completely ignore the inscribed stones. And in fact, this is a big mission of mine: is the inscribed stones, because they are awesome things. Like, some of them are massive. They have these fascinating inscriptions on them, which date to the time of King Arthur, possibly, if you believe that, and they are, like tucked in behind a church, like with the inscription fading in the rain, or stuffed in the back of somewhere with chairs stacked against it, and people don't even know what they are or where they're from. I mean,
You need to scan them. Scan all of them.
It is happening. Fortunately, it is
Cool.
happening.
That kind of reminds me of the church that Hugh Newman took us to, and we like opened the trapdoor.
Oh yeah.
And there's like a standing stone beneath the floor of the church.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've got one
Yeah.
nearby where it's like holding up the lintel.
Like a fucking side boost? Like, why don't you just, like, fuck
There's
off?
a standing stone in the middle of the bar holding up the roof.
Preserve it forever.
We've been drinking it for thousands of years.
I
Built a
just
building
like,
around it.
they just went there and were like, well, this stone's in the way. And they're
Build a
like,
pub out of it.
can you just build around it? Like,
Sucks drinking out here in the rain.
But yeah, they're amazing things and they're so undervalued. They're absolutely. I got some lovely pictures of some, but some of them are really interesting actually because not a lot of them have obviously recognizable names from the period, but some of them do, and some of them
They're so
link very
fucking shit.
interestingly with a history, and a lot of mainstream scholars are quite happy to jump on and say, no, it's nothing to do with it. It's just a coincidence. I'll run through one quickly actually because it's my favourite. Have you heard of if I say Tristan and Isolde? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think Tristan sounds.
No. Tristan, yeah. So it's a very famous romance. It was one of the Arthurian romances, but it's the love story
Like what?
is particularly popular. So I think there's a Wagner opera, Tristan and Isolde. It features these two lovers. Tristan is sent by his guardian or uncle, King Mark of Cornwall, to go and pick up a new wife for him, who's Isolde. When he goes to meet Isolde, they fall in love and then have to deal with the fact that King Mark is not going to be very happy about this, essentially. So they run away together. There's various versions and things like that. So, in a 9th century life of a guy called Paul Aurelian, the author talks about a very much historical character in Brittany, in northern France, called Conmore. Now, Conmore, as I say, he is quite happily historical. He appears in lots of different documents and from different countries as well. So he's quite well attested. And the writer of this life says, King Mark and Conmore are the same person. Right, he just says it straight out. They are the same person, right? A lot of people don't agree with this. They're like, no, he's got that wrong. They can't possibly be the same people. It's two separate traditions from two separate places. But in Cornwall, where King Mark is from, by the way, not where Conmore's from, where King Mark is from, there's an inscribed stone that says Drustanus, which is an accepted Latin version of Tristan, son of, or successor to, Conomorius. Right? So we have a tradition that links Tristan and Mark, a document that links Mark and Conmore, and a stone that says Tristan, son of Conmore. How much more attestation do you need? And yet,
Pure coincidence.
this is it's a coincidence. Yeah.
But wasn't Tristan supposed to be one of the knights? Isn't that in
absolutely,
the...
yeah.
Yeah,
So,
okay, that's where I recognize the name.
So Mark is said to be he's described in some places as him and Arthur are sons of two sisters, so first cousins, through their mothers, which is possible. Some people now, because there aren't early stories that directly link Arthur and Mark, people will now go, oh no, it's two separate traditions which have just come together in the romances and they're not related at all. Although you find people related to both of them, you know, round and about. Yeah. Like Tristan's real father and his other uncle. So that's interesting. You've basically got this stone which says this, but no, it's a coincidence. There's another guy called...
Why do they want it to be a coincidence instead of...
I think this comes from...
What's the driving reason?
I think this comes from the change in academic outlook. So up until the 1960s, saying that you thought that Arthur was a historical character was pretty much the mainstream idea. They might have put some conditions to that, saying, oh, he was maybe just a local king and it's been blown out of proportion a bit or something like that.
Like with the floods. It was
Yeah.
a local flood, blown out
Absolutely.
of proportion.
And then in 1960, well, 1960s-ish, a chap called David Dunville, who's still basically the leading authority, announced that all of the earliest evidence about Arthur is inadmissible. And everyone just went along with it. So now, if you are, say, someone getting into this today, and you start reading through what the antiquarians have to say, and you think, oh, this is exciting, yeah, this could be this place, this person could be this person, I can make these connections. You go and look at modern scholarship, there'll be none of that, because they don't
Come on,
make
this is
arguments
it.
about Arthur anymore.
Please.
They don't have to, because it's a load of rubbish. They don't have to deal with any of the evidence, because it's not evidence to them.
Please, like, where are you? What was that
Did it
animation?
give like a reason for it being inadmissible? It just
Am I not
I'm reading
aware?
a book at the moment, which was published a
Got
few
shot
years
too
ago,
low
but,
there.
the author of that.
Well, what a
book
scam.
below was
What a scam.
basically saying that at the time of writing that book, David Dunville's work was still unpublished, so we just had to take his word on it.
oh.
I don't even know if it's published now. I honestly don't. But it's some of the arguments you get see some of the arguments presented, and they're not brilliant.
But doesn't that sound like there's something else going on? I mean, I know you don't want to get too conspiratorial, but like you've already talked about like how John Dee takes command of this one word and changes all this stuff. So it's like it's almost like okay, we need to erase this whole.
Oh, if I hit the drone, I might have had a chance to strafe the drone, though.
Some other reason.
That was dumb.
You know,
I mean,
and so you just
pretty
have
much
some
over.
respected academic announce that all this evidence is inadmissible in modern academia and doesn't fit their strenuous,
Yeah, absolutely.
whatever, and everyone's like, oh, okay, well, crap, and then just accept it.
And it's interesting because it is almost directly targeted at Arthur. So what's really interesting is that the
Oh,
earliest-
Stash, we back. What's up, brother? We are back. You're back.
Also, some of the earlier sources we have for.
So, like, you just fell asleep?
Really good
I was
example is
streaming?
A character called
And you woke
Ambrosius.
up and I'm streaming.
So in
What's up, man?
Geoffrey of Monmouth's
What's up,
Historia
brother?
Region Britanniae, which is basically the first narrative.
What's up,
story
brother? How
about
are you, man?
Arthur. There are earlier sources, but they're kind of little snippets and bits and bobs, you know, little mentions and things like that. Historia Region Britanniae gives us the first
24 hours. 12 hours.
and
Yes.
this book is hated, by the way, by academics. They hate Geoffrey of Monmouth.
Yeah, exactly.
And Geoffrey of Monmouth is
12 hours
full of
ahead.
lots of fantasy, I'll give you that. But
I did take a nice post-lifting nap. I know what you mean, though. I know what you mean.
But in the earlier sources where we find Ambrosius and Arthur as well, you'll find.
I did take a nice
in the
post-lifting nap.
Historia
Oh my
Britanniae,
god.
this is probably
It's
one
really
of the
nice.
first mentions of Arthur. It's
Sunday
9th century
afternoon post-lifting
annals,
nap
sort
was
of. It's not
amazing.
really an annals, it's not like a
The
list of years,
post-lifting
it's,
jet lag
you know, like
Sunday afternoon nap.
short sessions, roughly in chronological order.
Good feeling, yeah, dude. And I just flossed and brushed my teeth. I feel
Ambrosius
amazing.
is a figure
And I
who
ate
the
before, and then I
prophetic
flossed and brushed.
child,
Ready to go, man.
sees that there's some dragons fighting under a castle and gets the king to release them in order to solve the problems that this king is having building his castle. King Vortigern
Mercury's about to go
is very
direct
important in the Arthur story as
in
well.
2 days.
Whereas Arthur just appears as a king who fights 12 battles. However, Ambrosius is considered historical, and Arthur is fictional. So Ambrosius has this really wild, crazy.
Fuck you, admiring budget
military
Trugelin. Fuck you.
Crazy stuff, but he's considered historical. Arthur, who just fought 12 battles against the Saxons, that's fictional. And essentially what you
Is
find.
Ambrosius a common name?
No, no, not at all. It's he's probably one of the.
I mean,
the only character in Welsh tradition with that name.
Yeah,
in Welsh,
doesn't it
it's-
remind you of ambrosia,
Yeah, yeah. So
the food of the gods?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
the Greek, it's a Greek name. I think the Latin,
Yeah.
the Latin version is not far off though. I think it's pretty much the same. In
Wait, what? Like, how would you
Welsh,
fucking
endless
go
or
fuck
endless,
yourself?
but it means the same thing, which is eternal or divine.
Okay. Yeah.
He's also the genesis of the Merlin character, Ambrosius. So when Geoffrey first mentions Merlin, he calls him Merlin Ambrosius and kind of conflates him, like he almost makes one character out of two.
Yeah, and that makes sense. Like giving Arthur, I mean, like, you know, how many ancient heroes had one parent who was a god and another who was a human, right? So
Yeah.
they're always the half breeds, the Gilgameshes and the
But
Heracles.
Ambrosius is a real person, Russ.
Right, it's totally real.
Yeah,
Just,
he's real.
you know,
He wasn't a
beliefs in
divine
dragons.
god. He was just a bloke. But his nephew was fictional. And this is what's fascinating about the whole oeuvre of Welsh tradition. This whole, you know, we're talking about thousands and thousands of manuscripts, stories that go back, what we call prehistoric in Britain. We've got thousands of documents in Britain which pertain to the period that we call prehistoric.
That is weird.
Yeah.
I associate prehistoric with like before documents, I guess. Is,
Yeah.
You know, before writing. Yeah.
Yeah. So how we're sort of generally taught it in this country is that you have your prehistory up till about 55 BC, when Julius Caesar made his first attempt at conquering Britain. The great, brilliant joke is that Julius Caesar was so successful that first year that he had to come back the next year and do it again. And then he was so successful the second time that not a Roman soldier stepped foot on Britain again for another 100 years. Right?
They're like, well, we got history going.
Yeah. And
We'll come back later in 100 years and see how y'all are doing.
Julius Caesar's like, I did so well there that I'm running away. In fact, there's a famous Latin poem actually which takes the piss out of Caesar, and it says the end line is something like, "To the Britons who he bravely showed his back."
Oh yeah, Sir Robin. He's Sir Robin. Yeah.
So we get a bit of a start there with Caesar, and then 100 years later we get the Claudian invasion in 43 AD, and then we have some records which are the Roman records up until about 400 AD. Then it goes black again, and then things start to accumulate again around
What? Like, why?
1000 AD, and then 1066 is the big important date in British history, which was the Norman conquest, where essentially our ruling class was replaced by the
What the
Normans,
fuck?
and they are still essentially the aristocrats who own most of the land in this country today. Well, their descendants are anyway. And this was a big change in things like...
Gotta get some records in China, that'd be insane. Aw, thank you, man.
Loads of documents. Which are
Thank you, buddy. We got some goals. We got Bunker 1 SA 22, which is, I think, a top 20 time. I might be wrong. And we have GAM 52, which would be a top
which pertain to the periods
50 time.
they now call prehistoric or the Dark Ages.
It would be a tied world record, but with like 55 people.
It's a classical dictionary, so it's a dictionary of names and places from Welsh tradition up to 1000 AD, and it's by a guy called Peter Bartram. And you basically, you can go through it like a dictionary. I'll send you a link to it. It's great. And you just go through, look at the names, and it'll show you all the references to where these names are. As I say, that book goes up to 1000 AD, but all the information comes from documents written after 1000 AD.
Seems good, thanks, man.
They can fill a huge book full of these people who weren't recorded until after they were...
Yeah, those are my 3 main goals.
There are
Aztec lower,
but this is
Bunker 1 SA 22, or even 21.
Historia Regum Britanniae is that you have a book.
If I just YOLO everything,
It's full of
like
names,
super
dates,
YOLO.
events, and you could get 10 different scholars to go through it, and each one could pick out a different character, a different
And damn
event,
52.
and say historical, fictional, historical, fictional, historical, fictional.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't all line up. You know, one guy would say, yeah, he's historical, and the next guy would come along and say, no, that's not historical. You know, it happens time and time and again, to the point where you've essentially got this whole chronology, essentially, and
Wow, I'm just
whole
terrible.
selection of interrelated people.
Like, fuck this
Who-
game, bro.
You can't. It was almost impossible to separate out what's real and what's not, and no two academics can agree on it. So when it comes to ideas of like pseudo history or pseudo archaeology, one thing that archaeologists like to say is that when the public encounter history, they see it in snapshots, and they don't see that behind the scenes we've got a really carefully worked out chronology with evidence, blah 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 blah. Well, that's just not true in the Dark Ages, or the early medieval period as we call it. There is no consensus. It doesn't exist. You can't call someone disagree. You can't say
Like, what the
someone
fuck is this animation? Fuck you.
for disagreeing with the consensus, because there is no consensus for early medieval Rome, especially in the Western areas.
But do they still call people pseudo-archaeologists for... Do people still get called that
Oh yeah,
for their views?
oh yeah, especially on Arthur.
Yeah, okay.
You know, believing in Arthur is akin to UFOs and Bigfoot. That's why I'm here.
All right.
That's why I'm
You're in
on
the right
front
place.
with a serpent.
Perfect. So I should probably take a break. It just started raining at the vineyard, and they're supposed to start pulling fruit.
Yeah.
So I gotta make a call, but we got a great setup here for all the historical, you know, the purpose of controversy and all that. But I want to hear the story, because I'm not really familiar with,
great.
like, why is this so significant? You know what I mean? Tell me the story of Arthur as you see it from your research
Sure.
perspective.
Yeah.
I'd like to hear it.
That's brilliant. Yeah, when we come back, I'll talk about the early sources and then the narrative story that we get from that.
Right.
Excellent.
Cool. Brilliant. Sounds good.
Awesome.
All
Thank
right.
you.
What the fuck was that stuck? That was fucking garbage, you know?
Okay, we're back.
Get on.
Yeah.
Crisis averted.
Well, I mean, no, we just called off
Crisis
harvest.
ongoing.
Yeah, crisis ongoing. Called off harvest for tonight. So yeah,
So I can stay up late
Hope-
playing video games.
yeah.
Sweet.
I'll test the fruit tomorrow in the morning. I mean, we could stand to lose some bricks, like the percentage of sugar could go down a little bit because we're making rosé. So it's like it's okay. It was a little high, honestly. So maybe the rain will bring it down slightly, and it'll still be good. And we can harvest
Please.
tomorrow night.
Good.
I don't know. We'll see what this rain does.
Shoot the
Yeah, we
gun!
do it at night because it's so
Like,
hot
shoot
during
the gun.
day, and really you prefer the fruit to be cool so that the fermentation, or well, for whites and rosés, we actually once we press the juice, we chill the juice to settle out the particulates and stuff, the sludge.
Before you start the fermentation.
So it's better when it's cold. I mean, if it comes in hot, it just takes longer to get it cold, you know. And the crew is working out there. You don't want to be picking
From
grapes
what
in
I've heard,
100
it's
degree
really hard
weather.
work anyway. So
It's terrible.
Yeah. Yeah. So we did day harvest at first, and we just found out like now doing it at night is so much better.
Yeah.
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 fair enough. So we're gonna
Okay.
dive in with some sources. Sources.
Yeah, sources, and we want to hear the story. Like, tell us.
Okay.
Yes,
We'll go through some sources and hopefully we'll build up a bit of a story.
Okay.
We need
good.
some popcorn.
earliest one I mentioned was called Historia Brittonum. This is the 9th
Aye.
century history, and it's a very short entry for Arthur, and it basically lists him as a very successful leader of battles. They use the term Dux Bellorum for him. Not necessarily king.
You know what I need in
Dux
China? I need
Bellorum.
cannabis,
And
man. I need
he
weed.
fights- sorry, not 10
I need
battles,
weed
12
so
battles. He
bad
fights
here,
in
bro.
12 battles. And he's incredibly successful. One of them, he's definitely recorded as a Christian
Oh, wow.
king. They talk about him wearing
I do,
image
man.
of the Virgin Mary on his shoulders, and there's lots of different
I'm way too
interpretations
lucid.
about what that can mean, whether he had it on a shield or whether he had it on a cape or something like that. A lot of ink has been spilled over that question. I don't know why it's so important to some people, but I think it's just essential to say that he was definitely a Christian king.
I need
and he
weed,
was very
man.
successful. And he seems to be very successful against the Saxons in a time where we see sort of a cessation in Saxon activity. So the Saxons have come into the east of the island, really, and first established themselves there. And then there's sort of this westward movement of them. And it gets to this point around 500 AD, where suddenly they kind of just stop, right? They grind to a halt.
World records maybe will be a sign you don't need it anymore.
Saxon
Yeah,
victories
right.
Suddenly become very quiet in the records. You know, up to this point they were going, yeah, we won this battle, we won this battle, and then it just goes very quiet for a bit, right? And then at 600 AD, it kind of starts again. So the next entry we get.
Oh man, I think the only world record I could possibly get is like maybe
Actually, this is a cool one. I did this with Treasure.
other than like
You know, if I say Cornu,
Tied world record, damn 52 has like 55 people, maybe like Aztec agent or something.
You know, I'm talking about geological ages.
Yeah.
So they all come from the
I think it's probably the only one I'm like
end
actually
part of
capable of getting.
where the rock types of those ages were first identified, and a lot of them are from the Britain side. So the historical Arthur that I favour, that theory is called the Silurian Arthur hypothesis, which is kind of snaky because it links it back into the Silurian hypothesis.
The Silurian hypothesis itself.
Yeah.
That is cool.
The untied for Aztec agent is on the table.
Wales.
It's right there.
and some
119
come
is
Wales
totally there.
being,
For the
possibly
taking.
later terms that just mean like Romanized foreigner, and you get it in other parts of the world as well, like Galicia in Spain. Wait, that's not the right word. Not Galicia. Sorry, my brain did two different things there. Yeah, we'll go to Wales later anyway. So we get the Annals Cambriae, and we get two mentions for Arthur. What's interesting is they're the first non-religious mentions in this. The first secular mentions in this Annals. Up to that point, they're talking about churchmen and when they were born and when they did important things and things like that. And then suddenly we've got a king there. And the two mentions
double
they talk
duck.
about the Battle of Baden.
The Blessed Run.
Baden is also the 12th battle on the previous battle list that we saw.
Please.
And then the next entry is about the Battle of Camlan, where Arthur and Mordred
Oh,
fought.
please, game.
Right, so this is
Just
Arthur's
the
death.
Blessed Run. Should we
get
try no body armor?
In the
Should we
12th
do it?
battle or after?
This one's, I don't know, it's pretty fast. I might get the body armor, honestly, with this
is an
health.
extra one. It's the 13th.
Run through the
If you
drones,
have a 13th one, you're gonna
through the console, through the drones.
Unlucky 13.
You probably have some more. So there's ideas. Possibly either the 12 battles were recorded before and written down, and that tradition survives before Camlan even took place, or possibly Camlan is very much seen as a civil war. So the 12 battles are 12 battles against the Saxons in particular. Camlan might not have been included because it's a civil war. Because Mordred is Arthur's nephew, and it was him that seemed to raise a rebellion against Arthur.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's like the bad guy in the
Yeah, absolutely.
story. Yeah.
Some of the earliest references to Medrawd, as he's called in Wales, are actually quite flattering, though. I mean, he was clearly a highborn and very important person before he gained this reputation as Arthur's evil nephew, essentially. So I'm going to skip forward a couple of bits and bobs that we have mentions of Arthur and goes to Geoffrey of Monmouth. Geoffrey is the first one, as I say, to present an entire story of Arthur's life. And what's really fascinating is, despite the fact that Geoffrey is absolutely torn apart this fiction and legendary and all this sort of stuff, is that his account of Arthur is really just like the account in Nennius in Historia Brittonum. It's
Wow.
really plain. You know, he does stuff that's fairly reasonable
Just
for
wow.
a medieval king to do. You know,
Holy fuck, that was fast. That was really fucking fast.
Fantastical.
yeah.
How the fuck was that? That was really fucking
His
fast.
life
Holy
starts
shit.
fairly fantastically. Let's go with that. So it all starts with Uther Pendragon. Uther Pendragon has had lots of success against the Saxons,
That was crazy.
and he has set himself up, and they have a bit of a celebration because they've just defeated. They've driven the Picts. The Picts are in what we call Scotland now, right in the top of Scotland. And they've had some success against the Picts and the Saxons. So they're having a bit of a get-together. And his right-hand man, who's called Gorlois, Earl of Cornwall,
That was really bad.
he's got his wife Aegir there.
Double duck. No.
Uther Pendragon is absolutely smitten. He wants Aegir badly. And he wants her so badly that he goes to war with his chief.
I do feel good lifting weights though, again, man. Just my attitude and my health and everything is just better. My metabolism, my sleep, my happiness.
Or at least in this section, anyway.
Oh, I'm feeling really good.
He takes his army down to Cornwall.
That was the second weightlifting stream here.
Comes from, I was talking about earlier.
Oh, gamer girl, what's up?
Gets Merlin to create some drugs.
Gamer girl, what's going on? Thank you, gamer girl. That's sweet of you. Thank you so much.
The appearance of Gorlois.
How are you?
Right, so we can break into.
How are you doing?
Tadgel Castle,
Pretty good.
And he then sleeps with Aegir.
I know that feeling, yeah.
The disguise of Gorlois, and that's
Man.
how Arthur is fathered.
I didn't do a weightlifting stream for like fucking like a month. How are you, gamer girl? Thanks for being here.
Basically taken away and
We're streaming from
secreted again with
oh no way! Wow,
the later tradition.
legend. Thank you.
Or Sir Antor, that becomes
You're like helping people that are seriously in need, and you're watching me. Thank you. I appreciate that.
in Welsh tradition.
It also might be delayed because we're streaming from China. We're in China now.
And Arthur.
We're streaming beyond the Great Red Firewall.
Until he's 15.
All good? No worries.
People have served as High King in between.
Gotta get back to work showing you. Yeah, right.
Loth, or in Welsh tradition, he's called.
I like Twitch on mobile work. Yeah, I reduced my ads to. So I have only a 30 seconds of ads per hour, and it's when you enter the stream.
So Arthur, at a very young age of 15.
So I reduced all the ads. It's like in China. It's nice. It's good. It's really good. It's hot.
Is that Arthur seems to have like two.
I'm in Changsha. I'm gonna write it.
One at this very young age, and then he has another one later on when he's much more established. And this is really interesting.
So it's like a city of like 10 million, kind of in the center of the country.
The Arthur myth is that in a lot of the early sources, Arthur is not.
It's good though. I start
at all.
my teaching orientation on Wednesday. I'm teaching high school biology here.
Even quite a suggestion. That
Signed a
he's
2-year contract.
Not as highborn as some of the kings, or not as important.
My apartment's really nice.
The idea that he has two.
Really
coronations,
filthy when I arrived. I spent the last 3 weeks cleaning it.
This general, this battle leader, and then one later on when he's actually established himself properly, and he's going, no.
But it's good. I'm cooking a lot. I'm cooking all the time. There's a McDonald's nearby.
So Arthur
There's a
then
McDonald's
says he
and a KFC and a Domino's
king, or at least the general
and
of the
a
armies
Pizza
of the
Hut
kings of Britain.
and a Starbucks.
He goes on a spree. He's incredibly successful, basically. Conquers
incredible.
all of Britain. He then goes on to conquer Iceland.
It's really good.
Scandinavia.
It's really low.
Sweden,
My
Norway,
apartment
Norway,
is a
Denmark.
3-bedroom
there's of course
two full bathrooms with like two showers. I think it's like 1,000 square feet. 1,000 square feet, and it's 600 Canadian per month, which furnished, which is something like 450 American or something.
You know, we can, you know, there's all sorts of things, all sorts of propaganda that sort of.
I'm sure the food is much better. Yeah, Chinese food is actually pretty terrible. Like the cheap,
Already in the 9th century, you
fucking
had Canute, who was a Viking king, and he was
cheap street food is really cheap. Too oily, too low quality.
And Britain,
Yeah.
right? So this idea.
Yeah, that's why I came here, for the cost of living, to actually be able to live a life.
In Europe, it's not impossible.
You know what I mean?
Or ridiculous.
You know what I mean?
But it is generally seen as something that couldn't happen in Arthur's time, but did happen only a couple of hundred years later. You know, it's
Yeah,
again,
for sure.
one of these funny things
Are you saying you? Yeah, for sure. Come on over.
Like Alexander is famous.
I got
for
2 empty bedrooms with 2 beds.
taking over an enormous amount.
You believe it? It's crazy. But like, I have 2. I'm really blessed. Like, I'm not like bragging. I'm really blessed. I have 2 full bathrooms, 2 showers, gas showers. So it's just like hot water instantly.
It's getting better, but there is this really odd.
I have AC,
Like a cognitive
central air AC,
in British
and I control it with a remote control.
Whereas they can talk about the Roman period and go, yeah, we had these generals who were campaigning in Turkey, North Africa, and then going to Britain. And
Yeah.
As soon as the Romans
Yeah,
leave,
for sure.
you know, they'll be talking about, you know, a document will talk about a king.
That'd be
in
epic.
one
That
part
would
of
be
the
epic.
country, and then they'll have a similar name with a king in another part of the country.
Honestly, I recommend it. You know, like, to teach in China, you need a bachelor's degree, which,
What do you mean too far apart? Like,
you know, I know it's a big impediment for many that don't have a bachelor degree.
sail round and
But if someone has a bachelor degree, I highly recommend. Like, teach here. I'm gonna post some
by then, and all this sort of
websites in chat. Teachoa.com,
stuff.
Dave's ESL Cafe.
So yeah, so Arthur has this.
I think also even like Teach in China or
goes on
something
there
is a
to
website.
Europe as well. So he
Something
conquers
like that.
France and Rome.
So like, even teaching
And
English.
that's what's recorded on the Medina Cathedral.
Dave, what's Dave?
As Arthur and his knights.
Who do I have? Who do I have this called? Dave.
Files,
Dave Chappelle. I think it might be Dave Chappelle.
basically sieging Rome, I believe.
I can't remember which Dave I have.
And it's
As
got
a AI.
several other of Arthur's knights are named on it. It's really interesting.
That's why I chose China, because I'm able to fucking live a life, you know. North America rents. That's awesome. Well, thank you.
So then what happens?
Even like teaching English,
His nephews rebel.
you can. They're honestly, I have like 20 recruiters on my Chinese WhatsApp called WeChat, and they're all looking for
from France.
English. Yeah, Korea's probably.
And they both died.
I think Korea even pays better.
Or at least Arthur.
Korea's a little. The culture is a little harder. They're a little colder.
Avalon.
A little colder people than Chinese. Chinese are a little more warm,
Mortal wound.
warm-hearted. I think cost of living in Korea is a little higher, so they pay more. But
And that's essentially the story. There's no grave.
yeah, I have like 20 recruiters asking all these jobs,
I kind of think
saying, "Hey, does anyone know anyone?" There's like a $1,000
he's kind of there.
what's it called?
He's not really there during Arthur's time. He's only there right at the
referral.
beginning, as I say, he's
If I
kind of
refer someone and they start working for someone, I get like $1,000, 4,500 RMB.
There's not a lot of
So I mean, if anyone wants to come teach in China, tell me,
He's just there giving him the drugs.
and you will have a job as long as you have a university degree. That's the thing. You need a bachelor degree.
is
Incentive, yeah, that's the word. But that's for me though, like to refer. For referral.
He moves Stonehenge, so Merlin's credit.
I would get that. What I'm saying is, like, there's so many jobs here, and they just want to hire native English speakers.
Different versions of the manuscripts, maybe it does say this, but people talk about him levitating the stones on.
But everyone has like their life going on.
using
Like you have your job and your house, and your life and your family, you know.
Yeah.
It's science, right?
So it's not so easy.
I'd like to see the
Ah, yes.
Yeah, hell yeah, right.
Yeah, I don't know if they give incentives for people that move. Like, they don't really do, but they.
I stood next to those stones.
But honestly, they pay usually
Quarry site for the smaller stones.
20,000 RMB per month after tax, which is like 4,000 Canadian, or maybe 3,200 US dollars after tax.
Not real story.
And then on top of that, they give you a free apartment. They pay for your rent. So my rent went on sell my house in a bar. No way.
Europe is St. David's.
Yeah, so like I'm not even paying for my rent. The school is paying for my rent, and that's usual. That's like pretty standard.
San Compostela, which is a very famous pilgrim route.
So that's like 3,200 US dollars liquid.
It was worth twice going to.
That's why I came here. I have so much debt in Canada. I can't find a job in Canada. I couldn't find a job for 4 years, which is insane. I mean, it's not surprising. I know the whole. I know what they're trying to do, right? But
wow,
dope as fuck. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, gamer girl.
Ancient megalithic monuments before you then eventually get to St. David's.
Does it imply why
people in the States? Yeah, oh, it's fucked. It's fucked, dude.
Yeah, it's a monument to the dead, to the dead of the Saxon Wars. In particular, there's said to be a peace conference.
Yes, exactly, Stash. Precisely. That's exactly what they're doing.
Cream of the crop of the British.
But you know, it's like I'm not gonna complain. I find it's probably my spiritual purpose to be in China. Honestly, like it's some sort of spiritual meaning. Right, something is pushing me to be in China.
Although it's repeated time and time again.
I mean, I can never teach. I don't even have the credentials to teach high school biology in Canada because I didn't go to teachers college, right?
Oh no, it never happened.
In Canada, you need to have gone to teachers college.
Yeah, but the monument was sometimes for the war dead generally, but sometimes it's specified.
Wow, moving to Canada. Wow, that's crazy.
Died at this peace conference.
Canada's in really rough shape right now.
That feel of a
Canada's like is a great safe country, as you know.
You know, it looks like.
But man, it's to find any work. I guess as if you want to keep doing like EMT, emergency. I don't know if T is the word. If you want to keep doing like emergency services, you might find work because there's always work for that. But
completely unique as
a lot of meditation.
There isn't anything else like Stonehenge in Britain. There's other big stone monuments. There's other big stone circles.
They actually want me to start teaching karate here because I took like 7 years of karate and 3 years of wushu. Oh, EMT, nice. So I might. They want me to do like after school karate lessons and like Chinese wushu lessons, like martial arts. So I might do that. I might teach that. That'd be good for me. That'd be great for my body, my health, my flexibility. Flexibility is really shit now.
The Arthurian legend,
I don't know. It's a big commitment.
Where it's simple. Like he's a soldier.
We certify
successful.
Every state varies.
You know, he moves up the ranks, obviously.
Yeah.
Wins these 12 battles, but then perhaps later someone took that story and that character and turned it into something else, like turned it into something that also contained other hidden information. So then when you tie in,
so Gamer Girl, I was wondering, are you like picking up people that are really like hurt and stuff, or hurting? They must be serious, like serious injuries and shit. People near death and near passing away.
Like encoding
I have to take the course all over again.
I think you've got it
into a modern version, right? Like we kind of see this happen.
That's very like Piscean energy. Very Pisces.
I think you got it bang on there.
To like help the needy, especially in their times of greatest need.
That goes back to the founding of Britain.
I'm sure your EMTs are probably paramedics. Oh, maybe. I don't know the difference or education requirements for that.
Years now, no one knows it. That's a long story, which we won't necessarily get into now. But that's where the book starts, and Arthur is.
Yeah, I was thinking
towards
like
the end of the book.
I always feel like Gamer Girl. You know, everyone complains at work, but I'm not saying it's bad to complain. Everyone does, but it's just so crazy. Like you're like helping people like live and survive. It's wild. Like you have such a spiritual job and like life purpose.
The first romance writer.
It's really quite epic.
But he was writing after Geoffrey, so about 50 to 100
was fire
years
too.
afterwards. But then from then on,
Thank you.
things exploded.
Thanks for writing it all out.
Italy, France,
Right.
Germany, Spain, Scandinavia,
Yes.
all have their Arthurian.
In the drain and sometimes stable, we are the ones transfer higher level of care.
Didn't go and take over
Right.
But yeah, well, that's funny actually, because
Wow.
the countries which are known for producing Arthurian romances fit really well with what his European conquests were.
No, he definitely wasn't.
I mean, I'm not sold on it, but I do think that's very interesting as well.
But it's also suggestive that what we
That's
talk
amazing.
about is this technology of creating mythology. Like
You're doing the
creating that
weekend
story
shift, the
that
Sunday
just
shift.
spreads, and in the story is contained this hidden
That's cool.
information. Like obviously it worked. Like you have the first romanticizing of the story, and then like
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's not to say that the Welsh legend and Welsh myth.
But yeah,
isn't
China's great.
fantastic.
China's really nice.
And
People,
there's some very interesting sets.
everyone looks like stares at you. They've never like seen a foreigner. I mean, they've seen foreigners before, but they always stare at you like you're some sort of celebrity, which is wild.
This is interesting because
I'm not saying like trying to be egotistical.
Sorry, go on.
Facility the patient in doesn't offer the service like trauma
What
burns.
would you call it? Like a.
You're the ones who show up taking. Oh, okay, yeah.
They were the students of the druids.
You get
the
the
Mabinogi.
you get bards over.
Seen that a lot in videos, so yeah, people,
But you might have read. The thing is, Russ.
People,
This stuff is so.
they're just so friendly. They always ask where I'm from.
You may have
Always
read some
like you can just see it in their eyes.
that word in
You can
order
see like their eyes light up. So I always like I'm learning. I know some Chinese now. I've been learning on Duolingo. I know like 500 words of Chinese at least.
fallen out of favor
I know probably like 700.
subconsciously it's just bubbling.
I think you would be a superstar here, Gamer Girl. Oh my gosh.
Conan
You
the
too,
Barbarian.
Stash. They would love you.
All of the names and ideas from Conan.
And yes, because you're both black. Like, they would love you. When I was living in Shandong last year, we had a South African black teacher,
And you might know the name
and like everyone would like want to try to like touch his hair. It's like, oh my gosh.
Was
Like they lose their minds.
Hyperborea is meant to be the
That's how I felt in Canada.
mythical Greek cold continent in the
Nice.
north, which obviously Britain has long been associated with.
Yeah.
He also gets associated with a group called the Cimmerians. Now, the Cimmerians are like Scythians.
And like, you know, like I don't want to be like I'm not
You
gonna
think, well,
like
how
I'm talking to
that
two
name's got
black
nothing to
people.
do
Like black people, they're really enthusiastic and like loving and outgoing, especially Africans. So this guy was like South
A
African.
lot of antiquarians associated with
Stash.
the Cimmerians. With
Oh my gosh,
Qumran,
Chinese
where
bro, Chinese women, they crack that whip though, brother.
From the Middle East.
If they find out there's another girl, you're gonna receive the wrath of the Chinese woman.
Conan the Cimmerian
Not that I would know, but
from Hyperborea. All of that comes from one small paragraph on an introduction to the matter of Britain.
yeah, man, they're like fucking, you know, like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. They're like little ninjas,
So
dude.
much about these stories, but you
They're
don't
bossy. They're really bossy.
You go to King Lear, the Shakespeare story. King Lear's a pre-Roman king of Britain, and that whole
Yeah,
story
like,
comes from our
That South African guy, he was just
and now people only know it as a Shakespeare.
He's loving it
story.
too.
Shakespeare, yeah, people know Shakespeare. It's accepted, great, but they won't talk about the source material because our
No,
source material
what?
is about Iron Age or Bronze Age Britain.
Who? Like
They don't know
who?
history for.
Oh, look at this! Look at this lineup of people. Please.
Damn.
Wow.
Okay, so it's
It must be
very
true.
persuasive.
Yeah. Aegina,
Maybe.
the mother of Arthur, who Uther Pendragon fell in love with.
That's what I wonder. Honestly, I wonder if, like, in a past life,
or Amblod. And that name is.
I was Chinese. Or I wonder if, like, in a past life, everyone was Chinese, because there's so many Chinese people in this world.
Shakespeare's involved.
And if you believe in, like, reincarnation, just the probability and chance of you having been a Chinese is, like, quite high.
Which was composed in the Tudor period. A lot
I always want to take that ancestry test.
Chronicles is fascinating. It goes right back into the prehistoric
Oh, wow.
period.
That's cool.
So, yeah.
Sioux. What's Sioux? Pardon my ignorance. I don't know what Sioux is.
I just interrupted you
sidetracked
with Mabinogi. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Mabinogi.
Jamaican. That's cool.
So so it's got these two names. We've got the Mabinogion and the Mabinogi. Mabinogion means, so loose translations. I think this one illustrates it the best. Mabinogion means children's stories. Mabinogi means creation
That's
stories.
why.
Okay, so you've got.
What's Sioux? Native American?
There's a lot of implications in the words creation.
Oh my
stories,
gosh.
and a lot of implications in children's stories. Children's stories you can ignore. You don't have to worry about it. Maybe it's just something
That's cool
for the children. Whereas creation stories can hold very important mythical, and they're full of potential, political potential, religious.
Native
potential.
American. Yeah.
And the interesting thing about
Wow, that's cool. I didn't know that.
And the Mabinogi that's inside it is that
That's
it
awesome.
seems to contain the
I'm half Lebanese. I think I told you that.
pantheon.
I'm quarter Irish, quarter Scottish, half Lebanese.
Roman and Greek gods.
My mother's
Greek,
from Lebanon.
Egypt, Scandinavia, the Middle East, all this stuff. There's this whole set for Britain as well, which again you don't really hear very often.
Please. It's pretty good. Oh, no.
Full of mythical, I say mythical information, very odd information. Some of it is definitely cosmic. So you'll have
Whatever.
a knight who'll say, "Well,
Wanna try some
there's
body
only
armor?
a
No
year
body
in a
armor?
day." And everything's always like in a year and a day. When we hear.
Yeah.
There's a really famous story about Rhiannon, who she's riding on a horse, and the knights try to catch her, but they can't. No matter how fast they ride, they can't quite catch up with her, right? And there's this idea of stars that are moving, but moving together. They don't catch up.
Always chasing. Yeah. Never catch up.
And people are.
Oh, I forgot I had two.
I mean, that's
Right, yeah. So this is one thing that comes up is that 12 is a bell ringing number, isn't it?
And he has 2 coronations also, which I was trying to figure out what those could possibly be, but I'm waiting.
God, I had 2 grenades. I thought it would switch automatically. It's dumb.
Book where we've got the 12 battles in.
Yeah, I remember telling you that.
Kings.
I was way
have
behind.
lots of battles, and some of them have.
Mom from Panama. That's sick, dude.
Or 2 battles.
Your dad here? Oh, I didn't know that, Sash. That's
I'm
sick.
not sure how much the 12
Dominican, nice.
is in this case an odd number.
I love Panama. I've been to Panama twice.
For the source of the fantastical version.
Yeah.
I'm a big reggaeton fan. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big Daddy Yankee. Don Omar.
is definitely there. The name Arth relates to this Proto-Indo-European Arth,
This Iahel.
which means the bear.
You were at the team, bro. It's
very
amazing.
closely
I love it.
associated with
It's so good.
Ursa Major, or the Big Dipper, and therefore also Polaris as well, because the Big Dipper points to Polaris. So there is undoubtedly a cosmic element to Arthur that I think
Dominican.
that is
Now I'm black.
and then has been accreted onto him afterwards.
That's cool.
Yeah. So the information probably predates him. And this is what happens in the Mabinogi, is it's Arthur and his knights who play out the roles in the stories. But I think...
No, I'm not. Oh, well. Do I really look?
There was probably some other characters who did that.
Some other characters
Yeah.
doing it, yeah.
So
So same
then-
stories, but now we've got.
So you've got the.
Well, I mean, the
round table.
if you're half,
Absolutely.
And then
like
you
if
have
you're
the
half
knights
Panamanian
around
and
the table,
half
yeah,
black,
in the
and
center.
acting out
like
the-
African American, I can totally see.
And in fact, this
That's
is what
really
you
cool.
find with a lot of the romances. They're not about
The-
Arthur, as he does.
Oh, and you're in. I guess you were in LA before.
Which
I was gonna
is
say if you're in Miami.
Yeah.
And Brave for Robin.
But we can talk about the knights as well, because these are people you can link to
Never New York.
historical characters. And like, okay, so one academic might say,
yes.
well, they're legendary rather than historical. Like, we only know them from written sources. We don't have any archaeology to prove them. Another academic might say, oh no,
maybe it was just girls trying to break the ice with you, Stash.
We can, you can go through them and look at them. What's a good?
Que rico, papi.
So Loth, Arthur actually fights a little civil war with Loth because Loth doesn't think that this 15-year-old should take over. Basically, Loth's sons actually side with Arthur against their father. But Loth is.
Oh, but China's great. China's really good.
Clay.
Ladies' man Stash. Oh yeah.
Way up Cumberbatch, and you can link these to the kings of the north.
Have you seen his weightlifting channel?
Historical character in
his YouTube
Northern Britain.
Weightlifting channel.
In the Arthurian romances, he's called
pretty sick.
Urien's son is called Owain. He's Sir Owen.
He's a humble guy.
Sir Bedivere.
You don't. No way. You did not. You did not.
Sometimes he's called
the washboard abs.
And Pedrock is a very
no, the vascularity. No, you deleted it. Is it lost media?
Sir Kay, I mentioned earlier, he is imaginatively.
I guess there's still you today.
Not a lot of change there.
Oh no way! Why is that, brother?
Gawain is said to be
That's okay.
the son of Loth. In the Welsh tradition, he's called Gwalchmai, which means something like the Hawk of May, or maybe the Hawk of the Plains.
Anyways, Stash is
something like that.
He's an Adonis.
That one's really interesting actually, because he's called Gwalchmai in the Welsh tradition. Almost immediately afterwards, he's called something like Walden.
Thank you, Gamer Girl. Thank you so much for being here. That was awesome.
This second element.
I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Appreciate the chat.
Doesn't fit with the Welsh Mai.
If you ever want some jobs, pretty much all over China, just let me know. I'll get you in touch with some recruiters. And they're agents, right? Like they have all these jobs. I know you have a life and a house and everything and cats.
Similar to his version. But the problem is, just before that Geoffrey was writing, another.
Thanks for being here.
Called,
we'll save more people.
Malmesbury records Walwyn. He talks about the grave of Walwyn.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I'm not saying that one should fake their bachelor degree. I didn't fake mine. Yeah, it's fucked, Stash. Like, it's really fucked. Like, I went to university, but like, seriously, if shit like hits the fan for anyone,
as a purveyor of misinformation about Arthurian
working out, yeah. Oh, you're here. Oh, nice. Oh, you gotta get back. I understand. You gotta get back to working out. I gotta get nice. So you're still here. Awesome.
But William also said,
I get it now.
Say a lot about Arthur. A lot of it's fantastical, but it's based in real history. Now, he's not covering Arthur, so he doesn't say any more than that about that, but he is, as I say, a very well-respected...
It will come back when I start it up again. Thanks, brother.
It's history. So, there's all these threads, where people...
Yeah, I bought my whole setup again, Gamer Girl. I bought a bench press, a barbell weights, barbell rack, parallel bars, dumbbells, and a power tower pull-up station for 450 Canadian dollars total. Shipped. China's insane.
Start looking closer and closer and looking at the details. You find there's a lot more complex picture going on.
Got lazy after some minor health scare. Oh no.
Elements that are almost impossible.
I'm sorry. That's not good. I didn't know about that.
The easiest way for the academics to dismiss it all is...
You don't have to...
Is basically just take away the
share if you don't want to.
Say, well, it's just all
you can if you want to, though.
And then they don't have to deal with it. Then they don't.
I'm really sorry to hear.
Then they don't have to explain why they think what is fictional and what is historical.
So do you think that
for the whole setup, yeah, it's insane.
The reason that they're doing this is
it's really insane.
Purely academic, or is it Is there
Got the whole setup, yeah.
other reason, like what Russ was asking?
Yeah, I
for, why
did
you would
2 weightlifting streams so far, but I did it like late last
that
night.
seems so
Some 12 hours ahead.
weird. I mean, like, it reminds me a little bit of
Nice, thank you.
like Herodotus,
Yeah.
because
I feel amazing.
historians like love him and also hate him because they're like he's writing all this stuff and he's adding like dialogue that he.
I'm probably gonna get a heavy bag, punching bag.
This guy have this
Yeah.
little chat real quick before, and it's like this pivotal point in the story, and they're like, they
It's so cheap.
made that up.
Yeah.
But he's their only source.
That's like the last thing I'm missing, I think. I have no more room though.
He paid,
No more
you know,
space.
So it's
Might
like
put it in one of the rooms.
you see this struggle with historians.
The other 2 rooms are pretty small. The master is big, but the other 2 are pretty small, especially with beds already in them.
Referring to him because he's writing, he's a prolific writer.
Oh, I also bought a 32-inch CRT that was delivered to my doorstep.
Yeah.
What is it possible that this situation with Arthur is?
The 32-inch CRT was probably the most expensive thing I bought. I paid
Getting rid of it, and they're trying to find
a lot for it. I paid
easier in the past to nail down.
I paid nearly $200 Canadian. I paid like 160, 170.
One person has used one part of the Arthurian story.
Invincible,
and
nice.
used another part because it serves their propaganda. So we can look at medieval kings like Henry II, who did.
Bing went over there.
Henry Tudor as well in the 15th, 16th century, with his son and his son. He called his son Arthur.
What, a
He said his
CRT?
son Arthur would be the
No.
reincarnation of Arthur.
return.
The
It's too big. This CRT is like 150 pounds. At least. It's massive.
But when it gets to like the 60s,
Thank God it was delivered to my door.
you can get your what's the word, like confirmation.
Should buy there, yeah.
Because the English academics, you know, they can read someone say, "Oh, look, it's all crap," and then you can go and back at Anglo-Norman historians who say the same thing.
No, it was used. It's like a used one.
So maybe there's a bit of confirmation.
It was used.
bias that
It's
way.
used. It's an old
You're
Toshiba.
absolutely right, Kyle. That there's people who are. There
It's
is
beautiful.
history that is so flaky.
Really nice.
Egypt actually is a really good example. Egyptian history.
Oh,
like, even
what's
the- you know,
this?
we're not talking about 10,000 years ago. Just Egyptian history, the Middle
Yeah.
Kingdom or whatever. It's flaky as hell.
Yeah, I guess so.
You know, it's
Maybe.
based on
Supposedly.
tablets of
Seems like it.
papyri and propaganda that's written on walls and things like that. It's not scientific at all, but it's well accepted.
Oh, really?
Yep.
So
Old Kingdom too. I mean, it's just like there's almost nothing.
yeah, exactly. It's you've got like the Scorpion King
Interesting.
in Old Kingdom. I mean, it's like what the hell's going on there? But yeah, it's just really odd. I don't know. I mean, I don't want again. I'm not trying to necessarily
16-inch?
or anything. But why in the 1960s?
Why are you gonna
there
like
been some
play in your EMT
no,
truck?
There's
16?
a purposeful disconnect from a long-established
there is something.
prehistoric story.
There could be a political element in as much as after
Wow.
the Second World War, there's a lot of national pride. And there was.
I mean, the small ones are cheap. The small ones are really cheap. Small ones are like-
Said to be what's the word I'm looking for?
Coronated.
Maybe like 50 Canadian dollars. So what, like 35 American? 40 American? I don't know if you can ship it from.
Also confirmed.
I don't know if you can ship it from China though.
Confirmed by nature.
There's like a late.
Why do you want one so small? Just out of curiosity.
And people would say, look, it was. They used to say in the past that it probably doesn't have anything to do with Arthur because that castle's late. It's got nothing to do with. The
No
period
way, you
Arthur's
play on a
talking about.
13?
After the Second
No
World War, there was
way.
a lot of archaeology there, and they found a massive 6th century establishment.
13 inches?
Lots of small buildings filled with, like,
Wow.
the most.
What's
Mediterranean
this?
pottery they've ever found.
Didn't someone send you a TV?
You know, really nice stuff.
Didn't like eToast or someone send you a fucking
really good quality things
television?
on this little spot, which they've just thought was a later
Fit on your
medieval
desk.
site. Cadbury Castle.
Or Sean John? Who sent you? Who was it?
As a suggestion for Camelot, And again,
Chris Santana, legend.
pretty amazing.
Santana, he's a legend. What do you say? Do you send you the 13-inch one?
From the description in Camelot, but
Chris, who's Chris?
It's from the right period, in the right place.
Is that Chris Tucker? That might be Chris Tucker.
And there was no doubt a reaction to this sort of nationalist.
Yeah, I think it's Chris Tucker AI.
Of looking for the kings of Britain. Archaeology moved to be more interested in normal people. And what they do.
Wow, that's insane. You're hitting the Trev shot on statue with a 13-inch CRT. That's crazy.
Like that.
That's really crazy.
That ideological swing possibly also affected how the sources were viewed. But again, people still say, "Oh yeah, Ambrosius is historical."
That's the craziest thing I've ever
But he
heard.
comes from exactly the same sources as Arthur.
Maybe not ever heard, but like that's really crazy. Like, what is this? The lag. Aww.
Like Kyle was saying, there's tons of that where they
Oh, wow, insane.
They're like, we're accepting this part from this source because it already agrees with what we already believe.
What a legend.
This other part of the source is total bullshit, right? And I mean, they do that all the time. Yeah. And
Yeah, honestly, I would search on Amazon.com or something for a used one.
This part crap and this part is good because
Obviously, you did the searching, you know your shit.
I mean, that happens, obviously, right? You could say like, yes, this.
But yeah, I bought it off the Chinese Amazon.
Documenting all this stuff, and you're like, yep, this is, and then he said,
Oh, yeah.
just state something that's.
You've got all your times on a 13-inch CRT?
And you're just like, okay,
Holy
that
shit.
part seems
That's crazy.
like total crap. But
You got
also
your
just
statue agent on
reporting
the
what he was
13-inch?
told
That's
people
really
at the
crazy.
time. Strabo did this. Herodotus is like also recounting things he was told.
Yeah. Yeah.
But sometimes it's extremely arbitrary.
Honestly,
What
I
modern
highly
critics
recommend
decided is true,
getting the
and
biggest
decided is false.
CRT you can. I mean,
There's such a-
just because it
such a
makes...
community of repetition as well.
Oh, wow.
Right,
300 bucks,
I
yeah.
also, like,
It just makes the experience more enjoyable, you know what I mean?
looks
You can play
totally arbitrary,
longer.
but it makes sense. It's because you don't know their reasons. Somebody had
That's
a
the main
reason
thing,
for
you
this,
play longer.
Just because it looks like
And it's like more immersive.
It just means to me that I don't know their
No.
motivations. That somewhere in this is some kind of hidden agenda.
Yeah, that's too much.
It may not be a nefarious one, but there's
21
something I'm not
pause,
aware
that
of
was
that's made
crazy.
them completely
That was
discard
like the
this part,
fastest run I've like ever had.
you know.
I mean,
And it may not be academic.
To the
at all.
glass.
me and Trevor have talked about the idea of things that,
Wow.
that you know, like say crop marks. The study of crop marks up to a certain point in time was a very serious thing done by.
Well, they have
very
the
serious
new
people with,
setups
you know, with
where it's like you can,
special name and things to study.
like a
And then
retro
suddenly it
tink
became a silly thing. You know, it was
Right.
it was just totally turned on. And now if you mention
and a monitor.
you're immediately seen as an idiot, right?
Yeah.
And
I don't know though.
it seems to have happened with Arthur to some degree. There was a time when people would go, "Look, this is the serious stuff. This is just records of King from Britain. Yeah, we can separate it out from the fantastical stuff." And then suddenly it came to a point where they could no longer do that.
If you look in the free section, sometimes they give away
Like, what you're
massive
talking about,
TVs for free, but they say you got to pick it up yourself.
fairies and goblins and stuff like that as well.
Yeah. Yes, and the association with other fantastical stuff.
So you like end up renting a truck.
Tell us the fairy and goblins story of Arthur.
Well.
Well, actually, do you know
Yeah.
I did a lot in
Yeah, that's what I had in Miami.
LP's episode on Little People. It's interesting
Yeah.
you mentioned the pit.
They had a what's called a rear projection TV.
Little People.
Right.
I had to rent an F-150 with a flatbed.
Or they were just completely unromanized Britons, one or the other.
pick it up.
I'm not really sure.
That cost like over $100
It's
just
quite
to rent the
funny.
fucking
They
truck.
were little people living in living in like grave mounds and
Oh,
arrows and stuff like that. That's funny.
for the marketplace, yeah.
Although we could talk about
Yeah, I think-
giants. I mean, giants is interesting because so when Brutus
Yeah,
was
or
colonized
Craigslist.
in Britain, the place was just populated with giants.
You'd think there'd be a reseller on Amazon.
Coroneus, who was his chief lieutenant, had to have a wrestling match with a giant in order.
Yeah, that TV was amazing in Miami, and I gave it away for free to someone. It was a Sony.
It's fascinating.
It was a fucking massive Sony.
A lot of the problems might come from. There's a word in Welsh which is Mawr. It's pronounced
Craigslist.
M-A-W-R. Sometimes
Yeah, maybe that was a good thing you forgot about Craigslist.
The Welsh word for giant is gower. Right. So if you have someone say.
I can imagine Craigslist in New Jersey would be quite the experience.
Hoyle the giant.
Hoyle the giant.
Right. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's like you're saying it's somewhat like a whisper game.
Yeah, it could be. That's one thing to say. But for instance, Gildas, who's
sold and bought.
worth mentioning because he is basically our one written 6th century source. But he doesn't mention Arthur, which is kind of annoying. Because people go, well, Gildas didn't mention Arthur. But Gildas is writing a sermon, right? That's what he's doing. He's writing a piece of propaganda about how he feels like the British kings are being unchristian. And because they're being unchristian, it means that they are infighting and falling to the Saxons, basically.
Why?
And that's what the whole
It's
piece
just so
is
dumb.
about. It's basically him criticising these 5 kings for their unchristian behaviour. And
Laptop hard drives looking for pets.
it's not a piece of history, but he uses historical elements to demonstrate his point. So some people read it as a straight history.
Yeah, I bet New York City would be pretty. There are some sketch, but it'd be pretty based.
His father's called.
New York is pretty like.
And there's a story
I don't know. I've never lived there, but
St. Cadolph,
seems
very
like
famous saint, very much associated with Arthur as
seems like there's a lot of homies
who, goes to the
in New
north
York.
where Kor lives, and he digs up these huge bones,
If that makes any sense.
which are said to be Kor's bones. But Kor,
As in
again, one letter
just
off.
people living in houses, or rather apartments that live normal lives and have jobs and earn sketch.
But they probably did dig up huge bones.
Yeah.
I went to one apartment that was so tiny. It's not a real place.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
No. Oh, come on, bro. You sound like an academic now.
Stoves right by the door.
It's just mammoth bones.
Mammoth bones. I've heard the same thing about the Cyclops, the mammoth skulls.
I mean, there's definitely been some very big.
Like a closet in an apartment, yeah.
Yeah.
Hugh Newman.
I was just kidding.
Dang.
Yeah. It was mammoths.
Where was that? Where in New York?
One eye.
I've never been to Queens.
The Cyclops.
Which is unreal, hilarious, yeah. Manhattan, yeah.
You do get and also
I've been in Manhattan a lot.
You know, they move massive stones.
Never been to Queens. I've been to the Bronx. I've been to Harlem.
Mammoths.
Yeah. That's how you do it.
I've been to Jersey, but never like
like
east.
Warrock, which are the
Never
massive
East New York.
Oh, yeah.
cat-like creatures.
Midtown, yeah.
And there's one was spotted in the.
Oh, you're from
forest
Queens? Oh, no way.
like
That's sick, dude.
50 or something like that. So, you know, a lot of our estimates of when these things died.
But I know Queens. I know like MLK Boulevard.
Sure.
Best borough, I would say.
Modern cattle basically descended from one small group of auras.
Probably the most real people.
Yeah.
But it gets ridiculous when they're talking about Stonehenge stones and they show people pulling the rock on a sled.
Yeah.
And you're like,
I
why
hear
not
it's
just
pretty
take it
dangerous
out?
now, though.
Yeah. They had beasts of burden.
But yeah.
But I'm
Yeah,
a
they definitely
I'm a
did.
soft-skinned Canadian.
Fair.
Well, how do the Grail legends?
Oh,
get
wow,
mixed
from
in
Brooklyn.
with the
Crazy.
Arthurian stuff? Like,
Okay, so
Anywhere is really dang.
there's 2 things to talk about. One of them is the first native Grail story. It's called East Angrial, or the Welsh Holy Grail.
The Long Duck?
It's a
No.
very early text, and it's very much on the same line as the
It's everywhere, yeah.
romantic texts.
Mm.
Monks going out, having very strange experiences, a lot of cosmic symbolism in there. I was mentioned to Trevor about also the Grail. One description in the Welsh Holy Grail, the Grail sounds like a UFO. It's like a little ball of light that flies into the chamber they're sitting in, and it like flies around the chamber and then flies out again. It's
oh wow.
really odd.
2 hours. Hardly ever visit.
like
Not
a-
fun. Too many people. Dang.
Lightning or something.
Oh, I hear you saying, yeah, the crowdedness.
My wife saw Bob.
Yeah, it's crazy.
When she
It's cool to go as like a tourist, right? I'm a fucking Canadian tourist, right?
That's amazing. It's really rare.
Yeah,
I think somebody was supposed to have just recently gotten some video of one.
And it's too expensive.
Yeah,
I saw.
I've seen some like
Way
AI
too
stuff,
expensive.
I don't know.
Crazy
you can't
expensive.
tell if it's real or not. Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's very annoying.
By the time we get good enough video footage, now there's AI. We can't
Nice.
tell if it's good video footage.
That's right. You can tell.
That's right. The
No.
universe is keeping us from discovering Bigfoot on purpose.
That's right. Pictures and video used to be the holy grail
No.
for this kind of stuff, and now it doesn't matter.
It looks too real.
Yeah.
It's got to be AI.
Yep.
So the other thing suggested in
Yeah, Gamer Girl, I would highly suggest you get a big TV. Like a big TV.
idea of the cauldron.
It's more enjoyable.
From the dead.
It's like immersive,
So there could be a very
especially with statue.
route to the Grail, essentially. It's a really
Tell us
fascinating.
about that. Where was the story come? Like, tell us the
So,
story.
The cauldron of
A lot.
Dawn. So you get one of the in the British pantheon. There's someone there's a goddess called Dawn. She's got another name as well that escapes me at the minute. It's the red wine. She, Dawn. So there's a really interesting story. We'll talk about it in terms of Taliesin, because Taliesin's fascinating. Taliesin is a 6th century poet from the time of Arthur. He's considered historical, and we even have several poems that are at least attributed to him, even if they aren't necessarily written by him. They're attributed to him. And there's a story about Taliesin's creation rather than birth. He was born to Dawn, or he was rescued by Dawn.
Sour Stash,
The
yes.
baby was called Elfin, right? And Dawn was brewing up
Electric Swirl.
the cauldron of Arwen, and Arwen is really fascinating. Arwen in Welsh poetry is the creative force. So you'll see some people describe it as inspiration, but I don't think inspiration is a full translation for what they're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, I think it was
creative
Sour
force,
Stash.
creativity, but when they say the creative force, I think it's something much more.
I changed my mic. I put the mic closer to me. I hope the mic volume's okay. The podcast, I'll turn it down a tiny bit.
Deeper significance than that. Anyway, Elfin, just like Obelix. Do you know Asterix and Obelix? Did you read those cartoons when you were a kid?
If my audio's ever shit, it's good? Okay, thanks, bro. Please tell me if my audio's ever shit, because I don't use headphones, right?
Right.
Dog, remember that well.
Oh, the Cauldron of Dawn as well. We can also associate with a constellation, and the Milky Way is the Arwen flowing out of the Cauldron of Dawn.
It's fine.
So anyway,
Oh, thank you.
Elfin falls
I
in,
understand now. It's fine. The audio, yeah.
comes out again, and Dawn's like,
You meant the game, like the
he drank all the potions.
reset. Like, yeah, it's
really
fine.
Powerful and really annoying, right?
It's fine.
The baby child.
Yeah, first impressions, right? First impressions are everything.
Sort of realizes
I was thinking about that the other day.
Charges off at full speed, and the story goes through several different. It depends on which.
First
version of the
impressions
story.
are literally
Turns into a hare,
not everything,
and then
but
turns into an otter, and then turns into a salmon.
they're enormous.
In his way to try and escape, and then eventually he gets caught up in a salmon net.
know nothing about Aztec, yeah.
But he's got all of his knowledge.
I'm just fucking
shining out
pushing
of his
through.
face, basically. It's just so obvious that this guy is, fully one with everything.
I'm just trying a whole bunch of different strats, honestly. Whatever
Which is very interesting if you're thinking about
amount of health I have going into the dark room is how I decide I'm gonna play. I'm trying some no body armor runs.
shining brown, and then from then on,
So you'll see me do some force stucks, no body armor. Like this is gonna be a natural stuck because I don't have that much health.
But that, in a way, that gives you a little brief idea of what the Grail could be, in as much as this
Venture out, nice.
of a cauldron of creative energy.
How do you spell the word dawn?
Oh, Dawn, D-O-N, literally.
D-O-N.
Yeah.
What is the meaning of it?
So it's just her name. I mean, I haven't looked. I mean,
Just a name.
a
Doesn't
lot
have a
of,
meaning.
well,
Okay.
the thing is, there probably
Cool.
isn't a meaning to it. But I don't know off the top of my head.
Dawn. I
Is what
thought
I
he
was-
was talking about the sunrise. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was
Dawn,
thinking.
yeah.
I mean, if you're looking for points,
Yeah.
Aztec's a great one. Especially like Secret
That's all
Agent.
good. Keep going. This is great.
No.
this
Yeah.
is
So
just-
yeah, Arwen is really important in terms of Welsh poetry, but it's really interesting.
Even Double O Agent, I think even like 152 is still points or something. 151.
Incorporated in Welsh bardic poetry of the medieval era, which is very thoroughly Christian. You have bards doing things where they'll talk about almost like necromancy.
But like Secret Agent, you
raising
can
the spirits of dead bards to
play it like pretty
so
safe.
they can then perform.
Yeah, I was thinking Streets. I was thinking that. It's because you have the Battle Strafe.
Possess me. And then
I was thinking that.
Poet scream. Right.
Channeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hate Streets, yeah.
Christian.
I played it the other day. It was pretty fun.
Get away with it. Like it was.
I think I got like 158.
It's amazing. There's also the idea of the grave.
Pretty fun.
Alias's grave
Kind of annoying, though.
comes up, and essentially, what
Too
the
much
plan
RNG.
seems to be with bards is that they would, someone would reach the end of their training. They would have learned, all their master's work, so they should be able to reel it off without reading it. Wales is very much an oral.
Actually, this level has a massive amount of RNG too.
Possibly why we don't have a lot of written down.
Streets is
text
just
to
dumb.
rely on is because of the reliance.
It's
on
too double O.
So you get
Double O,
you get
what
him
level?
barred, and you take him off, and you get him hopped up on whatever you've got, right? Magic mushrooms, booze, probably something. Maybe
Yeah.
even
I see.
something we think of poisonous.
156? Holy shit, that's insane. That's crazy.
Like effects and things like that. And then what seems to be, and this is
That's really crazy.
interpretation, but what seems to be done is they take them to something like so we get these like kissed burials, which is sort of like a dolmen that's sunk into the ground. So you've got like a coffin in the ground.
Wow,
a massive
that's really crazy.
headstone over the top. And what it seems like they did was they then took these bards, these initiates. and
Yeah, I hear double O is easier, but you pass away a lot.
and they'd let them have their death and then take the capstone up, which is something we see again and again and again in various cultures of giving someone a symbolic death and then raising them again. And I'm sure it's something that people have suggested for like Egyptian boxes and things like that as well.
I played like
To produce
an hour and a half of Streets SA and double O, and I only got 158.
effects.
1.2.
You think you're going to die in there. But once you
Yes.
die, you don't die ever again. You're already dead. This is a really important part of a lot of people's mythology. So once you've died once, you don't die again. And that seems to be in this. We find it, in the Middle East, in Egypt, in Greece, maybe, and then we find it in medieval Western Britain. Suddenly, just pops up. Like, where does this come from? Like, it's so weird. It's such a the Brythonic tradition.
Oh, this is good. This is a good start. Let's go.
It's so
Finally.
complex,
I just gotta look up a little more, honestly.
back into prehistory.
This is just too dumb, bro.
Basically, all most people know about it.
Like, why?
Yeah, it's just full of these, all these interconnected threads, which just take us over.
I can do the force stuck, but then I got shot right there.
Discuss all the time, I sent you a flood myth as well recently, Russ. It's recorded in the triads. So
Yeah, Streets 155 would be great.
it's about
You got 156 that quick,
which seems to be like some.
and you have that Battle Strafe down.
It's from a lake, and the lake floods the world, and then a character called Navid Nevion builds a boat.
And you play
and
2.x
Zoe
to
Vax,
start.
which is a male and female character, which are then carried away on the boat, and then they get carried to Britain. So yeah, there's a flood myth, which is recorded from Christian Wales, but it isn't the Christian flood myth.
Yes, that's right. And when I
Like,
you sent me this to me and I looked at it, and it's very similar to a Native American one. Yeah, they have one where basically a kind of cosmic serpent
No.
either goes into or comes out of a spirit lake and causes it to flood the world. And it's actually fleeing from something else. It's a really strange story.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's fascinating. We get really similar labyrinths, which are similar to Hopi ones in Britain as well.
Ah.
I mean, we could go into King Arthur in America, but it's...
Yeah, I start teaching Wednesday, orientation Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then I start teaching the week after.
It's not one of my favorite aspects, but
It's gonna be cool.
John D particularly brought into the forefront was a story about Prince Madoc, who sailed from Britain in the 6th century. Well, according to Dee's story, it's in the 10th century, and Prince Madoc discovered America. But you do also find a Madoc recording as a son of Uther.
Oh.
So therefore, a brother or half-brother of Arthur.
Man.
So it's interesting, and there's lots of stories. You know, it's all wrapped up with all the sort of Ben Franklin.
What's
Trying to
this?
discover a Bible in the native peoples in the West.
We're playing pretty well. We're playing pretty well.
What they called Lewis and Clark.
Yeah.
All the research they had was from other people who'd been west, and they'd gone west because they were looking for Welsh-speaking Native Americans, and that's where Lewis and Clark.
Oh, the double
got
duck.
most of their information from.
Yes, okay.
Please.
I have not
No.
gone down that rabbit hole, but I know that there's really strange stuff with the Lewis.
Yeah, there's loads of strange stuff with Lewis.
Yeah,
and Clark, isn't there?
yeah. I haven't gone down it, but I know that there's lots of strange shit.
Yo, Joe T, the master. Yeah, right. What's up, brother? Thanks, man.
You know,
No way, man.
Cortez got
Not a master.
But the natives, when Cortez showed up, they're like, "Oh yeah, you're the guy
I'm playing. What's the word?
who."
Yeah,
Whatever it
yeah.
was,
You're
like,
the term.
Procrastination strats.
And then there's all the expeditions looking for a fountain of youth in Florida. I mean, there's just, and if fountain of youth is.
What's up, Joe T? Thanks, brother. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah. I really should just try the crouch
They
glass.
think they have found Avalon. This must be where he is.
It's too painful.
Florida, if it doesn't sink again, I mean.
So what are okay, so we've got the source possibly of the Grail, which is this cauldron thing of rebirth. What about the sword in the lake?
Ooh, sword in the lake, I don't know, but Excalibur is very old and very well.
Yeah, I'm trying double O, yeah.
Spear, dagger, shield. Sword.
I've been trying no
spear,
body armor runs
shield,
again.
dagger, and horse are all named in pretty old Welsh literature.
Haven't had any success.
Excalibur is called Caligula
Obviously.
by Geoffrey of Monmouth, and in Welsh it's something like Caladfulch or something like that. My preferred translation is something like hard cleft, and again, talking about swords again, seems to be implying that
Why?
cleft holes in other people's swords.
OBA, yeah.
Greater Deal is actually.
I survived a no body armor run on double O where I shot the glass guards and I juked the drone
Water spirits and stuff like that are very important.
and I survived the big room
And religious sites here.
and the time was like 1:45.
Springs,
I was like, what?
Wells, or something, some other.
I still have that run saved. It was too ridiculous. That was the dumbest run ever.
Which is not.
I thought it was gonna be like 1:37 or some shit.
Well, I mean,
It was really dumb.
If you look at the earliest references,
This is really fast.
things that may be the differences in the cut and dry.
No, what is
There's
this?
people do
Like,
to
fuck
separate
you.
out Excalibur and the Sword in the Stone.
No way, so impressive. Yeah, it was crazy.
Who do that.
It was a 3-hit big room,
Jeffrey, that comes
back into the vents. Toad saw it live. This was maybe 3 years ago.
Sorry, Kyle. And that
Fucking
actually
1:45.
in Britain,
or stuck mainframe.
In Europe, but in Britain we see this.
And I shot the glass guards, and then I used the grenade in the exhaust bay. And I juked the drone.
Bogs, lakes, as a some sort of offering. Yeah. And they did that for
So I think the extra pause is what really, not the extra pause.
Maybe not getting a sword back, but throwing a sword to the lake.
Yeah, kind of the extra pause.
That could be talking about a very old tradition, which has then been.
Yeah, because you don't pause, right?
Giving Arthur a very old.
You don't use that time to pause.
Piece of technology that was better than everything at the time.
But they might have also been still.
Yeah.
Casting swords.
It's the pause, yeah.
In the 6th century. There's definitely been even later medieval swords found in deposits, like in marshlands.
You know, I was thinking maybe there's some way to like throw a grenade.
I know, I always get really mad when I see
and time the grenade.
Kid in river pulls out.
You know what I mean?
Bronze sword, like perfectly preserved. I'm like,
But what's best is just to not get shot.
I know.
But again, I'm not going for consistency in glass upload. I'm going for like as fast as I can, which is why I pop out right away and I take a hit at least as I upload the disc because it's fastest, but it's definitely the least consistent way. And you lose a bunch of health always, pretty much.
Recording the idea about when people who could metal
the grenade, yeah,
were thought of as powerful and important people.
But I mean, what would be ideal is to just not get shot, right?
You know, drawing the metal out of the ore for starters.
But I don't think the grenade would work. I don't think there's enough time.
Yeah, I think way.
I don't think you have enough time.
I talked
especially with the pause.
So you know some of Randall's interpretation of yeah.
Depends how fast they give you the quick pausing.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And it's like it's symbolizing a rebirth because possibly a chunk of a comet that comes down causes massive devastation.
Come on, dude.
The whole
turns the land into
a wasteland, but also it contains within it the seeds of rebirth.
Yes. Yeah.
Like fuck you.
So there's also this interesting thing
Not
about
you, the guard.
Like, so you have Merlin in the magic, and then you have the sword in the lake, and if the lake is a cauldron,
yeah.
So the lake itself is a crater full of water. So down in the lake is a stone containing space steel. You know, and Merlin knows like, okay, here's the lake. I know because of the shape of this lake that it's cosmic. If we can find a stone in here, I know how to get metal out of it.
I'm gonna use the washroom. I'll be back in like a minute.
And it's divine. And then they draw the sword from the stone, which is the whole like
Be
you're
back.
smelting the steel out of the. Anyway, that's a complicated idea, but like these metaphors being mixed is really interesting.
But then also that lake, the crater is the Grail, right? Is that what you were saying in the beginning?
Yeah.
A lot of craters now are filled with water, aren't they? So.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, what I think is interesting about... So there's a lot of, shall we say, mainstream support for this idea of Bronze Age sword casting possibly being the origin of this Sword of the Stone story. I don't necessarily have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is the idea that these medieval historians could not accurately record something that happened 600 years before them, but they could accurately record something that happened 2,000 years before them. Right?
Yeah.
That's a great point.
And
That
I
is a
think
good
there's
point.
a bit of dissonance. And as I say, I don't mind them being able to do both. But you know, oh no, they didn't know anything about early medieval Britain, but they have recorded genuine tradition from the Bronze Age. Like what?
Yeah.
What? There's a
And would they?
Go on.
I mean, maybe this is, I don't know, but would they not be a little bit more upfront about, or just detailed about the smelting process or the process of making swords? Why would they make it so poetic?
I mean, it could have been like that when they got their hands of it, but also, if there was some secret to metallurgy, you know, if this was something that was passed down father to son and not something that was generally known about, You know that.
But like every able-bodied male needed one,
Yeah. Yeah.
and it was like a well-kept secret that like
Well.
nobody could figure out. Like I don't know about that.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah. I mean.
No, the actual art of making it was a well kept secret. But yes, they made a bunch. Right? I think if that's what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that like a lot of people had to make swords for like everybody to have one.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
it
I
can't
think
be-
the
how
only
well of a secret
I
can it
just
be?
have Hattori Hanzo, one guy.
the only thing I
Maybe
can draw like a similarity to, and they don't need as many of them, is like when they used to cast bells for churches. This would be something that would be passed down father to son, and if a son died and hadn't passed it on, then you'd have to go looking somewhere else to find someone who could cast bells, because
make a bell,
it was
yeah.
such a complicated, and it was a secret process, you know. So, but you don't need as
All
many
right.
church bells as you need swords. I'll give you that. You know.
Right.
And that's also why, I mean, many of the smelting techniques are preserved today, but there's plenty that we don't know. There's
Yeah.
metals that are named that no one knows
Yeah, absolutely.
what they were made of. The old Damascus steel, we know it existed. We don't know how they made it, but we know it was coveted by people during that period because it was so strong.
Yeah.
You know.
They'd say about the Isle of Avalon that it was a place known for casting really good weapons, which is kind of interesting because you get some really good iron in Britain as well, really good quality iron, and coal as well. The Romans didn't use coal until they came to Britain.
So I guess what I'm asking is more particularly about this point about the drawing the sword from the stone.
Yeah.
Are there any of these older sources that talk about the casting of weapons?
Oh no.
Like,
no,
does
no.
anybody talk about it clearly or plainly?
No.
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 Okay, so it was. I mean, that supports the idea that it was a well-kept secret if it's not talked about by anybody.
Yeah, and also it's kind of like when you go back to a certain time, people are only really interested in recording the deeds of the bigwigs. Then,
Yeah, gotcha.
unless you have just like one really good historian, or you have, that like paperwork, like that we have from say Babylon and stuff. We've also got, we've got all these letters between merchants and things like that. That's great.
Yeah.
That
Your copper sucks.
yeah, your copper sucks. Exactly. Yeah. But we don't really have that for the other period, for a lot of periods in a lot of places. We only have this king did that.
Oh,
this king
gosh.
did that, or this bishop did that, or we don't have the day-to-day activities as such.
So what do you think the significance of the focus on the sword in the sort of in this
So there's
part of the tale is? Why would somebody even bring this up?
Well, I mean, if you're Sigmund Freud, you'd say it was because it was a cigar, and they like smoking cigars.
I love swords too. I mean, like a legendary, powerful sword is always a
Yes,
great
like,
topic. It's like, yes.
So,
Given to
can
me
I
by
tell
the
you about
gods.
another sword? Can we move away from Excalibur?
Yeah.
Sure.
So in the British versions of Caesar's invasion, he's wielding a sword that they call Yellow Death, or Mors Crocea, right? And the historian, I think it's Jeffrey, says they called it that because whoever it touched, it killed, because the Yellow Death was the name they used for plagues and things like that.
Joti, I know you were a mod before. So I took away the mod badge from everyone. I'm the only mod now. Don't take anything personally.
Sort of separated from him.
And I only have 30 VIP slots, so I gave it to like the first like 30 like
Caesar's sword gets stuck
viewers,
into his shield,
followers.
but only after Nennius has received a pretty horrible blow to the head as well.
You're a VIP in my heart,
And then
dude.
Nennius takes Caesar's sword out of his shield and then kills off a load of Caesar's retinue. Doesn't manage to get to Caesar, but he's got his sword, right? And this sword then gets secreted away, and then there's a few records throughout history of it being brought out at certain events where they'd be like, oh yeah, and then we got this sword out because we were having a big feast, and it was like, yeah, let's celebrate the fact that we've got Caesar's sword. But it's interesting, this word crocea, they call it Moor's crocea. Crocea doesn't really mean yellow. It means of the crocus, so it means saffron coloured, which is like a reddy gold colour. So in my opinion, I think Moor's crocea was a bronze sword.
Yeah.
Not an iron sword. Which is interesting because
Oops,
even
throwing a
there's a
glass.
I think in Herodotus actually, so it could be a load of shite. But the suggestion is that a lot of important people would continue using bronze swords for quite a long time.
Oh my god.
Less likely to get an infection from a sword.
AI is too much.
From a wound from a bronze sword. Iron sword, you'd get a horrible infection in your wound, but for some reason with the bronze ones you wouldn't. So I like the idea that Caesar had a bronze sword. So this is kind of interesting when you then come into all the.
Well, copper is an antifungal.
Yeah.
Like a
Excellent antifungal.
So you then come forward several thousand years, and you come to the city of London, which is Britain's
Alright,
most
let's fucking get this time.
powerful and I don't know how to put it. It's the banking establishment. It's the merchant establishment.
It's the little square mile.
Yep. Inside the Roman wall.
antibacterial and antifungal. So.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
Yeah.
So double whammy.
That's interesting. Wow.
The city of London. If you want to find stuff from the matter of Britain, if you go into the city of London, that's where you'll find it. Loads of interesting things. The giants, Gog and Magog, represented as two great statues in the Guildhall. The other thing is, what I'm getting at is the badge of the city of London. It's like a shield with classic St. George's cross in it. In the top left-hand corner, there's a
Gaming Girl, you could probably get Damn 52, honestly.
and I think this is representing Caesar's sword.
You think it's Caesar's sword?
Yeah.
Wow.
But it's pretty brutal grind. I have 125
All that stuff is sub.
Damn 53
Yeah.
dupes.
Yeah.
It is interesting. And say this stuff just.
I have more,
under the
'cause I
surface.
have like 150.
You just don't. You just kind of don't know it.
Pretty shit, yeah.
We may lose power.
Just gotta.
I think Joe has. How many does Joe? I think Joe has like 400 or something.
Lights are flickering.
Something insane.
Well, I'll know what happens.
Just in
to you.
case.
Elusive Boost has like 500. It's just like.
I mean, should we wrap up on something? Or?
We can wrap up. I had other questions about like the Stone of Tara and this other stuff. Like, do they connect?
Big grind, have patience for it anymore.
Stuff, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I
feel
think.
like
Yeah.
It's. I mean, just as a brief one, it's really interesting stuff like that to lump in as the mythos of Britain and Ireland, right? Which is generally completely dismissed as fiction straight out of hand by most academics today. And I think it's worth a second look. I think it's worth a deeper investigation, especially with the technology which is now available to us today. Not just the technology of being able to test the stone or whatever.
Oh wow, nice.
Also, having all these resources right here.
Hey, I'm honored. I'm blessed.
Historians in the past couldn't just double check that quickly and go back. We can do that sort of thing. We can check it against the geography. We can check it against place names. We can,
No.
there's an amazing tool like that.
I like go see up like a fucking
my own personal
scared human.
touched on my
It's
own
really slow.
Arthurian investigations.
It's good no body armor run though.
I couldn't have been able to do.
Here we go, boys and
I
girls.
feel like I've done if what I've done is worthwhile without the internet.
No body armor drone juke. Should we do it? Let's
and I
do
don't
it.
think I would have discovered the things I feel like I've discovered without having those tools available.
Grenade.
And that's what we have now, which
No grenade.
years ago, or even 20 years ago had.
Yeah.
I don't know. We're gonna
Alright,
see.
yeah,
If I get shot up, I'm gonna change my plan.
We should wrap it up. So, okay, we're gonna have part 2.
Nice.
Clearly, because
Got
we didn't even get into your Arthurian
Yeah, I know. I just
investigation.
found out you have your own Arthurian legend. I want to hear it.
Thank you so much, man. It's been great.
It's all right. My pleasure.
Now you've laid the groundwork to do the actual show.
Hopefully, I haven't just confused the
That's what I feel. Dude, I feel educated on the topic.
Definitely,
quite a
I
bit,
feel
man.
much
That's-
more
I
enlightened.
I don't
Very
like
cool.
going in and saying like, I think Arthur
just
is
so
this
dumb.
guy, and I think it
Like,
is this and this and this.
just so dumb.
One, that's not I actually ascribe to other people's theories. But the other thing is that that's just not a good way to go about it. I'd rather you came out of it knowing a bit more about the sources, knowing a bit more about the context, knowing a bit more about the archaeology, than just going, hey, I think Arthur's this guy. Because that would just, you wouldn't know what to do with that. Like, you know.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I appreciate the context.
Yes.
Yeah.
The context and the sources were great.
It was cool though. I had a new teacher social party on Friday.
And the patrons will get a little
So it was nice talking English again with people.
Discussion, which I'll post. Which will
A
give
lot
you
of
little
Brits,
teasers on the
one American,
Yeah.
mostly Brits.
cool, man. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Really strange, like no South Africans. Usually there's a lot of South Africans. Mainly Brits.
We appreciate all of you guys.
One Belarusian.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're out of here. Fully lose power.
One South Korean math teacher. I'm the only Canadian. The American is from Ohio. Sorrento walkthrough. This was just released at night. No. Oh my god, my internet's so slow. We're doing okay though. 1.3K views, should we? How many subscribers does this guy have? This guy has 500,000 subscribers. That's insane. Okay, we're definitely watching this video if he has 500,000.
Well, I am super pumped to be joined.
Oh no way,
by
Wandering
Michael
Wolf.
Collins today,
All right.
aka otherwise known as Wandering Wolf on social media, on YouTube, Instagram, X. So definitely follow him there. Michael, thanks so much for joining me, man.
Absolutely, man. Thank you so much for having me on.
Last year, the year before, was when you were posting stuff about the Montana megaliths, or the so-called Montana megaliths and the Sage Wall, and I messaged you, and you were like, I asked you if I could post, I think, footage of your Sage Wall, and that kind of went viral on my channel.
When you reached out to me, it was a pleasure to share all that footage and do that together. Montana kind of, kicked things off for me with all this work and with the drone footage and stuff. I don't know, in the film work, if I would say if it's great sometimes, but I'm able to get it and get out to these locations, which is kind of learning as I've been going for the last several years, 4 or 5 years now. So really, obviously I love hitting the big spots, but I love getting out to places that nobody else really gets to or people haven't seen yet. That really motivates me quite a bit, and I know that Sage Wall had been covered before, but I had never seen any drone footage, and I knew I had to get up there and get that just to get a perspective on it because it felt like there was something worth seeing there. And funny enough, I was planning on going to Russia to go to Gornaya Shoria. So that was the plan, and that had been in the works for like 6 months, and then everything with Ukraine kicked off, and that whole trip had to be scrapped until I could figure out how things were gonna, pan out there. And so Sage Wall popped up, and I just immediately jumped on that and went out there and filmed that. And yeah, it was a lot of fun. I've been up there twice now, and there's research going on up there. The site property owner, Chris and Linda.
Oh, the double duck. No, the fake duck.
Geologists,
the fake double duck.
Physicists taking readings up there. So there's been a lot of cool stuff coming out over the past year. And they're looking to continue that this year. I'm hoping to go back up there and just see what all they're doing, getting some LiDAR. They've already done ground penetrating radar. We've established that the wall is highly magnetic. You can throw a magnet
Your stash.
to the wall. So a lot of really interesting things going on up there. Hopefully we just keep finding it's a lot of circumstantial stuff too there, like marks in the stones and different
Amazon Prime or Whole Foods. Crazy.
That I feel kind of reinforced that need to investigate further.
Yeah, I mean, going out grocery shopping, it's such a mission.
It's a very interesting site for sure.
Yeah, it really is. It's one of these really, seems like highly debated sites.
I buy a lot of like
You've got one camp
stuff online in China, but never food. Only imported food.
And then the other camp that's like, no, these are just
Like the Parmesan and feta cheese and black olives.
And I remember seeing
The feta from Greece, the Parmesan from Italy, and the
maybe 6-7
olives
years,
from
and I did a
Spain.
blog post on it.
And traffic, yeah, in Miami. Miami traffic's crazy.
But then again, when you see the video footage and the drone footage, it takes it to a whole new level. And I personally have not been there yet. But just want to talk to you a little bit more about this mysterious.
Have dogs that they walk? Some dogs, some.
Kind of to me the main feature, which seems to be the Sage Wall, as you
Some dogs
call it, which looks like this massive wall, that goes left to right, and it's got to be at least 10 foot tall. And then you've got these other phenomena.
I don't think they eat like dogs here. I mean, I could be wrong, but I haven't seen dog on any menu.
Dolmen, the way
they probably do. They probably put them in like sausages and shit. Like 100%.
Tell us a little bit about your thoughts on
like 100% they do.
Close and then these dolmens. What were you noticing?
The grocery store is fucked. They have like frogs and like live frogs. And these like big fish that are half are like upside down and dead already in the fucking. I only eat beef. I only eat steak. That's all I eat. That's all I buy. That's all I eat.
Find anything else in terms of that type of geological formation?
They're eating the pets, yeah, probably. Honestly.
Anything that remotely looks similar. I happen to believe that
it's fucked.
If it is, man,
I did a walkthrough video of the grocery store at the old where I used to live last year.
And also natural erosion and
I'm turning this down a bit.
So you do have some cracks coming down
This one's a bit louder.
The entire length of the wall that don't look like that would be practical at all for any.
So yeah, I did like a walkthrough of
cracking of the stone from
the grocery store last year, but this place is a fucking another level, let me tell you. There's like a bunch of like just full of frogs, just like packed full of frogs.
We're still doing the research and providing information.
And sturgeon.
Before this, unknown.
Like live.
The property owner, like I mentioned,
it was fucked, man. It's really fucked. And crabs. Joking, just saying, repeating what the jokester said, yeah.
A lot of the other sites in Montana are pretty much all on
eating the pets.
Land. This is on private land, which is one of the main reasons why I've specifically.
Oh, you mean Trump and the Haitians?
We can actually do work and like they're doing up there right now, document these things, get results, and present them to people.
But yeah, like I'm sure they do.
Sites, there's a whole list of, you know, red tape and stuff that you have to go through for anything like that.
So yeah, I only eat steak here. And like I only pretty much eat what I cook now. I never go out to eat. Only thing I eat is like McDonald's. Sounds so friggin' North American. But the health standard is just totally different. The quality, there's like standards. Sanitation standards and health standards and shit. And they have like Angus beef. They have these Angus beef burgers at McDonald's, which are amazing. They import, I think they import the Angus beef from like Canada or America. Could be wrong, but I think that's what they do for McDonald's. But I don't even eat McDonald's very much. Things we lack, yeah.
As far as the piece on top, how that's quite explained, I'm still kind of...
Yeah, they used to have a double Angus burger, which was amazing, and they took it off the menu, which really, really pissed me off. I know something like first world problems, but man, that double Angus it was a lifesaver. Being in China, you can get double Angus anywhere, but now you can't even order it. Really tragic.
Keep documenting, keep researching, and working theories.
Come on, man.
I think
This is animation.
Stage Wall there, Chris and Linda are really leading that charge there. I'm happy. I've been such a pleasure to be able to go there and document it. But they're really doing the on the ground tough work of.
But yeah, the steak is pretty cheap here. I buy like steak. It's not that cheap. I need to find a proper butcher, but I buy 1 kilo of like high quality. I don't know if it's like top sirloin or sirloin, or
a lot of them are just right
10
on the road, like at Giants Playground.
of like 14 Canadian dollars per kilo. So that's like $10 American per 2 pounds.
Which is probably why this
It's pretty good. Canada, it's much more expensive.
Out there, right? It's not so controlled and shut down. It'd probably be a lot harder to get up there. They'd probably have it all off limits, right?
Still need to find a proper butcher to get much cheaper meat, but
these sites are pretty accessible, but you're definitely on the right track here. I recently kind of compiled everything into one video a couple months ago. The story of Sage Wall, megaliths in Montana, and you do have some interesting things going on there, like within the last few years, as it's gained attention in the public eye, Montana has signed mineral rights or decided to pursue mineral rights and developments up in Montana, and the company that they hired for that.
What is this animation, yo? We'll take it.
It's a multinational company, and they
We'll
operate
take it.
all over the world. And one of the areas that they have of particular
No,
they
what?
work in is Australia, where they have destroyed ancient sites in Australia. They have straight up dynamited ancient sites in Australia, and they have a reputation for destroying ancient sites. And I find it very interesting, and I go into that in a bit more detail in the video about this company and their involvement in ancient sites around.
What is that animation? What are you doing all the way out there?
All of a
Like,
sudden,
why?
Sage Wall comes into the public eye, and this company gets
This game sucks.
Now there's black helicopters flying around the property up there and over the BML land. All the people up there, Chris and Linda, the owners of the property, and different people got notices, and luckily all the Sage Wall and
That was dumb.
some of this is on their private land,
That was really dumb.
but they back up to
Oh my
BLM
god, that was
lands.
pretty
They've got
fast.
black helicopters flying all over their property for the last year. I find that very, very interesting. Right as a lot of this stuff is kind of coming more into the public eye.
Yeah, that's nuts. Exactly. Right after the news is really getting out there,
Mm-hmm.
black helicopters over the site. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I guess
So,
if they ended up, sadly, if they ended up destroying the site, then we'd probably know the answer to was it megalithic or not, right?
that would be the camp that I would fall in. I think we're both in that camp, right? It's so a lot of this. There's a lot more videos coming out now on sites from up there, which is great. I'm super supportive and
Why?
encouraging of other content creators and people putting out
Bad.
as much as we can about all of these sites and places and getting it more into the public eye and public awareness and putting these locations and stuff out there for people to visit, to
What?
comment, so that if something like that happened, there would be the amount of pushback needed to potentially kind of stop something like what this company Rio Tinto is known for in Australia. They've destroyed hundreds of sites in Australia.
I think it was one of your photos you might have shared at some point on X. And if anyone's on Twitter or X, make sure and follow Michael at Wandering Wolf. Great account where you're going to see a lot of this stuff we're talking about. But again, this site is, it's always, is it natural? Or is this ancient architecture? And, I've kind of gone back and forth over the years, and it's like just when I was maybe starting to lean towards its more natural formations, I saw this photo and I think it was from you. So I want to ask you about it.
Yeah.
Of what looked like flat out knobs, like you'd see knobs or nubs you'd see in Peru or Egypt on the exterior of one of these structures. I don't know if it was sage wall or if it was around one of these so-called dolmens, but there was literally like 3 knobs or nubs in a row. Was that you?
Yeah, I definitely highlighted that. That is at Kaiser Dolmen.
Okay.
So as you get to the dolmen, you can actually walk up the side of the dolmen, and that takes you to a
Why?
higher level on the rise that goes up. There's a lot of really interesting rock formations up on that ridge. So if you just stay towards the center of that as you go back, there's a wall back there, and those 3 nubs go on the
Please.
wall. And a lot of people call these nubs different stuff. If you're in an ancient site, let's say you're at Baalbek or something, and you see nubs, they're nubs, right? So where it gets difficult, they were put there for intentionally. Now, when you start getting out to places like Montana and you look at nubs, again, you've got the people on the natural side of things. These are inclusions, or and you are in a batholith. Boulder batholith is the entire region there that all this exists in, right? But it's the alignment of those nubs that's really eye-catching. And I've done measurements, and I show those in videos they're almost perfectly spaced. The rock cracks in between 2 and 1 of them, if I remember correctly. So you do have to factor in for that, where the rock is split. But yeah, they're just in this alignment together that really catches your eye, especially if you've been looking at ancient sites around the world for a long time. This is definitely something that would just stand out to you, right?
Yeah, again, it's not 1, it's not 2, it's at least 3 of these nubs, like you said, aligned, that looks like this is an intentional architecture or engineering, from the ages past. So,
Please.
final thoughts, Michael, on the whole Montana megaliths. It sounds like, gun to your head, you think this is ancient architecture, correct?
Man, gun to my head, I think that this is an area that needs to continue to be documented and researched, and I think it has the potential for showing human influence on these sites and these areas. And I would also just say that if you spend any time looking into potential megaliths in the Americas, North America, things that would be considered to have human influence and be researched anywhere else in the world, if you found it, are completely dismissed here in North America, just out of hand, factually. It's, is how, whether it's dolmens, walls like this, there's all sorts of things worth investigating that just are completely dismissed out of hand. And Montana definitely has so many different features in such a small area that I would say hugely tip it over into the realm of needing further research and being worth exploring. So, yeah.
I like the way you put that. It has the potential for human influence. So, did you know that about 20 years ago, a stone was unearthed near the Roswell crash site in Roswell, New Mexico, that features these strange precision cut symbols on it? Was this part of just some elaborate hoax, or is this an authentic ancient artifact? So, to properly set the scene in discussing this enigmatic Roswell rock, let me first give a brief history regarding the events of Roswell, and I find it very intriguing how this mysterious rock dovetails ancient megalithic history with that of UFO crashes. So, in the annals of American UFO history, few incidents have inspired.
Why? Why?
As much fascination and speculation as the one in Roswell, New Mexico, in the summer of 1947. And now, more than
What the
7 years
fuck?
later,
Like, what the
this
fuck?
incident remains a defining aspect of American pop culture. I mean, just the town of Roswell, New Mexico itself, it's got a UFO museum and a research center. It's got a flying saucer inspired McDonald's. It's got alien themed streetlights, not to mention the countless movies and TV shows that have a Roswell theme to them. So it's really part of our pop culture. Now, for about the first 30 years or so after the Roswell event happened, almost no one actually knew about it. And this is because of the supposed quick cover up that ensued by the military. As researcher Richard Dolan points out, it was only because of the hard work of a few people in the 70s and the 80s, like Stanton Friedman and others, who went and tracked down the eyewitnesses who were still alive at the time and captured their memories. And this is how the story was resurrected. And it was the memories of these witnesses that all seem to tell a very similar story. So, again, to set up talking about this Roswell rock, I want to give a brief history of what actually happened at Roswell. So, Saturday, July 5th, 1947, Mac Brazel, foreman of the Foster Ranch, located approximately 75 miles north of Roswell, New Mexico, he found this strange debris scattered across a very large area of pasture. And he begins to pick up various pieces of this debris. And he's on record of saying it was unusually lightweight
What's
and
this?
strong. And there was what looked like metal and plastic and foil-like material just scattered everywhere.
Why?
He would later apparently try to cut and even burn some of this debris with no success. The next day, Sunday, July 6th, Brazel brings some of this debris to Roswell Sheriff George Wilcox, and Wilcox sends out 2 deputies to investigate further this field, this pasture area. And they report back that they found an area that looked like it was burned and glass-like. This seems to lend towards excessive heat. Now, Wilcox then called the Roswell Army Airfield, which was home to the 509 Bombardier Group. And this is the same group that was responsible for dropping the atomic bomb over Japan to end World War II.
Like this fucking
This
guy, dude.
509 group was the only unit in the world that had the ability to drop nuclear weapons, I believe.
What?
So if you're looking for a unit to do an elite task, this was probably it. And this unit was commanded by a Colonel William Blanchard, who later went on to become a 4-star general in the 60s. Now, this Colonel Blanchard sends a team to investigate the site, led by Captain Jesse Marcel, and along with another officer,
What is
Sheridan
this?
Cabot,
Like,
and
what?
Master Sergeant William Rickett. So these three guys meet with the foreman Brazel from the ranch, and they visit the crash site with him the next day on Monday, July 7th. So this debris field was apparently about 3/4 of a mile long and 300 feet wide. And there was a huge gouge in the ground that was about 500 feet
Let's go.
long. Remember that?
Let's go. No.
So this Captain Marcel notices debris.
Please.
In his newsprint, he said, but incredibly
Who's shooting me?
strong. And apparently the debris,
Gotta go.
according to
Yo,
him,
gamer girl, thank you for being here.
not even by a sledgehammer. So this
Thanks for the
corroborates
chats.
what, Mac Brazel had said about it.
Thank
There
you.
was also this foil
Guru.
material that could be crumpled up
Wazzies.
and returned to its original
Z's
shape.
should gamer
Marcel
girl
also
get
noticed I-beams
a
with
bigger
odd symbols on
CRT?
them. Years later, Jesse Marcel told investigator Stanton Friedman that this debris was definitely not a plane, a missile, or some military
Braun?
device. He
What?
said, quote, "It was something he had never seen before or since. It certainly wasn't anything built by us," end quote. So this Jesse Marcel loads up his vehicle with debris that night, and on his way back to the base, he makes a detour that night to his own home about 2 a.m. And he wakes up his family, his wife, and his son Jesse Jr. And Jesse Jr., his son's 11 years old at the time. And he
Such a
shows them
scam.
pieces of the debris, and he basically says this is from a UFO. And Jesse Jr. would go and remember this for the rest of his life and write a book about it. Meanwhile,
Such a scam.
while this is all happening, military police
Big
go to
scam.
Sheriff Wilcox's office, and they collect all the debris that rancher Mac Brazel had originally left there. So now it's Tuesday, July 8th. Jesse Marcel and Cabot go to the Roswell Army base with 2 truckloads of debris. And base commander Colonel Blanchard notifies Marcel that he is to now take the debris to Air Force headquarters in Fort Worth, Texas.
What is this?
Roger Ramey. So this is several hours away.
Oh my gosh, I just appreciate all my viewers for having the same patience that I do. Like, I don't even know how many hours I put into this level. I've been playing this level. I've been streaming this level for 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24. 6 years. That's crazy. That's really crazy. I've streamed this level in 3 different countries.
It's a headline story out, quote, RAAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region, end quote. So about 3 hours after this announcement hits the world, Jesse Marcel is in Fort Worth, Texas, in this office of General Roger Ramey with some of the debris. Now, according to Marcel, they both leave the general's office together for a time. And when they come back, the debris has been switched. In place of the original debris he brought is a ripped apart weather balloon scattered all over the floor. There's a photographer there, obviously. They make Jesse Marcel pose with the scraps of the weather balloon and basically take the fall for being fooled. The general brings in an AP reporter who collects these photos and basically writes another story and releases it just 3 hours after the original story stating that there was a UFO crash. So this is apparently the cover story. And then back in New Mexico, rancher Mac Brazel around this time is placed under military guard for several days, apparently, according to the reports.
Please, this is like amazing.
Again,
Please,
all
no! I had like
why
almost
is
full
this
health.
picture being placed under
So at
the
23, it would have been 22 without that back
Okay, so
boost.
here's where this Roswell rock kind of interjects into the story. A local by the name of Robert Ridge unearthed what's known as the Roswell rock sometime around 2004, so about 20 years ago, while hunting not far from the crash site.
Okay, whatever.
If you're watching on
Whatever.
Spotify or YouTube, you're going to see the photos
Whatever.
of this. It's a
That was so
small
good, thanks, Joe.
rock.
I let go of the up though at the
Top of it featuring circles
entrance.
with what look
Thanks,
like
Joe.
shapes of the sun and crescent moons in the
That's why I'm doing a lot of force stuck, no body armor, just because I'm getting more reps in.
And this rock clearly has magnetic
You know.
properties. In fact, the
Yo, Scotty, what's up, brother? Thanks, brother. How are you, man?
one of them did a feature episode on this very rock for an entire
How often? Oh man, not very
You can
often.
find the video of this
Not
somewhere on
very
YouTube,
often, brother.
where you can see this rock spinning both clockwise and counterclockwise with the use of a magnet. Again, according to the guy
Not very
who
often,
found it,
honestly.
Robert Ridge, this was found
Very well.
near the skip site.
Football, nice, man.
What do I mean by skip site? There was first the skip site where the craft first made contact with the ground and left that
That's
massive
cool.
debris field. And then it finally came down at the crash site. So you got the skip site first and then the final crash site. So one question that obviously pops up is, could this rock have been possibly thrown from a craft when it hit the ground at this skip site? Did the military miss this rock during their months-long cleanup that ensued? The crazy thing is, if you look at the symbols on this rock, you'll find out that there was a 120-foot-long crop circle.
Was he playing 00 Agent?
1996 that featured the exact same design to a T. Now, some have theorized this is just some elaborate hoax using a sandblasting technique through the use of like a computer-generated stencil where they were cutting and sandblasting. However, when a local stone mason or stone carver...
I mean, when I was watching him playing 00 Agent, I didn't see him getting it a third of the time. I'm probably maybe more consistent than me, but I didn't see him get it that many times, like that amount.
And again, you can go on YouTube, put in Roswell.
I'm not doubting that he probably could get it more consistently, but I didn't see it. And I'm totally open to suggestions, but I mean, a lot are overestimating. No worries, bro. I mean, I might be wrong too. I'm not doubting what you see. I'm not doubting what you saw. I'm just saying what I saw was different, but I mean, I get it occasionally, but
now, I mentioned a William Rickett earlier. He wasn't only at the crash site with Marcel, but he told researchers later that he escorted someone named...
And I mean, I'm totally open to hearing more. No idea how to make it better, yeah.
Meteor expert at the time.
Yeah, there's some...
Now, this guy was hired by the military to find out...
There's some videos out there that explain it, but it's... I don't believe it.
Also said that the sand had been turned glass-like due to landing and takeoff. La Paz was on record for saying that he actually believed there were several
I'm not gonna
objects
describe
that had come down.
what I'm talking about, but
Now,
I'm going to be a
Matt
positive
Bradley,
person.
of the ranch, who was one of the first on scene at the crash site.
Not about Kratos, not about Kratos, it's about someone else.
And Bill said that years after the crash,
That claims to have seen a plane hit the World Trade Center on 9/11, when I know that there were no planes on 9/11.
And guess what? A few days later, of course,
So like the validity of this person's claim for anything else is like really low.
They told him that they had learned that he was in possession of some of this material.
Don't worry, thanks brother, no worries, man.
They asked for it and basically intimidated him.
I'm not trying to debate you.
Don't ever talk about this again. Now to
Oh well, yeah.
Marcel, the intelligence officer named
So that person had claimed that he saw the second plane hit the World Trade Center.
and he stopped by at home
which is definitely, what's the word, Mandela effect,
called The Roswell Legacy.
because there were no planes on 9/11.
His father brought some of the UFO wreckage home and allowed him to handle it. And Marcel wrote that the material...
He may have seen the explosion. There was definitely C4. There was definitely explosives planted in the World Trade Center, but there were no planes.
They weren't mathematical figures either. They were more like geometric symbols, squares, circles, triangles, pyramids, and the like. And I find that statement by Jesse Jr. Interesting because, again, from his memory when he was 11, he's describing...
Thanks for your open-mindedness. I know you're from New York.
Egyptian hieroglyphs on the wreckage that his father showed him. And again, to me, that kind of dovetails back to this Roswell rock that's got this crescent shape.
But yeah, dude, if you know, I'm totally open for hearing. Maybe I should watch Kratos' runs because he might shoot more. He's also playing widescreen, I think.
Is there a link?
I think he's playing widescreen.
Does this give more credibility to this rock not being a hoax? And then you add
there were planes.
Properties.
Bro, there were no planes. No one saw any planes because there weren't any.
In the ancient walls.
An aluminum plane cannot pass through the steel bars of the World Trade Center.
Do you think it's an authentic artifact?
Yeah, I can't remember if he was playing.
Might have possibly
There were no planes on 9/11, my friend.
of some craft that crashed in the 1940s in Roswell, New Mexico, or do you think it's a hoax?
I know it's just like I'm saying words,
So hidden
but like you have to.
in what's known as the Bada Valley, I believe, south of the Lower Linden.
A lot of people saw the planes. No one saw the planes.
Are hundreds of
There was like no like live accounts.
and prehistoric statues estimated to be at least
Sort of a phone keypad but claimed to have found intact passports. Yes, God, yes, brother.
they're estimated to be at least
Yeah, and remember the plane crash in the field, the random ass field plane crash?
when these
There was no like
were
no one passed away on the flights because those were all fake passengers. There were no flights. That's how they got away with it. The only people that died were people that stayed in the World Trade Center. Even those floors were empty. Those floors where the explosions happened were empty.
but you are going to see these enormous
I think there were people above and below.
known as
The
Kalamba,
E-Team was this Israeli group that
all the way
had this like science project where they shut down like part of the like 15 floors of the World Trade Center for I think 2 weeks in the summer of 2001.
all these containers, but I mean these appear to be made out of
And then even on live TV, they admitted to being the dancing Israelis were admitted to being in New York City to document the event.
these
Right? They even admitted it.
these giant containers.
It was C4, dude. There was no planes. No one died on the planes. The only people that died were the firefighters that went into the building, and then when Larry Silverstein, the owner of the World Trade Center that took out the terrorist insurance a few months before and made it's like $15 billion or whatever it was, when he said to pull it, and they destroyed the building floor by floor, right, with explosives. They demolished the building using explosives on every floor. There's no way that a aluminum airplane can take down that steel. Oh, bro.
Really interesting facial features and genitalia. The largest of these statues
Tinfoil, bro.
is known as,
What's tinfoil is the fuselage of a Boeing 767 aircraft.
and this
That's
is
what's
the
tinfoil.
largest, standing stone of these
But it's
statues
okay,
that
like.
is over 15 feet high.
So I said they heard explosions going off. Yeah,
Check out these
balls
photographs.
exploding. Oh yeah, for sure. And even the bedrock. The bedrock is granite, right? New York City's built on granite, and even the bedrock was like blown out granite bedrock. And how can an aluminum plane? First of all, go through the steel building, the steel structure. Like, the World Trade Center might have been one of the strongest steel buildings like ever made.
Oral tradition among the village elders around this area states that these
And that's how they got away with it, because they knew they're like, okay, no one's gonna pass away. No, there's no one on the plains, because they're fake.
Interesting. We've got
Still molten 2 weeks after, yeah.
statues, some that are 15 feet tall, have these strange
Yeah, dude.
anthropomorphic features.
And somehow they found the passport, dude. They found the passports. Like, it's crazy. It's so insane. They said they found the passports of what? Of the terrorists? Like, what?
As Genesis 6:4 hints at, and
It's just so insane.
talks about. So, like the statues, back to the.
No doubt about that.
Obviously, they remain a profound mystery that archaeologists haven't been able to solve. Many have
Just lying there on the floor. Like, it's so crazy. Like, it's just so insane. And then they lost it. Didn't they lose the passport? They don't have it anymore or something?
Found nearby that clearly fit these.
Yeah, I mean,
So you've got
I've studied a lot about it. I mean,
tall, ancient statues that look like
I've spent a lot of time researching it, if you could say that. But even just physics, like, think physics. That building is so big and tall and strong. That might be one of the strongest buildings ever made in the history of humanity, other than, like, the Great Pyramids.
Namely, what were these giant containers used for? Also,
And for it to implode into itself.
predate the statues, were the containers left from
And then World Trade Center Building 7 collapsing at free fall. When a plane didn't even hit it. Like, a plane didn't even hit the building, and it fell.
Of these giant deified ancestors, or
How can a building fall without
previous giant civilization
anything hit it? And then Pentagon?
use in remembrance of themselves or as grave markers? And all kinds of questions, and I hope
The destruction of the Pentagon, like, the plane doesn't even fit in there. Like, there's no plane.
Now let's travel back to the good old US of A.
And what, everyone just vaporized? Like things just vaporized? Like, what?
Something, or should I say someone, was found in a cave. And this is coming from an actual New York.
And I mean, the Turner network. You're not gonna trust Ted Turner, right? And CNN.
Okay, that's
It was all CGI too. And the people to do it was Israel, because in Mossad, I'm not saying Israelis and Jewish, I'm saying Mossad, right? The terrorist organization of Mossad, right? They're the ones that had probably the most advanced CGI computer graphic technology, right? Just photos of people falling out of the building, they were actually photoshopped. I'm not doubting that some people didn't jump out of the building, but a lot of the ones in the magazines, if you look, they're actually photoshopped.
And this was published on September 8th, 1871. It reads, quote, "Not to be behind Canada."
Oh, Jersey vibes! Yeah, so neatly free falling, didn't damage anything around it. Yeah. Building 7.
Petersburg Index.
Carried on mock simulation of planes hitting towers. Was it a few days or so weeks before? So wondering planes did hit, but they still set off C4. No, I don't think that they couldn't. It's too messy to have. Even just like think about the plan. Almost by the C4 stuff, there was planes, man. Bro, no one, like, dude, there were no planes. I'm telling you. I'm like what are you talking about thousands? Like, who are these thousands? You think thousands saw them, but it's not true. Who are these people? No, Journey, what's up? You don't know? Yeah, exactly. I'm saying because there were no planes. It was CGI.
And they lost and forgotten.
They're live. Nice.
The bodies exhumed were of strange and remarkable formation. The skulls were nearly an inch in thickness. The teeth were filed sharp, as are those of animals. The enamel perfectly.
But think about the plan.
The bones were of a wonderful.
Planes would be so friggin' messy.
The femur, being as long
Never say
as
it.
the leg of an ordinary man.
I'm crazy? Dude,
The body being
there were no
probably
planes. No planes were flown into the buildings. Everyone? Who's everyone? What are you talking about? Who are these people? Who are these people that have seen it? No, there's no accounts of people that have seen it. There's some paid actors that have seen it.
large as those of horses. One of them has been brought to the city and presented to an officer of the Petersburg Railroad. The bodies were found closely packed together.
Like there's 1000% no planes.
Ingress into or egress out of the
Who are the eyewitnesses? Who have actually seen it? You don't know these. You have no names of anyone of these potential witnesses.
So these were found
You don't have this information.
ancient mound in Virginia. These
They
are
use CGI, dude. They use CGI
It says they've got
on and
thick as horse
just
feet.
explosives. They just blew the buildings up. There were no planes.
One of these was as long as
It's more difficult to actually try to fly planes into these buildings instead of just faking it.
interesting, and it said
Because then you have to account for all the dead people on the planes. You have to account for all that, right?
who collects these articles from the late 1800s, early 1900s.
No, but you don't have any names of witnesses.
Some would call giants. They're usually anywhere from 7.
But you don't have any. You don't have like
Again, they're often found
names.
mounds. I would encourage you to go back and listen
That's okay. You cannot agree, but you're wrong.
just a few weeks ago with Dr. Gregory Little on the ancient mounds
There were no planes on 9/11.
and what he calls the
What do you think about the Pentagon? Do you think a plane hit the Pentagon?
the Americas thousands of years ago. We're talking maybe 8,000 years ago, and
He thinks there was planes. Okay, well, did he see the planes?
there was a primitive, peoples that lived in America back then during this mound building culture. But this elite ruling class of 7 to 9
Yo, Perfect Ace, what's up, man?
hybrids
I know I'm not presenting any evidence.
set up
It is all a scam.
these mounds that are astronomical. So go back to
Just chilling nice.
episode to see a bunch of amazing
But yeah, dude, it would be so messy to do that plan with trying to fly fucking planes with people on it.
mound building culture of America.
And just think about it. A plane is made of aluminum.
North America,
The outside of the World Trade Center is steel.
to
The
talk about
outside.
forgotten megaliths.
I just can't believe there was no planes. Yeah.
And I will
I know.
link to this article in
They
the
lied to you, bro.
This is an article
They lied to you, man.
researcher Marco Vagato wrote from
It's really hard to accept, man.
a couple of years back. Great research and analysis. And I
I'm
wanna
sorry.
read from it for you guys. He writes, between the 2nd century and the 5th century AD, the Great Pyramid city of Teotihuacan was the largest in the Western Hemisphere. The Rome of America.
Maybe it is. Maybe.
population of nearly
Just like,
200,000.
just think about, the
Yet
physics.
monumental avenues and massive pyramids dedicated to the sun, the moon.
And there's no way that would take down those massive buildings,
Much older,
especially the World Trade Center 7.
the foundations of great megalithic buildings are visible under some of the structures.
And what they found, so do you believe that they found the terrorist passport lying in the ground on New York City streets?
In contrast, the later structures being largely built of mud bricks and small cemented stones. There is evidence that an immense megalithic structure may have once stood.
I'm sorry to hear that, but how did he die?
The feathers.
When did he die? What building was he in? How did he pass away?
Many weighing in excess of 10 tons lie scattered over a very large.
That's what they want you to fucking
reuse
building 1?
of the filling of the
Is that okay?
These
I'm sorry.
blocks exhibit sharp edges,
Never found him, yeah. Well, they demolished the building, right? They said pull it. What's his name?
been nearly impossible
Larry Silverstein,
from
the owner of the World Trade Center.
supposedly available.
He admitted on a PBS special that he demolished the building,
Some of the stones recovered
right? Pull it.
from the filling of the pyramid even show evidence of drilling and saw marks as to suggest some mechanical method for cutting stone. An immense pouring.
I am sorry to hear that. That's really sad. But yeah, yeah, dude. They fucking they killed a lot of people. They killed the
Exists in a range of 25
feed into it at first.
across very rugged mountainous terrain.
Yeah, but that's the PBS special where Larry Silverstein said pull it.
And again, this blew my mind
Yeah.
when Marco brought
Yeah, he admitted it.
attention. But this is a fascinating question to consider. This
If you look up the victims, if you try to look up the names and the people of all the people that were on the planes, they're all fake.
And you clearly see on this,
I'm grinding. I'm from New York, so 9 hits home too hard sometimes. Believe the crazy stuff. Yeah. Yeah, dude. They
Some of these are 10 tons scattered. These are made of andesite.
They lied, man.
It's a very tough stone. But these are very ancient, so they're
No
weathered.
plane hit the Pentagon.
Their shape is kept up. They're very rectangular. Sharp edges, like he says. These appear
And no plane hits. No planes were flown.
at Teotihuacan.
There was no
This leads to
hijacking.
the biggest obvious question: is Teotihuacan
It was just C4.
than we've been led to believe?
You'll admit the Pentagon is sketchy, yeah. Should we pull up? Should we watch a no planes on 9/11? I don't know of any documentary specifically off the top of my head. I mean, there's Zeitgeist. Nah, there were no real planes. There was no plane. The thing is, you got it, like the collapse of Building 7. No planes. It's hard to tell what's photoshopped or not in these videos. The Zeitgeist DVD, yeah. No planes. There was no plane on 9/11, yeah. The thing is, you got like physics. Thing is, I don't trust modern like videos because it's things could be photoshopped, you know. Yeah. I mean, you don't know. This could be Photoshop. This is video footage without having planes, which would like support my theory, but I can't trust it because you never know what's photoshopped or not now. No planes. Sure. We don't know. This could be photoshopped. We don't know. We can't. Like this could be photoshopped. You never know, right?
That a vice president from CNN said he reported seeing a small plane crash into tower number 1 as well. And ironically, that is the same tower that the World Trade Center bombing happened in so many years ago that everybody clearly remembers.
It's just C4.
Flight rules. Do you have any idea about flight rules?
I'm not sure. I mean, it was following the proper, as far as I could see from my house, it was following the proper path to come into LaGuardia.
Okay, coming from LaGuardia, right. All right, Paul, we appreciate your call and hang loose, though.
Hey, Paul, one quick question. A320 style or a Boeing 737? Your knowledge from, how much time do you have,
Get out of here. Other explosions later.
knowledge from, how much time do you have, in all this? Another,
Oh, no, okay.
Yeah, we don't even see it there.
Ladies and gentlemen, we just saw another explosion at
was the other tower?
But it's not like a plane wouldn't create that type of explosion too. It wouldn't even enter like it's aluminum. First of all, an airplane is made of aluminum. Are we able to admit that an airplane is aluminum? Yeah, it's nothing. Look at this one. No plane hit the Pentagon.
Alan watching Free Speech TV in Williams, Arizona. Hey, Alan, what's
Yeah,
up?
these are just some guy. This is just people speaking. So just like think, like look at this. Just think of like where like. Just think of the plan too. If you're gonna do a plan, you had the E team. That's for sure. Well, that's good. That's the step. Okay, we'll try this playlist. We'll see how it is.
What happened in the skies?
Truthers, right?
October 11th, 2001.
Yeah, it sucks. But my kids want to go inside. No worries, bro. No worries, bro. Thanks, bro. Are you like the convo not afford to hear opinions? Well, there were no planes on 9/11. But thanks for thank you for being here, bro. Oh, afraid. Not afraid, okay. Nice. Yeah, bro, it's crazy. Yo, they fucked us. We can watch the E team. We can watch the Dancing Israelis. Dancing Israelis E team. There's definitely documentary on that. No worries, brother. Oh my god, I searched Dancing Israeli and this fucking piece of shit shows up. They scrubbed it. YouTube scrubbed the Dancing Israelis. We gotta go to like Rumble. The E team. That's how they got away with it, because they just put peace. Yo, thanks, bro. They just put C4 in the buildings. Wow, did Rumble clear? Oh, here we go. I think this is the guy. This is the one that they admit. I think this is the E team guy. Ah, it's not here. What is this? Oh yeah, it is. Where is it? So this is the E team. So this is a photo of the E team at the World Trade Center. Those are boxes of C4. Those are boxes and boxes of explosives. These are fuses for explosives. Right?
A member of this group of artists, Hanan Sarfati, was arrested by the DEA as part of the Israeli thing that involved removing windows on the 91st floor of the North Tower. Another called E-Team managed the helicopter with the designation number N666LH. This
All right, I don't know about that, but look, and then they took a photo. So that photo of the E-Team, right? Those floors were empty, right? They took this photo like weeks beforehand, and that was like their project, and these were the floors that exploded.
9/11 American.
Do I need to like make this like full screen? I think I have to. Right? So that was the E-Team project by the Mossad. And a couple weeks before 9/11, they did, that was their project, and that was the exact same floors that were supposedly, that they just blew up. Just think about like the logistics to get away with it. It would be, you don't like, it would be way easier to not have planes. Everything can go wrong with planes.
Gelatin published a lore with initially changed. Watch. One of the most powerful.
Anyways. E-Team dancing Israelis. E-Team interview. They scrubbed it. This is a photo. Israeli TV, November 2001. That's the interview I'm talking about. This screenshot, but I can't find it. I love Jewish people. I love Jewish people. I love Israel, but I'm against terrorist groups like Mossad. This is them. This is them. This is them. They were photographed documenting the. I know this is a terrible. This isn't proof unless this is redacted information, right? You wouldn't believe it. It's just fucking 4 guys. But what happened was they were arrested on the other side of Manhattan. And they were there to document. Here we go. The van made a stop in some place, skis and red bag in the back. The van was there to like document it. Interesting. Never knew all this stuff. Very interesting. Yo, Toady, what's up, man? Yeah, there was a van that was there to document the event. And they're called the dancing. Here we go. These might be just screenshots. I don't know if they have the actual video.
Coming from a country that experiences terror daily. Our
This is them.
was to document the event.
The dancing Israelis had fake student IDs, and several accounts of suspicious Israeli art students were reported to be infiltrating government buildings.
I know this is like hard to. This isn't really the greatest evidence because this is all in like Yiddish or whatever.
Our purpose was to document the.
You just gotta trust that that's what they admitted.
Fake student IDs, and several accounts of suspicious Israeli art students were reported to be infiltrating government buildings. Over 100 of these Israeli art students were arrested. Fox. Where walls were unfinished.
This is probably the smoking gun right here. The photo of the E-Team project, and the building, right? So this was, when was this done? I'm gonna search Google. They probably scrubbed it off Google too. When was the E-Team Israeli student project held in the World Trade Center. Let's see if AI will help. There's no AI? Why? August 18th. New York Times. What were Israeli art students doing camped out on the 91st floor? This is a core question. That source isn't very good. Oh, come on, really? Anyways. An airplane is made of aluminum. Photos of World Trade Center being built. If you look at the amount of steel that was... Look at this. Dude, look at this fucking tank of a building. This building was such a tank. Where is it? Look at that building. Look at all that steel. That's all steel. That's steel I-beams. Bro, this was like even the inner, bro. Dude, this building. Look at that shit, man. That's fucking crazy. 2 buildings, yeah. Because it was so tall they had to. Look at that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's sad. Many people died. It's really sad. It's terrible. It's really sad. The main people that passed away were people in the building when they demolished it, and firefighters. It's pretty crazy. Let's look at the photos of. I know it was a smaller plane that hit the Empire State Building. And Empire State Building was built in the 1930s, but what, dude? It's so. Are you kidding me? No, dude. It's totally sad. They're the innocent firefighters and innocent office workers, man. I think this was a Cessna, which is a completely different type of plane, obviously. What was the plane? But like it did nothing, and I know this is mainly concrete. B-25 medium bomber. B-25 bomber. Let's look at this plane. Definitely smaller than like a 7, what was it, 37? 53 feet in length. Anyways. Alright. Speaking of GoldenEye, let's play some more GoldenEye. Follow Ninja Lifestyle. But yeah, it was CGI. Yeah, let's look for a video. CGI people falling out of World Trade Center. I'm not saying that all the people that jumped were CGI, but there are man, these videos are so hard to find. I'm not denying that people didn't jump. People did and died. But the photos that were used in like Time Magazine's article, they were fake. I'm not saying that people didn't jump and die, but the ones in Time Magazine were fake. They were photoshopped. And now if you look back at like the Photoshop skill, right? It was really low quality Photoshop effort. Right. What are we gonna watch? So yeah, no planes were on 9/11. I will say it forever and ever. Or would have witnessed jumpers. Yeah, I'm not going to say whether there were jumpers or not. I mean, I can't, because I'm just arguing based on physics, right? I'm just arguing based on the physics. We're gonna watch. Oh, I know what we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch the Graham Hancock, what's his name, Michael Shermer debate again. I know we watched this literally a bazillion times. I'm sorry, but it's just so good. Impacting the ground. Yeah, there are videos of people, dead bodies on the ground before the collapse of the World Trade Center. There are photos of that. I mean, I'm not going to look it up. I don't doubt that that didn't happen. It was possible for 7 hit World Trade and cause it to free fall into dust. Yeah, we could do. I was thinking that, but AI is not the. We could try. DeepSeek? Are you going to trust DeepSeek? That's horrible. Yeah, it's horrible. I mean, again, it's not a strong evidence. Oh dang. Start now. What is why phone number? What is this garbage? Like, what is this garbage? DeepSeek needs your phone number? What is it, a 737? Wow. What were they? 767? Okay. Let's restart. How do you restart this? Copy. Can a 767. To listen to some amateur ham radio, audio and police fire EMs, radio feeds from back then. Scanner. Oh wow, interesting. Can and did. The intense kinetic energy? What are you talking about? Light but fast and massive. what experts conclude. Conspiracy theories? Wow, this is groomed. I can't recall what you heard on it, yeah.
3, 2.
Oh my gosh.
This.
Anything I just imagined apart from above the impact would fall off.
We're gonna have here in a very unusual discussion. I have to my left Michael Shermer, very famous skeptic. He's been on the podcast before.
I don't think it would just like nothing would happen. Yeah, like it wouldn't. It wouldn't like they blew the building up, and they admitted they blew the building up. Like Larry Silverstein pull it.
Many times been on this podcast as well, and this all came out of a.
Do we have to watch Larry Silverstein admitting it? I think we do.
I don't know what it is. Great mystery. Let's just wait and see. Versus, I'm going to postulate a lost civilization. Nothing.
We're going to watch it. We have to.
Free country, and scientists do this all the time, as you've mentioned.
There's a rather humorous thing, which I have to say.
And the passport. How the hell are they going to find the passport?
A couple of images of fingerprints of the gods. That's the book I'm best known.
Like, if they're saying that the aircraft fucking like disintegrated on impact, there's no fucking way they're finding a fucking passport. Like, come on.
World Trade Center 7 had always been consumed by debris to say.
Not sure they're going to be able to contain the fire. I said, we've had such.
I'm gonna have to click and crank it.
Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building collapse. I said, from the fire department commander telling me that they were not sure they were going to be able to contain the fire. I said, we've had such terrible loss of life. Maybe the smartest thing to do is pull it. And they made that decision to pull, and then we watched the building
only the passport
collapse.
Only the passport did, Scotty, as you said. World Trade Center building just 100 feet wide on each side, yeah. Want to hear Donald Trump's reaction on 9/11? He even says himself that the planes must have been reinforced. I mean, obviously Trump is a businessman. He's not a fucking engineer, but he's definitely into the building when it exploded. Yeah, dude, it's ridiculous. Trump on 9/11. I don't know if it's gonna be here. Donald Trump. I think I have it. Trump speaks on 9/11. I have it bookmarked somewhere. On the day of the attacks. Yeah, here we go.
Architectural defect, or possibly by bombs or aftershocks. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, it was an architectural defect. The World Trade Center was always known as a very, very strong building. Don't forget, that took a big bomb in the basement. Now, the basement is the most vulnerable place because that's your foundation. And it withstood that. And I got to see that area about 3 or 4 days after it took place because one of my structural engineers actually took me for a tour because he did the building. And I said, I can't believe it. The building was standing solid, and half of the columns were blown out. I mean, so this was an unbelievably powerful building. If you know anything about structure, it was one of the first buildings that was built from the outside. The steel, the reason the World Trade Center had such narrow windows is that in between all the windows, you had the steel on the outside. So you had the steel on the outside of the building. That's why when I first looked, and you had big, heavy I-beams. When I first looked at it, I couldn't believe it because there was a hole in the steel. And this is steel that was, you remember the width of the windows in the World Trade Center, folks. I think you know, if you were ever up there, they were quite narrow. And in between was this heavy steel. I said, how could a plane, even a 767 or 747 or whatever it might have been, how could it possibly go through the steel? I happen to think that they had not only a plane, but they had bombs that exploded almost simultaneously, because I just can't imagine anything being able to go through that wall. Most buildings are built with the steel is on the inside around the elevator shaft. This one was built from the outside, which is the strongest structure you can have and it was almost just like a can of soup.
You know, Donald, we were looking at pictures all morning long of that plane
Yeah,
coming
even
into
he knows at the
and when
moment.
you
Like
see
it's
that,
like the plane must have been
approach
reinforced or whatever.
The far side, and
That's
then all of a
CGI, by the
sudden,
way.
within a matter of a millisecond, the explosion pops out the other side.
Right. I just think that it was a plane with more than just fuel. I think, obviously, they were very big planes. They were going very rapidly because I was also watching where the plane seemed to be not only going fast, it seemed to be coming down into the building. So it was getting the speed from going downhill, so to speak. It just seemed to me that to do that kind of destruction is even more than a big plane, because you're talking about taking out steel, the heaviest caliber steel that was used on a building. I mean, these buildings were rock solid. And, you know, it's just an amazing thing. It's
Anyways.
Known for.
Thank you, my friends.
And when I published Fingerprints of
3, 2. This is live, ladies and gentlemen, and this is a very unusual podcast we're going to have.
Interesting,
here,
yeah.
Very unusual discussion. I have to my left Michael Shermer, very famous skeptic. He's been on the podcast before. Of course, Randall Carlson, amazing gentleman who knows far too much
Thank you, my
about
friends.
terrifying things like asteroids.
But it's sad. I wish no one had passed away. It was a terrorist attack by Mossad,
Many times been on this podcast.
and it's really sad.
This all came out of a podcast that Randall and Graham and I did recently, and Michael Shermer commented on it, and it was all essentially on the hypothesis that the Great Extinction that happened with the North American land animals that happened somewhere around the end of the Ice Age, and the end of the Ice Age, the abrupt end of the Ice Age, being caused, please correct me if I fuck
Yeah,
this
it's
up,
fucked.
being caused by a comet impact.
We can, if you look up, so if you try to find the names of all the people that was supposedly passed away that were on the planes, you'll realize that they're fake. They're all fake.
Well, I thought this was really
So back in like the early 2000s, they had a government website where they had the photos. They had like a photo of each person that had passed away apparently, and they had two photos. They had one photo which was the normal one, and the second one was the photo of them flipped and with a different photoshopped background, and it was really strange and it was really sloppy work. And as they say, the little ships or the little leaks sink the ship, and that like sloppy work, it looked like just like some sort of government agent had some sort of side project to make that website, and that was a huge giveaway. And there's like testimony. They paid some like fake people to be like what's it called? Family members that had, like testified to their death and shit, but like. I've seen those videos of the people testifying, and those are fake. Like you can just clearly see they're fake.
Speaking of a comet that hit the Earth roughly 12.
Because they're like short, they're scripted.
Many years now.
There's only like one or two.
In many conversations that we've had on the
Anyways.
podcast.
Yes. Now I can't say that I'm that familiar with that article. I haven't had a chance to get into it. So
but this idea that the comet impact is what has caused the end of the Ice Age.
Well, it's so complex, but now what we do is we throw some type of an impact into the mix, and it seems to fill gaps that have...
Interesting, yeah. And you know, like...
that were, at this point, still unexplained.
All the news networks, they're all completely compromised.
Between some extent of climate change and some extent
they're just given video, right?
That caused the extinction. And I've always felt like you can't blame it on one or the other. I think humans probably had a role, but only in the very final stages of the extinction event.
And the passport, that's a really good point, Scotty, about the passport, bro.
Would certainly suggest
if the fucking, if ChatGPT is going to gaslight me and say the plane vaporized, how do they find the passport? That's going to be, like, I could ask that question on ChatGPT, but they're going to come up with some fucking bullshit excuse, like.
And then the end of the Younger Dryas, which is dated at about 11,600, which is considered now to be the the boundary.
But again, the ChatGPT thing is not any form of proof. The only thing in proof is physics.
The beginning of the Holocene, and it seems that most of the extinctions did occur between roughly
They were planted.
13,000 and 11,600 years ago, although the dating has a wide
Yeah.
spread on it, so you can't pinpoint it down to a specific event. But I've always felt like that there had to be something we needed to look at that triggered the extreme climate changes that we do see at the end of the Ice Age. And to my opinion, you can't attribute that solely to Milankovitch theories, which is basically the changing solar terrestrial geometries, because they're too slow. And what we see at the end of the Ice Age were very rapid.
But think about it. If you're going to do that plan, having no planes is definitely the best way to do it.
Wallace Breck
right?
Pointed out years ago
to actually plan to what?
A major flood from the
Have planes fly into these buildings, and then magically, miraculously, these buildings are going to these probably the strongest buildings ever made, other than the Great Pyramids. Collapse. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. Into the exact same place where the Israeli E-team had their science or their art expo, on the exact same empty floors.
Between roughly 14,600
with Larry Silverstein admitting on TV that he demolished the building, with World Trade Center 7 falling on its own free accord without even being hit by any plane. And I'm the fucking crazy one? Fucking retards. Fucking morons.
Was not ever really explained.
I digress.
Impact theory is very controversial, but the evidence has been steadily mounting now for a decade,
including physical evidence, right?
But it's fine.
Samples that show nuclear glass.
It's always fine.
Throughout Asia and Europe at roughly the same time period when they do the core samples.
Yes, it's most of it's dating to.
People will believe anything on TV, man. TV is like God.
Melt glass,
It's insane.
These kind of
it's so insane.
Things are associated with impact, not necessarily always caused by impact. So this has been part of the reason for the controversy, but it's the abundance of all of these at a particular level which leads a large group of scientists to feel that we have had a comet impact in the past.
It's the full assemblage of things that is difficult to explain by processes without invoking some type of a cosmic event.
And it also corresponds with what you believe is a period where Earth
Donald Rumsfeld claiming that they lost like $2.3 billion or whatever the day before 9/11 on September 10th, 2001. And the part of the Pentagon that fucking had those files was the part that was hit by that plane. It's just so ridiculous, man. It's just too much.
William Napier addresses this in an interesting article I can pull up.
It's almost as ridiculous as Frigate 21, but we're not going to bring that up again.
13,000 years ago, Earth may have encountered some of the debris from a disintegrating comet, which ultimately goes back to Fred.
No, it's okay. It wasn't that good. It was just a couple boosts.
Can I just come in on that for a second? Yeah. I mean, specifically, Bill Napier, Victor Klube are identifying the remnants of this comet. With the Tauride meteor stream, which is familiar, I think, to everybody. We pass through it twice a year. We see meteorites, particularly at the end of October, early November. That debris stream is still there. It still contains, according to their argument, bits of the comet. There are large objects.
What's up, Tody? Welcome back, brother.
Rudniki, Orgiato, and so on, 4 or 5 kilometers in diameter. And the suggestion is that the meteor stream has got lots of small bits of dust, but it's got some larger stuff too, and some of that stuff fell out of the meteor stream 12,800 years ago and impacted.
But think about it, like actually, like think about it now. If someone was going to pull off 9/11, all they would need is photoshopped video footage that they had, and you know the news networks are completely compromised, right? And just explosives. And that's exactly what they had. And that's how they pulled it off. Really easy. Really simple plan. And there's no guilt. They did it on Yom Kippur as well.
Yeah, that's how they sell things in infomercials over here.
And they said, you know what, we're just going to explode these empty floors. We're going to let people evacuate, and then we're going to demolish the buildings. So that there's no one's like, No one's going to die.
A number of points about, in general, the idea of alternative archaeology, which is really what we're talking about here. I prefer that to pseudo-archaeology because that's a little bit of it's supposed to be a little bit of an insult. So, alternative archaeology.
Instead of what, having fucking planes full of people fly into a building and somehow it just magically destroys the building, especially a third building that wasn't even hit by a plane, and you somehow find the passports that fly out of the vaporized aluminum plane that goes through a steel building.
Alternative archaeological theories. So which one gets the play, which one gets attention, which one doesn't? And for a mainstream archaeologist who's busy in the field and trying to get grants and so on,
Or whatever, I mean, like,
just don't have the time to sort through all these alternative theories, because this is just one, and as we'll see in the next couple hours,
it's
there's
fine.
hundreds and hundreds of things to be addressed. So that's kind of what we do. So just to rattle off a few: the lost tribes of Israel who colonized the Americas, Mormon archaeology, explanation of Native Americans, the Kensington rune stones in Minnesota that the Vikings had come here, the Black Egyptian hypothesis. When I was in graduate school, this book called Black Athena was published, that the Egyptians were actually black, and that the sort of Western white male dominance of history had written them out of the past. So this was a whole alternative history, alternative archaeology. Piltdown Man, Thor Heyerdahl.
Shoot!
Hypothesis that the Polynesian islands were colonized by South Americans who went east to west. That's since been debunked, but that's yet another one of these things. South American archaeology, Olmec statues seem to have like African features on them. So maybe Africans went directly across to South America. So there's, Eric Van Doniken, Zechariah Sitchin. Now, most of these grants...
And that's why everyone agreed to it, because they said, okay, no one's going to pass away.
So you're a good skeptic, too.
We're just going to explode these empty floors.
For an outsider
And that's why everyone went along with it, because they're like, yeah, I'm not, there's no blood on my hands, no one's going to pass away.
And so
And they didn't expect people to fucking jump out of the building. They didn't expect to actually demolish it while there were still firefighters and office workers still in the building.
Like the Napier hypothesis that was widely published.
That's why Larry Silverstein had to admit it. That's why he was guilty as fuck, admitting it on live TV.
Like the Scientific American, and it has not fared that well over the last decade or so. It's still around. It's still debated, but so you put it in the mainstream through peer-reviewed.
And I'm the crazy one.
And then you go to conferences and you have it out, and that's kind of where we end up with. Well, this is what.
It's fine. I think it's like some sort of like just like some skill. We have this ability to think critically. The realist homies in the chat.
Then there's no way for an outsider to know whether these alternative things.
It's just like Occam's razor. What's the easiest way to pull off that plan? Fake the planes. It's so easy. There's no casualties. There's no families. There's no spiritual karmic debt.
So a couple of specific things, like what I call patternicity, the tendency to find meaningful patterns in random noise. The Virgin Mary on a grilled cheese sandwich or whatever. Those are fun examples. But taking pectoglyphs and then comparing them to constellations, like here we have some constellations on your roof here. It's easy in the mind's eye to find a pattern. The question is, did those people really think 10,000 years ago, 5,000 years? So this is a field called archaeoastronomy. Ed Krupp, our director of the Griffith Observatory here in LA, this is what he does. And sometimes he thinks the patterns mean something. Sometimes they're totally random. Or you take something like the pyramids, as Graham knows, there's 100 theories about the pyramids. And there's the mainstream one, and then there's all these other ones. And this is why people like the director there, just can't deal with them all. So this is one example I used in my book, White People Believe Weird Things, that, one guy calculated that if you divide the height of the pyramid into twice the side of the base, you get the number close to pi. And then he just sort of works all these different numbers, so therefore it's...
Like, what is this?
Well, Richard Hoagland was like the best example of that, right? He would find these patterns in Mars and like in claims.
Thanks for being here, everyone. I really appreciate you.
This rock to half the distance, and like, why would you do that? Like, that doesn't make any sense. He would create these patterns.
Right, and that's okay. I mean, all scientists look for patterns. So, like, take climate change. Either the Earth is getting warmer, or it's not. Either it's human caused or it's not. There's a pattern in the data. You can see the pattern. The question is the pattern real? So this is why we use the term climate consensus. It's not a democracy. It's not like we voted on it and decided this is the truth. It's that independently, all these different scientists working in different fields, publishing in different journals, come to the same conclusion. So we call this consilient science or convergence of evidence science. That it's not like these guys are meeting on the weekends going, boy, we got to combat those crazy right-wingers with our data. They're independently coming to these conclusions. So that lifts our confidence that, yeah, there's probably something to their theory. Such that there's now so much data converting to this, you'd have to deconstruct every one of those independent lines. So then you have things like what I call the problem of the residue of anomalies. In any field, there
was a van. So the van that they got arrested in Manhattan, the dancing Israelis, had a painting of the World Trade Center being hit by a plane. I'm not even joking. If you can Google it, search like dancing Israelis van.
They know that.
You'll see.
And so we're really only talking about
It's insane.
5%. Like, how do you explain?
It's so insane.
Right there, in 1967 on June 3rd. I don't know. No one knows that one. And then from there they build. Well, that's my case. Then if you can't explain that, then I have a case. No.
Well, that's very different than what we're talking about.
And a lot of people are unable to understand how someone can be so evil to do that plot of 9/11. But you have to, like, if you understand the no plane, then they didn't plan any casualties. They planned 0 deaths.
Or that particular petroglyph,
And that's why they went ahead with the plan, because they knew that there wasn't going to be any real people that would have passed away.
But no one is saying that.
But they didn't know that they were going to demolish it early with firefighters going into the building. They didn't plan for that. They didn't know that was going to happen.
Is that what you have here is something that can be explained by rapid melting of the ice caps. And Randall, step in if you will.
Well,
okay, go ahead if you want.
Well, they do say, I mean, it depends what you mean by rapid. A glacial dam that, as our geologists will tell us in a moment, that breaks, that's fairly rapid. Back in '96, there was a very popular book called The Noah's Flood. This was a series of geologists that said
fuck you, that's such nonsense.
Filling up of the Black Sea that swamped over the civilizations living on the edges of this, and that's where the Noachian flood story comes from. Okay, so it was widely debated and so on, and since it hasn't fared that well. But that's fairly rapid. I mean, we're talking over the course of weeks or months or years. To a geologist, thousands of years is rapid. So, an impact by a comet, it happens in a couple hours or a couple of days or weeks versus a couple of months or years. What do we mean by rapid?
Okay, well, what are you saying then?
Okay.
So what are you saying about their theories in particular?
Okay, so the problem, I think, Graham, the deepest problem is much of your theory depends on negative evidence. That is, I don't accept the mainstream explanation for the pyramids, the Sphinx, the Machu Picchu, whatever.
Well, let's not talk about that. Let's just talk about this specific subject, because it's going to take a long time just to cover
okay, all right. So I'll
asteroidal
just hit
impacts.
all right. So my final point is the falsifiability one. That is, what would it take to refute your hypothesis? Like, for me, the answer would be, like, if Göbekli Tepe turned out to be what you think it might have been, the place where advanced ancient civilization once inhabited, or they used it. Where are the metal tools? Where are the writing, the examples of writing?
Perhaps the decision was made not to use metal. Perhaps the decision was made that errors had taken place, that in reinventing civilization we shouldn't perhaps go down quite the same route as before. Perhaps writing isn't always an advance. Perhaps an oral tradition which records in memory, which enhances and uses the power of memory, may be a very effective way of dealing with information. We regard writing as an advance, and I can see lots of reasons why it is an advance, but if we put ourselves into the heads of ancient peoples, maybe it wasn't. I mean, there's a tradition from ancient Egypt that the god Thoth, god of wisdom, was the inventor of writing, but we have a text in which he is questioned by a pharaoh who is saying, well, actually, have you really done a good thing by introducing writing? Because then the words may roam around the world without wise advice to put them into context, and what will happen to memory when people so there might be a choice not to go that way.
All right, but then what do you mean by advance? When you say there used to be a lost advanced civilization before 10,000 years ago.
Well, let's just pause here for a second, because what we know for a fact is that the carbon dating in all the area around Göbekli Tepe is somewhere around 12,000 years. Is that correct?
11,600 years ago is
so
the earliest they found so far, but a great deal of Göbekli Tepe is still underground.
Right, so at least what we know is someone built some pretty impressive
Even Zeitgeist didn't understand that there were no planes.
So when that story broke,
You remember the original Zeitgeist? They tried to explain how they like flew the planes to a different location and all this bullshit.
like this, because to do that,
It's like, dude, there were no planes.
With the division of labor and so forth. And so what the response to archaeologists was, well, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers. Maybe they can do more stuff than we gave them credit for. So why is that not a reasonable hypothesis versus it was actually advanced, but we mean something completely different by advanced?
There never were?
And
I don't know. I don't think there were any planes, my friend.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, we have a body of archaeology.
Are you trying to bait me into further?
Megalithic sites. For example,
dude, yeah, there were no planes on 9/11. They were all fake.
Megalithic sites date to no older than 5.5.
That's how they got away with it. That's how they went ahead with it.
Close to 6,000 years.
That's how they were guilt-free.
And therefore, the megalithic site is associated with a certain stage of Neolithic development. Then along comes Göbekli Tepe, 7,000.
I think the part of the Pentagon. Where'd all the people go, though? What do you mean?
Very large scale. I mean, Klaus Schmidt, sadly, he's passed away. I spent 3 days.
No, but
he was very generous to me.
It's all fake, man. There was never any.
And he said basically
the people don't exist.
Already excavated is still under the ground. That there's hundreds and hundreds of giant stone pillars that they've identified with ground-penetrating radar.
The people don't exist. They never existed. There was never any planes.
But by all accounts,
there was never any passengers.
What's still under the ground?
Yeah, dude, it's all made up.
Largest megalithic site that's ever been created.
Like they just made it up. It's all made up, and that's how they got away with it so easily.
With no obvious background to it, it just comes out of nowhere. Now, to me, that's
just fake. It's just totally fake.
To me, that's immediately
no planes,
puzzling and an interesting situation.
No passengers.
I would be remiss as an author and an inquirer into these matters if I didn't take great interest in that.
It's just guys in the World Trade Center with plastiques, C4.
And it's really worth inquiring into.
Well, to put it into perspective, that's
yeah.
more than 2,000 years older than what we now.
And they're blown out. If you look at the steel beams, where the aircraft is it's like blown out.
Between our time now and 2017 and the construction of the Great Pyramid, you're talking about 2,000 years earlier than that. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Yeah, dude, there's no passengers are fake. Again, the website in the early 2000s that had the list and photos of all the people that passed away on the planes. It was a sloppy job by some sort of Mossad intern that photoshopped a second photo of like they had 2 photos. One was a photo of the person, of probably a fake person, and second was just the image flipped in with a different background. A really sloppy job.
That could generate surpluses that could pay for the specialists.
That was the theory, but that was so. Now what archaeologists are saying was, I guess we were wrong about hunter-gatherers.
Imagine the amount of steel that would be in the wreckage, but it was all vaporized. Yeah.
Another civilization.
Yeah, man. Like, bro.
Has been unearthed by time.
It's just too much, dude.
Lost civilizations are not such an extraordinary idea. I mean, nobody knew that the Indus Valley civilization existed at all.
Oh, Al.
Railway work was done around Mohenjo-Daro.
That's Al Bundy.
Suddenly, a whole civilization pops up out of the woodwork that's just never been taken into account before the 1920s.
No, dude.
We still can't read it.
I think it was just explosives in the building. There was nothing flew into the World Trade Center. It was CGI.
Not just was it hunter-gatherer.
The news stations just played fake video footage.
That's not such an extraordinary idea. I get it that mainstream archaeology doesn't want to go there, but that's my job to go there.
I don't think that.
I don't think it was missiles. It was.
They would be happy to go
there
if there's evidence for it. By what you just
yes.
said, they now fully accept.
Mossad was the organization to have done it.
dogmatically closed-minded.
From the ground, are there ones? Are there real ones? Yeah. I mean, the ones that they gave the news networks, those are fake. Those are CGI.
The discovery of Mohenjo-Daro, Harappa, Dholavira, and other such sites. It's very difficult. You have to be completely stupid to say that that's not a civilization. Göbekli Tepe is a bit more nuanced. You know, we have stone.
Stock photo wide view recovery operations. Oh yeah.
First perfectly north-south aligned building.
Maybe.
No, definitely.
I think I will look at it.
Well, that's all right.
But yeah, like it imploded into itself. Yeah, the ones that show a plane flying are all fake, all Photoshop. And the team to do it is Mossad. They were the ones that were the most advanced in terms of technological shit in 2001. Right?
He kindly spent 3 days showing me around the site, and really nobody's disputing the astronomical alignments of Göbekli Tepe. They weren't particularly interesting to Klaus Schmidt, but they're there.
And what is the alignment? Like, how is it established?
Well, when you have a perfectly north-south aligned structure, perfectly north-south, to true north, not magnetic north, then you are dealing with astronomy.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. All the videos of the plane are fake.
True north is always true north.
Okay.
It's the rotation axis of our planet.
Okay, so it to this day it points exactly in the same place where it was pointing.
It always points to true north.
That's what I'm saying.
But back to this, you know, they don't want to go. Sure, they want to go there. They would be happy to go there. Case in point, 2 weeks ago in the journal Nature, the most prestigious scientific journal in the world, there was published an article that humans or maybe Neanderthals lived in San Diego area 130,000 years ago.
The lag.
This is an order of magnitude older than the Clovis dates.
This was the mastodon bones they found.
That might be too fast.
Yes. So here's an example of how. Okay, so
That might be too fast.
Conspiracy to keep alternative people or fringe or radical theories out. It was published in peer-reviewed, the most prestigious journal in the world. There it is.
And then what happened?
Well,
hasn't there been a massive reaction to that and lots of scathing remarks by other academics?
Yes, but that's normal. That's how science works.
Yeah.
You get pushed back. You got to have a thick skin. It's just the way it goes.
You've got to have a thick skin. That's for sure. But maybe sometimes your skin is so thick that you just can't sense anything around.
Well, of course, we don't want that either.
So what do you think is going on when you look at something like Göbekli Tepe that's covered up purposefully, right?
Yes, deliberately buried. Again, I cite
Please, this is so fast. This is so fucking fast.
Absolutely adamantly
Please.
insists that site was deliberately buried and finally covered with a hill, which is what Göbekli Tepe means in the text.
Okay, I'm gonna do this run and then I'm gonna look. I'm probably gonna pass away. How did I lose so much health? Like what? I had full health.
Under the ground, maybe as much as 50 times.
Whatever.
Jesus.
But at Göbekli Tepe, no one lived there. There's no tools. There's no.
Well, you're talking about 12,000 years old, though.
But if it's buried, there should be pottery. There's no pottery, no writing, no articles of clothing. No one lived there.
Well, you're saying nobody lived there, so why should they have pottery? Why should pottery be in the film? Why would they go along and break some pots and stick it in the?
It was a valiant effort. It was really fast. So let's look at the time.
That would indicate it's different.
What's the pass away? I'm gonna guess like 112, 111.
Well, it's just rubbish that they poured.
Man.
It's just stones and earth, buckets of it.
In other words, Graham, for you to gain support for your theory amongst mainstream
All
archaeologists,
right, I'm looking at
evidence to overturn the old theory.
the photos that Scotty put.
On the person challenging the mainstream.
I completely agree.
In every field.
But isn't there some proof that the mainstream idea of these hunters and gatherers?
I'm looking at the photos.
In what the theory was.
Yeah, dude, bro, a plane? Come on, like it's so crazy. It's so insane. These photos are so insane. The ones showing the granite bedrock blown out.
That's one possible
Bro.
That's right. So I call this
Granite fucking bedrock.
You know, it's like we had this kind of low expectations for these hunter-gatherers. Maybe we should jettison that idea. And in my own other field of the history of religion, it also threw that off because this apparently was a kind of a spiritual, religious. That's the wrong word. They wouldn't have used.
Actually, nobody can know that.
That's right.
What is this? I don't know what that is.
The graphic article emphasized that. Maybe this is the very first religious, spiritual temple ever built because they didn't live there, so they went there for a reason.
Isn't it also possible that this is signs that civilization was more advanced 12,000 years ago than we thought?
Okay, more advanced.
I have no idea what it is.
We're talking about the ability to construct an amazing.
All right, let me just watch him.
Okay,
how big was it? Like how
Be right
tall
back, thank you,
was
boss.
the stone?
Some of them are 20 feet tall.
Yeah, but
some of them are smaller with astronomical alignments. Klaus Schmidt called it a center of innovation. He was intrigued by the way that agriculture emerges around Göbekli Tepe at the same time that Göbekli Tepe is created. I mean, he went on record with me, perhaps he's not right, but he went on record with me as saying that was the first agriculture. These were the people who invented agriculture. Now, to me, the notion that a group of hunter-gatherers wake up one morning and invent megalithic architecture, the world's largest megalithic site, and at the same moment invent agriculture, stretches credulity a bit. And I think I would prefer to propose, and I have proposed, that what we're looking at is evidence of some kind of transfer of technology, that people came into that area who had other knowledge, and that was applied, and perhaps they mobilized the local population around this site. Perhaps that's precisely why we see agriculture developing there. So perhaps that's the skill that's being passed on.
But I don't see anything particularly... Okay, the stone work is spectacular, but that's not any more advanced than a few millennium afterwards.
But you're talking about something 20 feet tall, made of stone,
but we know
by people that were hunter-gatherers.
But a couple hundred people can move multi-ton stones.
There's no mystery in moving the stones. They're still moving 20-ton stones in Indonesia today. I mean, megalithic cultures still exist.
You also know that the carving on the outside is extremely complex. It's three-dimensional carving.
Okay, but I mean,
but you know what that means.
But
do you know what that means?
But Lascaux at 30,000 years ago has magnificent cave paintings with three-dimensional animals.
But that's painting. You know that they. But you know, hold on a second. Do you know what I'm saying when I say three-dimensional carvings?
Yeah, like the Venus.
The carvings were on the outside, meaning they didn't carve them into the rock. They carved away the rock around them, which is pretty sophisticated stuff for hunter-gatherers. And they're doing this on these 20-foot tall stone columns. I mean, it's pretty impressive stuff.
Okay, but there the assumption is that they couldn't have figured this out. We know from modern society.
Oh, the Winter Garden, interesting.
Australian Aborigine.
And they had like supposed phone calls. They have these like fake phone calls made from the plane. If you've listened to any of the phone calls, you could tell that they're fake. They're really suspect. Even the way they're spoken, the way that people talk.
You're actually making his argument for him.
No. It's not that
they faked the phone calls too.
Stone. People have been carving stones for
the
thousands
entire archaeological opinion on megalithic sites for decades before this was
because they can.
Beyond their ability.
Because they could.
The mainstream has changed its mind about this. Or at the very least,
a little shift.
Let's pause for
and for the like Iraq War, right?
So for sure, we all agree human beings made this.
Yes, not aliens.
Okay.
So the
argument is not whether or not aliens made it. The argument is whether or
Bro,
not
I totally think another false flag is going to come to the United States under Trump as a president. When he bent the knee, obviously the first false flag was him faking the assassination attempt, right? But like I think a real false flag is coming.
I believe so.
Especially with Trump in power. Him bending the knee was the dog whistle.
Again, undersold who these people were. My friend Jared Diamond goes to Papua New Guinea. He talks in the opening chapter of Guns, Germs, and Steel how smart these people are that live out there in nature and what it takes to survive.
Oh, sure.
He wouldn't last
Please.
an hour in LA. He wouldn't last an hour with his Papua New Guinean friends out there in the wild.
Well, that's just because he doesn't know how to survive, and they've been passing down the information for generation after generation.
Very smart. Okay, so it's not it's not a problem of intelligence. And is there? Okay, so here's the other thing we don't know is that there might be lots more of these sites, and where there's
there are. I visited one of them, Karahan Tepe. You've got the T-shaped pillars sticking out the side of a hill in a farmer's backyard. I mean, I think we're actually at the beginning of opening up this inquiry, not at the end of it by any means.
But then before you, why not just say we don't know? This is a spectacular mystery and leave it at that. Why write a book?
Well,
that's
President,
you guys on the mainstream side won't speculate and won't explore. I don't claim to be an archaeologist. I'm not a scientist. I'm an author. It's my job to offer an alternative point of view and to offer a coherently argued alternative point of view. And I must say, Göbekli Tepe strikes me as a gigantic fucking mystery, and a mystery that is worthy of exploration from a point of view that may not satisfy you.
Oh well, it doesn't have to satisfy me.
You and your colleagues, and I certainly don't have to satisfy you or them. That's not my project.
But like your opening chapter with Schmidt, I really loved the kind of conversational style you had with Schmidt in the book, where he's dialoguing, where Schmidt goes, and look at this, And then he says, but, wait, what's that again? Yeah, he's like a little bit like Columbo. Like, wait, I had just one more question. And, you know, the mystery kind of thing.
Oh, wow,
That's
insane.
perfectly okay. That's great. I mean, that's
That's
the
crazy,
science all about,
Scotty.
uncovering mysteries that we then have to figure out. So there's always more mysteries, but that doesn't mean that's not positive evidence in favor of a particular theory like a lost civilization. It's just we can't explain this. Full stop.
It's treason,
You
yeah.
certainly can't explain it, and you can't explain it by saying that we underestimated hunter and gatherers either.
Well, why not? We know they made it.
It's fucked.
Whatever you want to call them.
Well, we know humans.
It's fucked, dude. Like, the West...
Whatever you want to call them.
But why do they believe
The West
that
is
people
just...
were
It's
only
so
hunters and gatherers
fucked.
12,000 years ago. It's because they didn't have any evidence to the contrary.
Right.
This is evidence to the contrary.
I agree.
So you agree that there weren't hunter and gatherers?
Okay, but there's several stages in between. Just 12 people living out in the jungle by themselves.
Sure.
You see, you're not allowed to go outside in the forest in Canada, in one of the provinces. Like, it's just so fucked.
Okay, they didn't live there, so we have to figure out where were they living and what was there. So that has to be excavated.
Well, they only excavated 10%
and
of it, right?
And meanwhile, what you're saying is that we shouldn't speculate at all, because I mean, mainstream archaeology is speculating. Mainstream archaeology is speculating when saying it's definitely was hunter-gatherers who did this. That's also a speculation.
That seems more of a reach.
Okay, but not okay. They may be more than hunter-gatherers. They may have been partially settled. You can have any kind of number of states.
But what you can't apparently have is the possibility of a transfer of technology from people who were really masters of that technology already when they came in.
But where are these people?
Well, you're dealing with an
where were their homes?
12,000 years ago, their fingerprints are there. Let's find their homes. I don't know that their homes matter. Would their homes even survive after 12,000 years?
Well, homes.
I'm not sure.
They're trash.
But what
they're
survives?
Tools. There's something.
Well, what
Screw
would be...
trash and tools. We've got Göbekli Tepe. It
Yeah, dude.
confronts us. It challenges the mainstream model. I think it's
fucked. The UK is really fucked. I'm sorry.
Something more than just
So is Canada. But Canada's like bigger and newer. The UK is really
It
fucked.
seems to me that to say hunter-gatherers could build this.
Come teach in China, man.
Wouldn't be opposed to the idea that they're
China, comma, man.
gathering, but it does certainly imply a lot of leisure time.
Oldest country in the West, yeah.
Well,
They fall us over.
It's okay. It's like...
Well, again, if we place this back, particularly within that climate zone at 11,006 to 12,000, 13,000 years ago, whatever it turns out to be, we're dealing with an extremely demanding and challenging climate, which
Yeah,
wouldn't
really.
necessarily, to my mind, be conducive to the emergence of a settled culture that would be capable of undertaking a project on this scale. And as somebody who's built a lot of things and moved quite a few heavy weights in my time, I find it the idea sort of perplexing to me that they would be. What I would have to ask is, what is their motive? What is their motive for undertaking a project on this scale? Because it's an
Easy to
enormous
raise, yeah.
project. And to move a 20-ton block of stone is really a challenging task to undertake.
Yeah.
Today, well, without the infrastructure of
America's in bad shape too.
machines.
America's in terrible shape.
But to do it by hand, it would be an enormous undertaking. And I, to me, it's like, when are they having time to hunt?
The
and
first
gather
step is to admit that fucking there was no planes on 9/11 though. That would be the first step forward.
Every time than modern society people do. That's the one thing we've learned, is that it's a pretty good way to make a living, actually. They have a better varied diet than we have. This is the Neanderthal diet, right? They have a better varied diet and a lot more free time.
Yeah, but that's
and a lot less stress.
We knew
Interesting.
that all along about hunter-gatherers when we were saying they couldn't build megalithic sites.
I mean, there was time. There was like the Roman time, right?
Where the
Yeah,
environment
China's
is undergoing
crazy.
rapid changes.
Yeah, that's a good
to
point.
Which adaptations would be extremely challenging. And we know those changes are going on all over the planet. We know
You make a good
sea
point.
levels are rapidly rising over a period of a few thousand years, from a sea stand low of about 400 feet up to the present level. We also know that biotas were shifting dramatically all over the planet. The effects of the Younger Dryas were global. Pretty much that is, I think, the emerging consensus now, that both hemispheres, north and south, were being affected by the climate changes of the Younger Dryas. So what we're doing is we're placing this phenomena, this project, within this context of these extremely challenging times in which, adaptation to the environmental changes could easily be the all-consuming challenge of the times. I'm just finding it difficult to imagine a disconnect, to see this disconnect between a project of this magnitude and the motive for doing it during a time when obviously the environment could be posing serious constraints upon people's ability to function in that.
Well, Randall, we don't even know the motives of the Easter Islanders and,
No, we
why
don't.
they raised these huge, but we know they did it.
But isn't that become a central question, though? What something had to have motivated them.
But let's get back to Göbekli Tepe. So let's just be real clear. We know there are humans. We know that it's at least 12,000 years old, and we know that the real dispute here, the real question is, did these people have structures and did they have agriculture? We know that they were human beings. They were essentially modern human beings. So were they hunter-gatherers, or did they have structures and agriculture?
Before Göbekli Tepe, they didn't have structures and they didn't have agriculture. After Göbekli Tepe, they did.
So the fact that they were able to build something so monumental, what kind of a leap is it at all to think that these people could figure out how to plant food and figure out how to make a house?
Well, I mean, again, if you look back 30,000 years, 40,000 years to these cave paintings, these are pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
They are.
Clearly, they had abstract reasoning. They could think from the concrete to the abstract and so on. It's not a big leap to go from that to moving stones around.
I'd say there's a big difference between painting and engraving on cave walls
I don't think so.
And creating the largest megalithic site that's ever been built on Earth.
Wait a minute.
I think there's a huge difference between those two. I mean, nobody would compare the construction effort on Stonehenge or Gigantea with cave paintings. I agree with you. The cave paintings are magnificent. I've had the privilege to visit many of the painted caves. Stunning work. And as Picasso said when he came out of Lascaux, we have invented nothing.
Right.
I mean, they were that was that modern human mind, symbolic mind at work there. But this is another matter. This is a large-scale construction project that's going on, and it's not just a construction project. It's not like huts. It's hundreds and hundreds of very, very large megalithic pillars which have to be mobilized, brought to the place. You know, organizing a workforce in order to do that, even that requires preparation and time and learning and practice. It's not something that you wake up one morning and just can do overnight.
You think that the paintings are more impressive than Göbekli Tepe?
Yeah, or at least comparable. Yeah,
I think that's absolutely ridiculous.
To convey three-dimensionality on a 2D plane, that's what Picasso meant. It's like, wow, that's incredible. It's like developing perspective, and to use the natural shape of the walls to create a three-dimensional perspective look that's pretty abstract.
You're comparing apples and pears. It's not a construction project.
Okay,
I don't think it's even remotely. But I don't think it's even remotely as
what
impressive.
I'm saying is that it doesn't take a huge leap of the imagination to think these people were pretty smart. They had
we know that they were smart. We know what they were smart just because of the fact that those construction projects were done by whoever. We know that they were smart. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe was clearly intelligent. Whoever made those 3D carvings, clearly they were intelligent. But to think that someone drawing on cave paintings is more impressive than erecting 20-foot stone columns with three-dimensional carvings on them of a lot of animals that weren't even native to the region.
That's
is that debatable?
Not necessarily the case.
Because they could have been
the animals were native
record.
to
But my point, Joe, is that these paintings are like, say, 30, 40,000 years old to Göbekli Tepe. So there's tens of thousands of years to develop more that we're very likely to find more archaeological sites.
And yet, up till now, we haven't found that. We haven't found all of that intermediate material, which see if I could actually see that intermediate material between the Upper Paleolithic cave art and Göbekli Tepe, if I could see the gradual evolution and development of skills, I wouldn't need to invoke a lost civilization, the survivors of a lost civilization who've mastered those skills elsewhere to come in and teach those skills at Göbekli Tepe. But it still looks to me like a transfer of technology, unless you can show me that evolutionary process whereby I can understand how this group of hunter-gatherers became equipped to create this giant site, where they practiced, where they learned the skills to move the stones, to organize the workforce, to feed and water the workforce in a rather dry place. All of that is actually quite a logistical challenge.
Oh man, boys, it's almost midnight here.
Some humans. Right.
Yes,
So the real question is, did they have
And
structure?
girls.
Did they have agriculture?
Jersey.
Did they have some sort of a community where they lived in an
probably
established
something like
location?
I would imagine
So that would push back the time where we thought that there was a civilization. That would push them back into a realm of at least stepping out of the hunter-gatherer stage.
Now, your
correct?
guy Schmidt, as you show in your book, he did not go as far as you go.
Certainly not.
Right.
No.
But he admitted it's a mystery. Okay, why? That would be the scientific approach. I don't know what it is. Great mystery. Let's just wait and see. Versus, I'm going to postulate a lost civilization. Nothing wrong with that, Graham. It's a free country, and scientists do this all the time, as you've mentioned.
There's a rather humorous thing, which I have to say. Actually, I might even ask Jamie to pull up the couple of images of Fingerprints of the Gods. That's the book I'm best known for. And when I published Fingerprints of the Gods in 1995, essentially I was saying civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought. And I was ridiculed for proposing that. 2013, one of the magazines that ridiculed me, New Scientist magazine in Britain, publishes as a cover story, picture of Göbekli Tepe and the headline, civilization is much older and much more mysterious than we thought.
Fair enough. Okay, fair enough. And scientists do this. I mean, I followed paleoanthropology for my whole adult life. And one of the big mysteries is, how did we get a big brain? How do we get to abstract reasoning from say, what chimps can do? No one knows.
The doubling of the human brain size over a period of 2 million years,
and because no one knows, every couple of years there's a new book out. It's climate change. It was
the throwing arm, cooking
that's
food.
Right, cooking meat. You know, meat is another big one. A Harvard professor, meat. Okay, and these books come and go, and some of them have legs, some of them don't, and it's just the way it goes.
And then there's Terence McKenna's
It's pretty obvious it was psychedelics.
Yeah, that's Terence McKenna's
Not that
Stone
made the
Age
brain
theory.
bigger, but that switched the brain
Is this
on.
the old Julian?
Julian Jaynes, no, the bicameral mind, not at all. This is David Lewis Williams, who's
Oh,
professor
God.
of anthropology at the University of Witwatersrand.
Come on.
His neuropsychological theory of cave art. All kudos to Terence McKenna and Food of the Gods. What a brilliant thinker, what a brilliant alternative thinker. But David Lewis Williams at the University of Witwatersrand had been working on this problem since 1973, and his argument is that the remarkable similarities that we see in rock and cave art all around the world are explained that we're dealing with a shamanistic art. Shamanism involves altered states of consciousness. This is typical visions of altered states of consciousness, and it seems to have accompanied a great leap forward in...
All right, I don't know. I might.
covered this in your book.
I covered it
I think I'm gonna stop playing.
Richard Wrangham's theory. This is the
Maybe 7 more minutes. We did have a good session today. How long have we been streaming? Like 4 hours.
It's cooking meat.
Right.
So by cooking the
Yeah,
protein,
I'm gonna stop streaming in like 7 minutes. Thank you for being here, everyone.
All right, so now this guy
This was a good
started
session. We
with
played really well.
10 pluses on his side. He's
We're not just playing to play. We're playing to PB, right?
Even so, his book was like, maybe.
Both having good
Probably
sessions.
a series of different
Cool
events.
stream. Thanks, bro. Yay. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother.
So let's
Thank
get
you, brother.
away from Göbekli Tepe,
Thank you for being here.
ancient civilizations, and let's get back to the geological evidence, which
Thank you for being
Randall,
you.
you're an expert at. And this is one of the main things that you had a dispute with, and this is one of the reasons why we got everybody together. Now, what is your thoughts on what Randall and Graham proposed?
Always a pleasure. Hey, man.
Who's much more on the
Always a pleasure you
geological
being
side.
here.
Yeah. Well, this is why I.
Let's go. This is for Stash and Toad and Jersey and everyone and Scotty. And that there were no plans on 9/11. Oh, I jinxed it.
So this will be our cover story, and
Oh, I did not.
the end of summer issue comes out. We're only quarterly.
I hope that Mark Defant is going to be doing some more work on the draft of his article for you that is up online, because that article is full of bullshit statements about me which are demonstrably false.
Well, he's on.
Yeah,
here,
he's
so
there,
you
and I'm
can-
happy
you can ask
to
him.
engage
What
with those
statements, Graham?
particular issues. Well, I'll have to put on my reading glasses.
And that, whatever article's online, this has not been published yet.
Well,
so
it
this is-
claims that it's a draft of the article that will appear in a 2017 edition of Skeptic magazine.
So pull it up, Graham, and
Sure.
Why
give
don't we
you a
bring
chance
Mark
to have
on
your time
and,
report.
Yeah.
Let's let Graham go over it first, and then
So-
we'll have Mark on
So
to
here's
refute what he said.
Defant on Magicians of the Gods. And by the way, Michael, I mean, you say that you're here to, to respectfully aid
Come
to
on,
gain
like
truth.
fuck you.
Yeah.
There it is, conjuring
let
up
me-
a lost civilization from
Yeah,
nothing.
let me just get to the top of this. I've got it here, just bear with me a second. So amongst the words in Mark Defant's article, he's accusing me of duping the public. He's saying that I'm public enemy number one. He's accusing me of arm waving. I admit I do wave my arms. Pontificating, well, my grandfather was a minister of the church. Little interest in peer-reviewed research. Claimed that no academic would debate. That's utter bullshit. I had a debate with Zahi Hawass. He's a leading Egyptologist. Back in 2015, it was not my fault that Zahi Hawass walked out on that debate. I can play the video if you like, 1.5 minutes of Zahi Hawass lambasting me and then walking out and refusing to debate further. So it's bullshit to say I don't debate or I'm not willing to debate. And finally, he says that I'm conning a hellacious number of people into buying his books. Now, how can we get any dialogue going when somebody begins like that? Okay. Then would you like some further? Bear with me, because I just have to scroll down and I don't have a mouse. I don't have a mouse. So Hancock and Carlson claimed several times that no academic would debate them. Not true. I'm accused of doing an about face since Fingerprints of the Gods. Are my views not allowed to evolve with new evidence? Is that somehow a crime on my part? Let me just finish. Yeah. Then a cheap shot. He cites Jesus Gamarra. And accuses me of not having the scientific knowledge to deal with issues of gravitation. Now, it's true that Jesus Gamarra, who is a descendant of the Incas, who has worked 70 years on the megaliths of Sacsayhuaman, whose father before him, Alfredo Gamarra, worked 70 years, it's true that he's got a way-out theory about gravitation. Thing is, I state in my book that it's a way-out theory. What I go on to say, quoted in the attack, is that, however, this isn't the part of his theory I'm interested in. Where I feel he is solidly persuasive is in his observations of the anomalous character of the monuments of the Andes, etc., etc. Defant doesn't cite that. He just presents me as buying what Jesus Gamarra says. I mean, if that's the standard that you're going to have in Skeptic magazine, you have a serious problem. And then Göbekli Tepe, he contends that Göbekli Tepe is too advanced to have been completed by hunter-gatherers and must have been constructed by a more advanced civilization. Well, no, that's not what I say. I say it was constructed by hunter-gatherers, but that they were advised and supported by people who had knowledge of this kind of work beforehand.
How is that different?
Well, I think it's very different. I'm not saying it was constructed by. I'm saying that a group of people settled amongst hunter-gatherers and transferred some skills for them. He says that, he quotes me, Hancock makes the following stunning claim. Quote, our ancestors are being initiated into the secrets of metals and how to make swords and knives. I do not make that claim. I'm reporting that this claim is made in the Book of Enoch. That is not my claim. Then what else?
So you don't think that's the explanation?
Well, I'm being misrepresented by your author here.
But I mean, all right, but
if he wants to represent me, if he accuses me of cherry picking, he shouldn't cherry pick my statements. He should quote it in full context.
We're still working on this. Let's get it right.
Well, it's
so
out there. It's out there on the internet.
You're still working on it, but it's published online.
Here's a beautiful one.
I didn't know it was online.
Here's a beautiful one.
Scott, hey! So large renewal, we're standing up for the foundations of our society. People like Antifa are here. Now, on our polluting universities of the Charlotte. Oh, dude, universities are bro, dude. Same in worldwide, man, dude. University of Miami was fucked. That was probably my last university experience, dude. Like, they're fucked.
Go to Chauvet Cave. You will see a lion man.
The science, dude. The science proposal. I think I told you, right? They sent me a copy of the proposal, and they had like a major section based on race of their lab members. And how like one of their lab members was like a Hispanic and was like really important. This fucking stupid guy wearing the goddamn mask the whole time. That fucking guy. If I see that guy again, I'm gonna punch him right in his fucking stupid fucking masked face. Anyways. It's fucked. Universities are fucked.
Can impose any image on anything. Well, it's not my fault that a couple of academics who didn't even talk to me and had nothing whatsoever to do to me have published a major study in the, I quote it again,
Figuring out about illegal migrants and social media. Yeah. Oh, yo, it's insane. Yeah. Well, leftists, they're unable to like accept the truth, right? They're unable to accept
representing
facts.
the asterism within the constellation of Sagittarius.
Like they're psychopaths. They're retarded, brainwashed psychopaths.
To not go into the minutiae because they've already been dismissed by a study by Liritsis and Vafiadou. Far from it.
Yeah,
that
dude.
study doesn't dismiss shock at all. None of that study was done on the
Oh,
body
they're
of the
insane.
Sphinx itself. It was done in the Valley and the Sphinx temples. And by the way, the dates are extremely troubling. Some of them could push it as far
Again,
as
it was like the people saying Black Lives Matter would also say imprison the unvaccinated, when the largest demographic of the unvaccinated were black people. And then so when you tell them that if you support the vaccine mandate, then you're racist against black people, and then you just see the mental gymnastics they fucking do.
But why would you put that in?
It's hilarious.
I didn't put it in the book. I was quoting the Book of Enoch. It's a huge passage on the Book of Enoch.
I don't even like talk to them anymore. It's not worth it. Like they're psychopaths. It's like, you know, there's like hyenas and lions and sharks in this world. You're not gonna like win a fight by arguing with a fucking lion. You just gotta fucking avoid them. Not that they're lions, but you know what I mean? Like, they're just fucking insane human beings.
Well, but what the question is what's the context of including that in your book? I forget.
And they're dangerous. They're extremely dangerous. They're absolutely dangerous.
That's primarily what I was doing.
The commies.
That a lost civilization instructed the people who built Göbekli Tepe on the use of metals and tools. I see no evidence for that. I see Göbekli Tepe. I can't go say they instructed them on the use of metals and tools unless I can find evidence for it. Well, so what did they do?
We don't know.
They generated agriculture. They created a center of excellence around which a hunter-gatherer...
Not they who built Göbekli Tepe. The lost civilization that advised them that you think happened.
Yeah.
What did they do?
They will definitely backstab you.
They've come through a cataclysm.
100%.
Few in number. This is my scenario. You don't have to accept it. I'm sure you don't.
Charlie Kirk? I don't know much about Charlie Kirk. I think I've seen some stuff.
I don't have many. I mean, if we were to have a comet impact in the world today, which were to take out all the underpinnings of modern civilization, I might go settle with hunter-gatherers because they're the people who know best how to live in that situation.
Does he admit that Donald Trump faked the assassination attempt?
Some of my knowledge to them. I might have something that I could transfer to them, and I might
That's
have
kind of
very
like,
strong reasons why I
that's
might
my
not
new like
transfer all of it.
metric.
In other words, perhaps
Debates a lot of leftists outside universities. So interesting.
How is that different from
Okay.
Zechariah
Is he independent of like the dual party?
I don't need. I think it's massively.
He's American,
especially
right?
Since Zechariah Sitchin has his aliens arriving here in 1970s NASA technology. Weirdly, he wrote his book in the 1970s. I mean, I don't go there. I don't make that. I don't make that suggestion. I'm simply saying, perhaps there's been a forgotten episode in human history.
Oh man, I'm so glad to be streaming. Thank you, bros. Thank you for being my friends. Centerite, but debates only with facts. Nice. Yo, Cradle 33, what's up, bro?
That possibility, and therefore I campaign to get that possibility considered. And I try.
This is simply not true. Prove it.
You're doing it. You're doing it, man.
But doesn't it disturb you that you run Skeptic
What?
magazine and someone publishes something like that? I mean, that goes against the whole
Cradle
idea
33, are you Ace? Are you following me, Cradle 33? If you're not following me, you can fuck off.
Representing his perspective, his point of view. It's really disingenuous.
This is one reason we're doing this, so we could get his...
But why would anybody write something like that? And why would you guys publish something like that without checking the facts?
We are. This was not supposed to be posted online.
And why is such a person? Why
it's online though? How does something get online if it's not
Why is such a
supposed to?
person who will do that a useful contributor to your side of the debate?
Well, one of the reasons we're here is to get your point of view exactly right. All right? So
I only talk to people that follow me.
That any lost civilization exists. Only the
I'm not saying that. I'm saying
fingerprints.
I don't even know who that fucking vermin is.
Influence on later peoples we do know existed.
I'm saying they're physical
I
objects.
gotta block that asshole.
I say the Sphinx is another.
But see, this is that argument from either ignorance or personal incredulity. I don't accept the mainstream, or I can't think of how this pyramids could have been built, therefore it was built by somebody else through some other technology.
That's not what he's saying.
That's
They're
not what I'm
just
saying.
they're just post-dating it. They're just
All I'm saying
know
is
the Robert Schoch
the Sphinx
argument.
is older. I do go with Robert Schoch's argument on the geology. I'm also very interested in the astronomy of the site. And again, I have slides that I could show on this if we have time. You might want to get into Ed Krupp's criticism of the Orion correlation and why he says it's upside down. I can talk to you about that.
you know.
We do. I mean, I know Ed Krupp's argument about that. That was from the 90s, I think.
What's your
fingerprints.
thoughts on Robert Schoch's conclusions?
I don't. That's not something I know much about.
Well, you should.
That's a huge factor. It's a huge factor. Because it's all about
your
water
Mark
erosion.
Defant knows about Schoch,
Well,
and he rejects him
but
on the
am I.
basis of that paper.
Yeah.
And that
all right.
paper really doesn't date the Sphinx. It works with
Like, why do
dating
they
of
think that they,
lava blocks
like,
in the valley and the Sphinx temple?
these
Not a
vermin-
single sample taken from the Sphinx.
All right, then who dated it?
Who dated it? Liritzis and Vafiadu.
And then why do
Like, why do they, like-
not accept the older date for the Sphinx?
Literal vermin.
The answer is because they have a bunch of other evidence that points to the date that they think
The
it
answer
does.
to your question is very simple. Mark Lehner and Zahi Hawass put it on record back in 1992 when John Anthony West and Robert Schoch first presented the rainfall erosion evidence on the Sphinx. And what Lehner and Hawass said is, the Sphinx can't possibly be 12,000 plus years old because there was no other culture anywhere in the world that was capable of creating large-scale monumental architecture like this. Show me one other structure that's capable of doing that. Well, they could say that in 1992, Michael, but they can't say it in 2017, not since Göbekli Tepe's
If
been
you don't mind,
excavated.
Graham, could you please, for people, so this could be a standalone thing, people could understand, what is the argument about the Sphinx, the enclosure of the Sphinx, and Dr. Robert Schoch from Boston University, who's a geologist.
And yeah, like, I don't talk to anyone. That doesn't follow me anymore.
The Sphinx and the trench out
Actual vermin, piece of shit, human beings. I'm not gonna name them. So I'm gonna be a positive guy.
Weathering caused
But a lot are in the
exposure
elite.
to a substantial period of heavy rainfall, and that is particularly pointed out in the vertical fissures in the trench. So you see, the Sphinx itself has been subject to so much restoration over so many years that it's difficult for people to even see the core
But it's fine.
of the Sphinx today. But it's these, you can see the vertical fissures.
This is a
even down
competitive
at
video
the
game.
that is
We are here to
that's what
compete.
counts as rainfall, precipitation-induced weathering, heavy rainfall, which is selectively removing the softer layers and leaving the harder layers in place. And the problem is we don't have that rainfall in Giza, in Egypt, 4,500 years ago. You have to go back much earlier to get that rainfall. That's the suggestion.
So that's the suggestion by Robert Schoch, independently of,
Yes.
of your conclusions. or
Totally
anything.
independently, yeah. Schoch disagrees with me on many things, as a matter of fact, and I disagree with him on many things, but I think he's on the money on this.
So that alone would set back at least that one. I mean, it's pretty much established that the Great Pyramid of Giza was constructed
But it's
about
fine.
2,500 BC, right?
There's
Is that-
absolutely no doubt that a huge project went on at Giza around 2,500 BC.
So your
And
argument
it involved
is
the pyramids.
not that the whole thing was that much older, was that parts of it seem to have been from an earlier civilization, or
Yes.
at least that civilization far, far earlier than was.
I would say that the ground plan, what we have at Giza, the basic layout of the site, was established in what the
So yeah, like I haven't blocked or banned anyone yet. But if someone comes in here and tries to speak,
that the first time can be dated.
like there's people that have fucking said a lot of bullshit in the chat that haven't followed and that aren't following me. And like, if they try to speak to me in another person's chat, I'm gonna be like, hey, listen, I only speak to people that follow me.
To the constellation of Leo, rising due east, housing the sun on the equinox, the astrological age of.
Because it's been too long. It's been too long. It's been too many years. It's like maybe they'll come around, maybe they'll change, and it's like no, they're just like literal vermin.
Pretty much exactly spans the Younger Dryas, as a matter of fact.
And so the only argument against that at the time was that there were no other structures like that from 12,000 years
Correct.
ago.
And then Krupp said that
But it's fine.
that the Orion correlation wasn't real because it was upside down. I mean, do you want to get into that now?
Well, first, that's not the only argument. It's that, okay, if the Sphinx is built, or the layout for the whole thing is built in, say 10, 11,000 years ago, and then the pyramids are built, 2,500 BC. What happened in between? Where are all the people, the trash, the places where they lived?
Well, there's
in
a
that
bunch
area?
of different styles of construction.
Something like
but not dated in between.
I would propose, Michael, something like a monastery, which has a relatively small archaeological footprint, is on the site. I mean, the idea of information, knowledge, and traditions lasting for thousands of years within a religious system shouldn't be too absurd to us. I mean, Judaism is dealing with ideas that are already best part of 4,000 years old if we go back to Ur of the Chaldees and so on and so forth. So that's all I'm suggesting.
Lucy Connolly tweeted after children murdered and knife actually called for an expectation set fire to my home.
On the site, but
Yeah,
something
bro,
like
that's
a
so
monastery,
insane.
which has got a very
Dude.
small archaeological footprint. It is not.
They're,
Perhaps
bro,
again, we
it's
can
so
only
insane.
speculate. and I think there's a lot of speculation on the archaeological side too. One can only speculate, perhaps having gone through a cataclysm, perhaps they felt to blame for this, wrongly or rightly.
Dude, it's so insane, dude. And the worst part is the people that let it happen. The hotel workers, all the people that let it like happen. It's just so ridiculous.
Enough was there to create a mystery, because it's undoubtedly a mystery that the construction of the Great Pyramids, the first huge pyramids in Egypt, preceded only really by the Zoser pyramid at Saqqara, that the construction of the Great Pyramids is vastly superior to the construction of the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasty that follow it. And that's a little bit counterintuitive, that we have this collapse in skills. One would have expected it to got better. So it sounds like the work on the pyramids started already.
Oh yeah, oh it's absurd.
Okay, so here's how I think about that.
It's racist. It's racist against British people.
So you have,
same thing's happening in Canada. They're going to imprison the person that organized the Freedom Convoy protest.
And so let's say
it's
20
fucked.
lines of evidence that point
The
to
West is
roughly
completely
around
fucked.
this time period here, and then you come on and say, okay, but there's this one anomaly of the rain thing and that there was only rain at this time. Now there's a huge gap. You have one anomaly or line of evidence here and like 20 here.
Well, we're talking about
So-
different structures, though. There's not a lot of evidence that points to the Sphinx being from a particular time period.
Well, he's saying like 12,000, right?
I'm saying the rainfall evidence suggests
Right,
that,
but other evidence.
and
So
its
that would-
alignment,
that
its alignment with the constellation of Leo housing the sun
Right,
at
right.
dawn on the spring equinox. It's an equinoctial marker. Nobody would dispute that. Nobody would dispute that the ancient Egypt. Well, no. I mean, if you make a monument pointing perfectly due east, I've stood on the back of the Sphinx at dawn on the spring equinox, and believe me, again, I could show a picture. Its head lines up perfectly with the rising sun. No, I don't think anybody, even Krupp, is disputing that it's an equinoctial marker. Now, here's the thing. You're an ancient Egyptian. You're building an equinoctial marker in 2500 BC. Do you know what constellation is housing the sun in 2500 BC?
I haven't run the little program.
Well,
to
it's
see.
the constellation of Taurus.
So
logically, if you're creating an equinoctial, and the ancient Egyptians were not shy about making images of bulls. Plenty of them. If you're making an equinoctial marker in 2500 BC, you really should create it in the form of a bull, not in the form of a lion. You know, that's the puzzling issue. And yet we do have a time when a lion constellation housed the sun at dawn on the spring equinox, and that is the period of the Younger Dryas.
Okay, I'd say that's a pretty big leap.
Well, I know you'd say that, and your colleagues all say that too.
And so now, and then we have a gap of about 5,000 or 6,000 years where there's nothing. There's no.
Let me interject there.
Yeah,
Can I interject?
Yeah, please do.
I'm going to refer back to several articles that were published in the 80s and 90s. This one is from Nature, early 80s, late Quaternary history of the Nile. And what it's discussing is the evidence that there was a major shift in the hydraulic regime of the Nile River. It says between 20,000 and 12,000 years before present, when timberline in the headwaters was lower, vegetation cover more open than today, the Nile was a highly seasonal braided river, which brought mixed coarse and fine sediments down to Egypt and Sudan. This cold, dry interval had ended by 12,500 years before present, when overflow from Lake Victoria and higher rainfall in Ethiopia sent extraordinary floods down the main Nile. And those floods have been documented to have been 120 feet above the modern floodplain of the Nile. Any civilization, or whatever you want to call it, living along the Nile River at that time would have had to abandon whatever they were doing there in this regime, this intensified hydraulic regime. And it goes on to say, it marked a revolutionary change to continuous flow with a superimposed flood peak. So what happened is that there was a major environmental change that occurred right there around 12,000 to 12,500 years. The dating could be adjusted somewhat since the early 80s, but the point is made is that because of a major hydrological change, major vegetational cover change, major environmental change, this would have caused also imposed changes on whatever culture was existing there or living there at the time. Now what we have is, in the aftermath of that event, we have basically the emergence of desert, which now would require serious action.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna sign off soon. What is that video, Scotty?
These events could have also decimated the population at the time.
I'm gonna sign off in like maybe a minute or two. I've already.
Basically no workforce.
over.
Over a
I think
period
I'm
of
like done for
3,000 or
today.
4,000 years, you
What is
find
that video, buddy?
that there's enough of a recovery.
Can you
that
paraphrase
these
it if
kind of
possible,
monumental
please?
structures can be renewed. But it's clear from this and a lot of other studies in the Eastern Mediterranean showing that there are sap-rappel layers, which is basically material that has been washed in from the continental surface that has not oxidized. It has essentially become rotten and carried in organic material, carried in off of the continents by this enhanced regime of water flow.
Charlie Kirk
So
interview.
much water that there was a freshwater lid in the Eastern Mediterranean that caused
Current certain political activists, author and highly man of the Western checking why keeping this bath is the rest. Oh my gosh.
and the lower waters.
Samson, I don't know what Samson. I don't know the story of Samson in the Bible.
That show this massive influx of fresh water flowing off of
What does Samson
the Egyptian
what
continent
does Samson do?
at this same time. So
He fake getting assassinated.
shows that there were major climatic changes that occurred around this time. It is not so speculative to imagine that whoever, whatever, and we don't have to invoke any kind of a
Samson the Trojan horse.
civilization, but whatever cultures were there that were perhaps capable of carving blocks of stone, transporting blocks of stone, as they were at Göbekli Tepe during this time range, would have been that their activity would have been interrupted to the extent that it might have taken millennia to recover, to get the labor force necessary to undertake major monumental programs on the Giza Plateau. So I think that if we assume this gradualistic scenario, yeah, that's a fair question to ask. What happened in that interval? But if there is a major climatic downturn and a major disruption of the settled patterns of whatever culture was already there, then, now we might have an explanation why there would be a gap, especially if these events caused a bottleneck in the population of the area. Of course, this is all speculative, but it is not speculative to say that there is multiple lines of evidence suggesting these major, even cataclysmic changes that engulfed that part of the world during that era. So that could provide an explanation of why there is a gap there.
Makes a ton of sense.
Well, it doesn't, because...
Does it not?
Only if you have to have the Sphinx in conjunction with 12,000 years ago in the lost civilization. If you just say that rainwater erosion on the Sphinx is not an explanation for the age, and that the traditional accepted age is what we think it is, then there's no gap to fill.
Yeah.
So really, all we're talking about is we have, again, lots of evidence here, one anomaly here. I really want the anomaly thing to stick, so I got to explain the gap. The gap is explained by environmental changes.
Yeah, but what is the lots of evidence other than a lot of assumptions and a lot of maybes?
Actually, can you cite me a single contemporary inscription from the date that the Sphinx is supposed to have been made that refers to the Sphinx?
I'm sorry. Say that
Can
again?
you cite a single contemporary inscription contemporary to the date that Egyptologists ascribe to the Sphinx? In other words, to the reign of...
All right, I think I'm done.
Inscription that talks about the Sphinx.
I think I'm done. We had a good session though.
I don't study this area. I don't know.
Okay, well, you can't, because there is no such inscription.
Okay, well, so?
Well, one would have thought there would be.
Well, maybe.
It's a giant project. It's 270 feet long. It's 70 feet high. It's carved out of solid rock. Nothing.
Okay, but you have
no
all
reference
these
to it
other...
at all in the Old Kingdom. You actually have to come down to the New Kingdom to get references to the Sphinx in inscriptions.
So, but you've already said that the pyramids were built at the time we think they were built, not thousands of years
I would say
ago.
that a great deal of work was done on the pyramids at the time of 2500 BC. I think the ground plan was laid out earlier.
And we have like the step pyramid, which is cruder and not as well designed as the other pyramids. That's a transitional stage.
Oh my god, that guy, bro. Alright, this is it. It's the last run.
And you've been to Giza?
Just sucks.
No, I've never been to Giza.
Oh dear. Well,
One
it
more.
did make a very different impact. I mean, I've climbed the Great Pyramid 5 times. And I mean, you're dealing with something orders of magnitude different in terms of what's required. I mean, this thing weighs 6 million tons.
I understand, but
it's 481 feet high. It consists of 2.5 million individual blocks of stone. It's aligned to true north within 3/60ths of a single degree. I mean, to compare that to Zoser is really not a valid comparison at all. What's more interesting to me is the radical decline that takes place in pyramid building skills
Come on, please.
in the 5th and 6th dynasty. Go to Unas, go to Pepi,
Like,
go
what
to
the
Tepi.
fuck is this?
These are a shambles. You can hardly even recognize them as a pyramid. What happened to all that knowledge that's invested in the Great Pyramid? Why does Egypt devolve so rapidly? How do we explain this pristine, amazing work that's done on the Great Pyramid unless there's a legacy of knowledge being attached to it?
Okay, so every archaeologist, Egyptian
I
archaeologist,
will check out that video though,
knows everything
Scotty.
you just said.
They do.
And they don't accept any of your
Final
arguments.
act.
Why not?
That's why I'm needed, because somebody's got to
Well, I
counter
mean,
this.
is it just that they're closed-minded and they follow Zahi Hawass and they never think for themselves?
You want to see a
Or-
closed mind? I'll play you a 1.5-minute video of Zahi Hawass
Okay,
refusing to
yeah,
debate with me.
But all of them, every one of the Egyptologists and archaeologists over the last 2 centuries and so on, they're all dogmatically closed-minded and they can't see the arguments as clear as you? Or is it they're not convinced by your argument?
They're not convinced by my argument. They genuinely and absolutely believe that their argument is right. The notion that I'm proposing is apparently so preposterous to them that it isn't even worthy of consideration, but it is worthy of insults and attacks on me, on my integrity, on my decency as a human being, on my honesty. All of those things get attacked, you know, because mainstream, and that's fine, I'm ready for that. And by the way, I know that archaeologists, academics constantly attack each other all the time. I used to take this stuff personally, but then when I see what they do to each other, the ravaging attack dogs are let loose.
All right, I think I'm done.
New idea. I sometimes wish.
It's a lot different to his debates at Oxford University, and he is being interviewed. Nice.
But I get why they do look for what's
Cool,
going
man.
on.
But in other words, some young graduate student working
I
in
think
that
I'm
area
done though. I think I'm gonna raid somebody, my friend.
overturning, you know, this
Thank you for the conversation. Thank you for everything. Thank you everyone for being here.
He got marked down in his degree
I really
because
appreciate
of the
you all
possibility that the pyramids
as
in Egypt
friends.
might be or might have older origins. He was impressed by my work. It did him a lot of harm in his degree.
And if all this was
We're gonna
true,
raid.
then eventually
You haven't answered my
Kratos.
point. You haven't answered my point.
Which is
if
what?
you go against
God,
the
this
mainstream view, your
place
career
is
does not
full of all the
progress.
rats though.
I disagree. I mean, how
Give me an
is,
Are we gonna raid
how
him?
is it that we know
We're
anything
actually gonna raid him. Look at this vermin in this chat. I hate every single fucking person in this chat.
believe everything about it that we believe
Or
2 centuries ago,
Kratos.
right? Say Napoleon stuff.
Kratos is such a good guy. He has to deal with all those fucking retards. Like, it's just too much.
Well, it really begins with
Like,
Champollion and the deciphering of the Rosetta Stone.
Poor guy, man. How did he even do it?
There was no mainstream.
We're not raiding him. I love you, Kratos, but
There was no the mainstream has taken time to form.
you gotta fucking weed out the rats,
all
bro.
sing from the same hymn book. You'll find very little disagreement amongst
But this
them on
is true
anything.
in every field. But somehow or another, Einstein managed to make an impact because he turned out to be right.
Well, I'm no Einstein, and I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going to continue to oppose that mainstream. Somebody has
I don't
to.
know. That's a valid comparison. Einstein and archaeology.
All right, well, take paleoanthropology. I mean,
God.
it's a completely
Sorry,
different
guys.
field now than a century ago.
Peace already. Peace. All right, we're gonna raid.
They do.
We're gonna raid someone that follows me. Probably Sky Radic. Is Sky Radic following me?
New idea. That, like, you know,
Kratos follows me. He's a bro.
Long time, and what seems like a long time to us is really a blink of the eye in terms of archaeology. We're in the middle of that. We're essentially in the middle of that with things like Göbekli Tepe, with Forbes publishing an article about the Younger Dryas possibly being impacted by comets, and that being one of the
I don't
causes
even
of
know what
mass
Sky Radic streams, but we're gonna stream.
These are all mainstream
Hexen?
ideas now.
What's Hexen?
Alvarez proposed the impact hypothesis for the demise of the dinosaurs in 1980. It was ridiculed, but he turned out to be right, and then that became the accepted.
Right, it takes time.
Well, but what was the
And
key
now
turning?
people are challenging
Wasn't
that.
the key turning point the finding of the crater? That's what made the difference.
Yeah.
It's
So
kinda hard
Follow
to
him.
argue with
He's
that.
following me. We're raiding him.
Well, this is where
I think it's a
perhaps we
him.
bring in our phone a friend, you know, Malcolm Lecomte, one of the Younger Dryas impact
Go
scientists. I
go
mean,
watch
the
go watch
point
Kratos.
being made
Kratos is streaming GoldenEye.
Firstly,
Go watch
primary
Kratos.
impacts were on ice.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Been as many as 4
I love you
impacts,
all.
They were on the North American.
Wow,
ice
6
cap.
viewers, insane.
Some
I appreciate
craters
you.
have been suggested, for example, very deep holes in the Great Lakes. Other craters have been and will be looked at by the team in the coming months, whether it includes the Coruscant crater, the Quebec terrain, and so on and so forth. There are candidates. The crater has not been found yet, but I would be surprised if a crater was easy to find when, you know, the impact is on 2-mile deep ice. And, you know, one of the biggest strewn fields in the world, which is the Australian tektite strewn field, there's no crater associated with that, but everybody accepts the impact proxies. There's enough of them to justify that. And that's what's going on around this impact hypothesis
So,
now.
on a related question to that is not the lost civilizations and the demise of humans, but the megafaunal extinction of North American mammals. So this has been long debated before the impact hypothesis was proposed. And the competing hypotheses were overhunting, humans just hunted them to the point where, not every last one, to the point where the population